Mała Łodzia stała się miastem, które w XIX wieku rozwijało się najszybciej na świecie. W ciągu zaledwie 60 lat od powstania pierwszej manufaktury powstaje przemysłowa, wielonarodowościowa metropolia. Jednak wiatry historii nie zawsze jej sprzyjały. To, co zniszczył los, odbudowują łodzianie. Nasza Łódź. Miasto wielkich szans. Od 600 lat w sercu Polski i Europy.
Jesteśmy Polakami. Jesteśmy niezwykłym społeczeństwem. Zawsze w obliczu wielkiego wyzwania potrafimy się mobilizować. Potrafimy stawić czoła wielkim wyzwaniom. Bo nie potrafimy stać obojętnie. Bo obchodzi nas bezpieczeństwo i przyszłość naszych dzieci. Bo wierzymy, że nadzieja zwycięża apatię, lęk i strach. Bo mimo wszelkich przeciwności nigdy się nie poddajemy. Potrafimy ciężko pracować, wspierać się i działać razem. Bo zależy nam na naszej ojczyźnie, naszym osiedlu, naszej ulicy. Bo chcemy naszych niezbywalnych praw i wolności. Bo nie oddamy naszych marzeń. Nadchodzi punkt zwrotny.
Słuchajcie, ja chcę też pomagać. Na pewno się przydam, mogę cokolwiek robić. Mam całkiem dobrą kondycję.
Mów, dobrze ci idzie.
ومن بيلاروسيا على بولونيا دعمكم بالسويد.
Cześć kochanie, co tam?
Baśka, patrz! Pierwszy raz na żywo Łosia widzę.
Co? Przecież mieszkasz tu już pół roku.
$300 now.
No przecież sami macie dzieci. Który prawdziwy ojciec wziąłby dzieciaka na taką drogę?
Jak nóżką macha.
Cześć, Laura. Wiesz, że dobrze ci będzie z nami, co? Wiesz o tym.
Wieziemy turystów, to przygotujcie paczkarnię.
Jeżeli chcesz iść na interwencję, to musisz zaakceptować zasady. Dajemy żywność, wodę, leki, nikogo nie podwozimy i nikogo nie przeprowadzamy.
Czy widziałeś jakieś zwierzęta w lesie?
Zarafy. Pożyczyłabyś mi swojego suwa, mam zepsuty samochód.
A jak cię złapią i powiążą, to ze mną.
Ja nie mogę przez to jeść, ja nie mogę spać, nie mogę myśleć.
Proszę pana, jestem lekarzem i jeżeli nie przyjedziecie, ona umrze.
Mój mąż pracuje w straży i on nikogo za druty nie wywozi. Oni są bronią Łukaszenki, zaraz jak ich wpuścimy, to zaraz ich tutaj tysiące będzie. Słuchaj, to nie możesz obiecywać takich rzeczy. To jest tylko kilka kilometrów.
Ręka, druga ręka.
Proszę się rozebrać. Do naga.
Ty myślisz, że co my tam robimy, co? Szydełkujemy?
Ja już nigdy nikogo nie zostawię samego w lesie.
Pokaż ręce! Stop! Proszę się odsunąć!
European Union, we made it!
Do widzenia, dziewczynko.
Dzień dobry państwu.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mirosław Michalski. I am a member of the Democracy Defense Committee, and as the content partner, we have cooperated with the Freedom Games for many years. Under this cooperation, we invite you to take part in such panels as this one. Do not be afraid that our third guest will not join us. We are having Agnieszka Holland online. She's in Toronto. The other guests, well, I think you know them very well, Maciej Sztur and Andrzej Saramonowicz.
Państwo trochę wypili jedną rzecz, od której chciałem zacząć.
I wanted to start with one thing, and I will do this. We've got a very specific situation concerning the best movie by Agnieszka. So hate is flowing in hectoliters. All the right-wing mouths are full of hate. They are trying to defend something.
Jesteśmy z nią.
You would like to know that Agnieszka feels that we are with her, we support her. We are very happy and honored that she has found time to meet with us. So a round of applause for Agnieszka Holland right now.
Pani Agnieszko, pani być może tego nie widzi, ale to jest...
Agnieszka, maybe you cannot see this,
Ale to jest owacja na
but
stole.
everyone is standing.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, we have met here to talk about the election. The election that on the one hand is our duty and on the other is pleasure and freedom. To talk about people who love the elections and are brave enough to take part in them. I would also like us to talk about these people who do not want to make any choices and they agree that the choices are made for them by the ruling parties, that they avoid the election, they believe in the second, third God that orders them to follow the specific pattern of behavior. I would like us to talk about the importance of any simple, straightforward choice we are deciding to make. Very often in such choices we do not know where such decisions should take us. So the choice, one of these choices was the choice of describing the situation in the Polish and Belarusian border. And she is receiving a lot of hate from people who haven't even seen the movie. I was trying to read to find a lot of information, and the hate is coming from different directions, but personally I have been touched by the hate not from the politicians, but the hate from the Vistula Border Guards unit. These gentlemen behaved in a disgusting way. They commented the movie in a disgusting way. They gave the review to Agnieszka Holland as a person. And they finished the comment with the saying, which was popular during World War II, only pigs go to the cinemas. And it was most touching to me. Agnieszka, please tell us, how do you cope with this? Because it must be especially difficult to cope with this situation. First of all, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the invitation. I'm very sorry that I couldn't attend this event in Łódź. However, my plans were different and I cannot be with you in Łódź today. This movie, we made this movie as a result of a mission towards our times. And we are very proud and happy that we have managed to make this movie, which was not easy for different reasons. And now, when the movie is shown, and we showed it in Toronto, Venice, important film festivals, also Polish journalists could see this film in Poland. So I can say that it is successful. We have reached what we have intended. the audience feel emotions and they consider things they do not think about on daily basis. So the key challenge of our times, not only in Poland but everywhere, and definitely in Europe, is now we are several days ago it became clear that this problem is increasing, that the rich world cannot cope with this problem. At the same time, they cannot cope with the problem. They are afraid of the topic of migration. The initiative goes to the dictators. This was understood by Putin and Lukashenko, and the Belarusian corridor is their idea. This idea started because they know that we are quite vulnerable, quite soft as free Europeans. So they used it to have the pressure. It's the same approach by the dictator in Tunisia. European Union was trying to pay this country to keep immigrants from sub-Saharan Africa, but obviously the deal was not clear enough. And this dictator was blackmailing the union. He was sending these immigrants to Italy before they were tortured. So they all landed in Lampedusa, and about 120,000 reached the island this year. So we are in this vacuum filled with problems. It's like a matrix, but we have to open our eyes wide. We also have to open our hearts, conscience and minds. And we need to understand that the world is changing, and it's up to us which way the world will follow. So our movie raises this kind of emotions and reflections, and it generates sincere, true emotions which keep moving us, the filmmakers. So I'm very happy, regardless of the opinions you have mentioned. When it comes to the hate that has been expressed, I wouldn't care about politicians. Politicians really have no respect, and also what they do is dangerous, because hatred leads to violence. So if we have authorities, lay or political authorities, hatred is very dangerous, because it gives the permission to violence, and we cannot ignore it. I'm not talking about myself, because I can cope with this, but such approaches are very dangerous to the health of our social, national and state tissue. The border guards you have mentioned, well, it's hard to comment. They behave the way the politicians, the government representatives behave. So the uniformed services were forced to use the methods which very often are illegal and inhumane. And of course it had to be disclosed. The society could not see it. So we see the pictures, the images of these dangerous criminal refugees who are described as pedophiles, terrorists. The government were faking the photos shown during the famous, notorious really, press conference. I feel sorry for the representatives of the border guards. I feel sorry for them that they face such a dilemma and such difficult choices. They operate in the situation which is like a nightmare. When they were becoming border guards, they didn't expect that that would be the situation that they would have to face. Of course, there are people and people. Some people are sadistic. Some people do not behave properly, but the image of the border guards is not that negative. So the expression of support of gratitude to the filmmakers, provide us they balance this comfort. I have read the research from internet, so there are lots of viewers of the links connected to our film. There were 475 million viewers who viewed that page, that website, and only some of them were negative. So we know that it's possible to talk, that you can make difficult movies, and by the language of movie, you can change the world to become a better place. I have mentioned this letter of the trade union of the border guards, not to diminish the influence of the government. I just wanted to show that a group of bad people provided the specific meaning to the border guards, and now border guards are in conflict with us, people who are of the opinion that not all the activities taken by the border guards were not humane. Maciej, you were an actor in this movie. What kind of emotions did you have while shooting the movie? Because you must have imagined the real life situations. I don't know. You said I played. Well, I don't know if you can call it playing in the movie, because I only spent there 2 days. It was like an episodic participation, but I feel a member of this case, and that is why I played for Agnieszka. So Agnieszka was selecting the crew, the actors, to make sure that we could disclose these things that we find painful. And the topic of refugees and the topic of our forest and border was a turning point in the life of my family, in the sense that the level of passiveness, when we were staying at home, we were watching TV, and all of a sudden I decided it was too much. My wife, maybe we will hear something about the perspective of women towards the film. So Kaśka, my wife, said, I can't bear it, we have to go there. So she named my emotions, and she had the courage to act. So we went to the forest, we stayed there, we did something, we even helped someone, and it was much better than just staying at home and watching TV. And then we had guests at home, very different guests. You can actually, I think you can see it in the movie. I haven't seen the movie, so I first I have to see it to talk about this movie.
So, when we talk about women, we were sitting in Hajnówka in a cafe discussing what to do next. We were receiving some maps with pins marked. As every male, I love thinking about myself that I'm courageous, but then I thought, okay, let's wait, let's think a moment. We shouldn't do something stupid. While girls were spontaneous, standing up, including my Kaśka, who had been there for 30 minutes. That was really amazing. I spent some time there just to see that the girls were amazing there. Because we were quite cautious, I mean we males. However, if you ask me, I have to say that I feel an expert here because 12 years ago I starred in the film called Pokłosie. So I was the trendsetter of hatred, or somebody who hate was addressed to. I felt I had been feeling very good before Aftermath. And now, when I can see what's happening around Agnieszka's film, and this reminds me of the period during the Aftermath. Before we all watch the film, we are in a track, like in a track of thinking in a specific path. We have all been exercising hatred. And before that, there is also fear and anxiety. Our bubbles become smaller. People who think like me belong to these bubbles, and we have no space to keep them in our hearts because there is war, there was a pandemic, and we all lost the sense of balance. We didn't know what the future will bring, and everything can turn upside down. If something worries us, we start picking at one another. Those who saw the film tell that this is the film about good people. And as far as I remember, this is what was revealed first. A very nice journalist called me one day and he asked 3 questions. Is this film against the border guards? Is it against the government? And is it anti-Poland in general? It was not the right-wing website. And I said, I like your website, but I think you are biased. None of us saw this film, and we want to talk about hatred, but the film is about love. We're like slaves of hatred. Even if we agree to certain things, we do not talk about the core, the essence, meaning that we want to help people, and this is what the film is about. And I would like to protest against such rhetorics. Andrzej, are we really so full of hatred that we are not able to liberate from it? I suppose there is such a risk for our national community. There is a mass of negative emotions which can turn us toward negative perception of the world. We were supposed to talk about now we are at the point when we are facing election, and this is the moment when we feel that we should take into consideration our approach to another person. This is what determines us. Another person, it's not me, but we can evaluate it and we can call another one a foreigner, which means this is our enemy. It's easy to manipulate the public opinion in such a way that in order to achieve certain political objectives, one of the party's formations emphasizes the sense of hostility. This is one of the fundamental rules of the world I'm really afraid of. It's like Voldemort in Harry Potter. This is like the name you shouldn't mention. And you do not voice the term fascism. This is not about political ideology, but fascism is a way to manage social and public space. This is a kind of social Darwinism, Manchaeism that is hard to define, but which we understand as a juxtaposition of good and bad and something that cannot be defined. This is something that lurks in the darkness and the space of social life, not to mention it bears some notions of fascism. Yesterday we saw a symbolic but perfect example. In the same time, the Deputy Marshal of the lower chamber of the Polish Parliament had a speech in which he warned us against foreigners who would burn our cars and rape Polish women. At the same time, simultaneously, Polish volleyball players won the European Championship, and Wilfredo Leon, Polish volleyball player, was considered the best player of the tournament, and he really was the best player of the tournament. Wilfredo Leon was born in Cuba. He is a black person, and if we accepted what Ms. Witek was saying, we should consider him as not matching the ethnic community that our authorities try to promote. Raping, burning the cars simply to combine it with winning the championship? No. We had a discourse between Piłsudski's and Dmowski's teams, and these were ethnic and state patriotism. The inclusive one, which closes us, limits us, and does not allow us to join the community and looks for enemies in its own community, is a suicide for Poland and for our nation. There is another open one which states that being Polish is like a state of choice. Wilfredo Leon chose Poland for his own satisfaction and for our satisfaction, even greater one. We are really proud to have him here. This is the example which symbolically challenges this way of thinking, and this is the choice we have to make on the 15th of October, namely, what kind of patriotism will dominate? Will it be the closed one that will lead to self-destruction, or the one that will find a form of existence against external hazards? Polish community has mathematically no future. So the question is how we want to survive. And that's the question concerning this choice. Agnieszka's film tries to answer this question indirectly. Okay, so I'll stop here and continue afterwards. Maciej said he didn't watch the film, but based on the scenario, he understands that this film shows good, positive people whom we can rely on. You mentioned one important thing. I've been observing it over and over again in our street protests and actions. You said you were sitting in a cafe getting some news, and when the girls were standing up to do something, you were sitting, let's wait, let's see. That's exactly what we do in the streets. Our girls, females, are the first ones ready to go to protest, and we follow them. With the same assumption, let's think it over. Is it the right way to follow? I bet there are more females than males here, although I can't see. In the first rows, definitely. My wife is a dietitian and also a very socially active person. She travels through libraries, villages, countrysides. She runs workshops, and 80% of participants, at least 80%, are females. Book fairs, meetings, workshops on healthy food, better future. Females dominate. Women have the courage to look for a better future. I feel we bring up our sons in such a way that they need to be the best, and they are ashamed to seek for better future because that would mean they are not as great as they should be. Why should I go to a psychologist? Is there something wrong with me? I'm the best, and I cannot really say or admit that I could need such assistance. That's the task, to bring up our sons, to give them some space, to tell that development is not admitting a failure. This is our major gender sin, that males do not develop, do not grow, because they are ashamed to do so. That's how I would like to formulate this. Because they would have to admit they cannot do something. Agnieszka, over to you. I would like to come back to the green border. Yesterday, former Prime Minister Kaczyński said something which left me flabbergasted. He mentioned all the bad things happening in Poland, and it was like a confession. He told about all the bad things that happened to Poland, and Tusk is the one to blame. The audience were laughing at the jokes, and Agnieszka Holland's name was also mentioned. It turns out that, according to Mr. Kaczyński, the film was shot to match what Tusk is doing. He wants to bring hundreds of refugees to Poland. He wants to collapse Polish economy, burn Polish cars, and so on and so forth. So I don't know, but you're a component of a plot against patriots, a plot led by Donald Tusk. I'll be very happy to be a component of a plot, but it's not worth commenting on it, because we have known such mechanisms for years. This is the rhetoric that the Law and Justice and Mr. Kaczyński have been using for some time. And they have learned how to do it. They do not need to listen to any news. If they do something bad or something detrimental or something that can be considered a crime, they blame the other side for it. Tusk is like unconditional reflex. Donald Tusk also carries the burden of my person. This is the logics of a moment. But when it comes to migration, the national and populistic party uses it instrumentally as a political goal, regardless of the effects it will bring. The best example of the cynicism and hypocrisy is the fact that when refugees, including females and children, who are pushed through the gate, dozens or hundreds of thousands of people are brought to Poland in a corrupt undertaking. It's easy to buy Polish visa from a representative of diplomatic service. It costs 5,000 zlotys and you can come to Europe. Or you can pay twice that much to Lukashenko and try to penetrate through the border at the border. This is a blatant lie and stupid, with no perspective, no politics, no responsibility towards people who suffer or safety, security of Poland and Europe. This is so terribly wrong that it's really hard to talk about it. Especially because what we talk about stays in our bubble. The other part of Poland who believes Kaczynski listens to Ms. Witek at the same time. So, I don't want to comment on it, although it should be commented on, but let's leave it to journalists. However, when we talk about it, I am more concerned about helplessness of the other party, the symbolic Tusk. When it comes to migration issues, he, as the head of the European Council, followed the logics of the European Union, meaning like the ostrich's logic, meaning that we can turn our head away or pretend that the problem does not exist. When there was Erdogan, now we've got the Tunisian leader who are trying to get involved, and this does not solve the problem but shifts the balance of the great discussion that is ahead of us. The Civic Platform and Donald Tusk, whom I respect as a courageous, active and charismatic politician, they also use the images from the suburbs of Paris as propaganda. That's why you need to see my film to understand that these are fake images, fake juxtapositions, and that the reality lies somewhere else, that it's much richer and that it's existentially significant. What we can see in the suburbs of Paris and what has been created by the third or fourth generation of migrants should be the topic for reflection on the mistakes that have been made by post-colonial rich European states as far as migration policy is concerned for dozens of years. First, the resources of the colony had been used, then post-colonial human resources had been used when labor force was necessary in Germany, France, or other countries. We also need labor force, as Andrzej mentioned, Poland's population is decreasing. when we invite Gastarbeiters without realizing that these people would like to settle here and the next generation will be speaking Polish fluently, we make the same mistake acting spontaneously, which also applies to Ukrainian refugees.
There is no policy towards Ukrainians, and it leads to pressures, conflicts, and the growing frustration and social riots. I think that such formations as law and justice parties or confederations behave in this way on purpose. I don't think that they are so limited intellectually that they cannot foresee the consequences of such politics by watching the experience of other countries. So it will be like perpetuum mobile. The worse we manage this case, it will be easier to manage using fear and hate. So these are the main methods and means used by this government. So when we go to the election, we have to face a choice. Maciek, you have mentioned women. Women, it's not that they do not think of consequences and they jump into the water, they go to help immediately. It's not that they are so courageous, it's a moral imperative. What is important in life and what is not. It's a choice. I would like to see that such choices have consequences and that women go to vote because they can change the result of the election. Now we can see that not a lot of women are planning to vote. It's probably an effect of the lack of trust towards politics. So I would like to tell you that I will vote to choose the lesser evil. So it's a philosophically, maybe it's an imperative, but it's also quite dangerous. The smaller evil is different from the bigger one, that it's smaller. And so it's better. It's better to have a smaller evil than the big one. So I have experienced both types of the evil, and I will always choose the smaller evil. I would like to mention one more topic, but probably we will run out of time because I would like to give the audience the chance to ask questions to our great guests. But I would like to mention one thing. I have this huge perception that this attack at your movie is due to the fact that you have shown this situation from new. The government did everything to hide this situation, that the media do not talk about it, that it's kept silent. And I look at it from the perspective of a businessman. So if on the one hand, if we sell many thousands of visas to come to Poland, and on the other, there is an open Belarusian border, the easiest thing would be to eliminate the competition and to just close the Belarusian border to make these people to purchase visas from Poles. So it's probably a signal which indicates why there was such a rapid and hateful attack. I don't know whether you share my opinion, but I think there is something in it. I don't know. You looked at me? I don't know. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, there are mics. One little thing. I wouldn't like to defend Donald Tusk, but Agnieszka mentioned the ostrich policy approach. There are different policies and there are optics, and artists have completely different optics. They give the right to some expressions, and there is a political optics which provides a different perception of a similar problem. So I don't think that there is a common point of fear between Donald Tusk and the governments when it comes to the topic of migration. I think it's very important that we activate women. We don't want to talk about this, but the government are incels formations. It's incels concept. Fascism, German fascism, was composed of men who were focused on their masculinity, and this masculinity was of special importance. And talking about possibilism is nothing else but a dream about permanent erection in a very broad context, of course. So the fact that women today should take part in politics, should go and vote and be against the government, well, it's because the right-wing government is depriving them of the rights. They are against femininity, so it should be stressed. We should also stress that it's not the war of genders, it's the war of civilizations. It's the model of thinking, the model of social relations, and that there are different men, like the men who sit here, the civil representatives of the civil society, and they have nothing to do with the chauvinist, absurd political thinking applied by Law and Justice Party. This is true. Ladies and gentlemen, there are mics. I would like to intervene. I would like to add something. I would like to tell you, Andrzej, that the perspective, the political perspective and the perspective of an ordinary citizen or artist are different. The problem with liberal democracy nowadays is it's undergoing crisis, and the consequences is the rule of populists. So they pretend not to see, not to analyze the key challenges of the contemporary times in long-term perspective. I said once that politicians have a perspective from one election to another. Now it's not true. Now it's from election poll to another. So this is the weakness of all politicians. And this must change. I hope that women will change this. Ladies, please change. Please implement the changes and we will support you. Please make sure that the questions are short. When I was coming to this meeting with Agnieszka Holland, I prepared a gift for her, a gift for the green border. I haven't seen the movie. I will show it to you in a moment. You can give it to Maciek. He will pass it to me. I haven't seen the movie, but I know your sensitivity. I know your other films. I know about your love to freedom and democracy. That is why I am 100% sure what kind of movie it is. If you allow me, director, this is a photo. It's a well-known photo. You have to approach us, please, for the camera to show it. I'm only going to read what I have written from me under this picture. I don't know the author of this picture. I don't know whether this picture is true, but even if it's not the real picture, this flower from the hand of this child I'm sorry. So this flower is for you. Thank you for the green border. So later on, please remember to pass it to Maciej. Thank you very much. Any more questions, ladies and gentlemen? There are 2 questions from this side. My name is Jan Stefaniak. I'm just an ordinary man. I would like to express my worry, anxiety, and I would like to ask the following question. The service are like shrines. Politicians pray to the shrines. And there is a question: what makes people so stupid? 33% plus minus 2. It's made by the doctor and worker. 1/3 of the people cannot see the lies and manipulations. They are not ashamed. They are not afraid of inflation. Maybe someone should consider it deeply. Why this support is so high, and why the reason, the common sense is so low? I don't know whether it was a question. It will be hard to answer it, or maybe somebody would like to answer this question. I remember a satirical weekly published in Kraków something like 30 years ago, and they had very funny jokes. One of the joke was, it was like a news that half of Polish people, 50% of Polish people do not know that they are the half. Luckily, here we have 34%. Andrzej Ziółkowski. I don't have a question, but a request to Agnieszka Holland. Recently, a book, Orwell, 1984, before I read it some 40 years ago. So my request is as follows. Could you please consider making this movie based on 1984, because the movie which was made is out of date. So we needed the current perspective of 1984. Oh, so Agnieszka, you've got an order to shoot a movie. Any more questions? Someone at the back? I don't know that I don't want to say that I want to discourage Agnieszka, but on the 15th of October we can stop Orwell, and this is what we should be focused on. Oh, when it comes to Orwell, it's very interesting that in the 1990s, in the first decade of the 20th century, his books disappeared from bookstores. So we thought that maybe he was too old, that nobody would be interested in 1984, that it's only a historical phenomenon. And then there was the election in the United States, and Donald Trump won. And several days later, I looked at the top 10 books in Amazon, and Orwell was ranked as the first. So the readers are very sensitive to this dystopic literature, and they will find it without the movie. Any more questions? Kasia Witek, which branch of Democracy Defense Committee? I would like to get back to the topic of election. I would like to ask you whether our courage does not result from the fact that the right for the decisions, for the choices, had to be fought for. So it took years, and now somebody is taking this right to vote from us. So somebody is using hate to discourage us from watching your movie, what we should do, what we shouldn't. Somebody is telling us what to do if we have pregnancy, if we are pregnant and the fetus is not healthy. So we have no choices. We are forced to do things. We are deprived of the choice. I don't understand this logic. I understand that you are discouraged towards politicians, but it can be either worse or better. So let's choose better. And women should know better because we are very concrete. We are focused on care. So there is a difference whether there will be more care or less. I am sure that Kasia Witek is very much involved and she is a fighter. Her fight is very intensive. Well, this topic of election, of choices, I mean my choices, life choices. So I made some choices and I did a lot of things. Every day I had to make some choices. And there are either more difficult or easier choices, but the most difficult choices, when assessed by outsiders, assessed as the most difficult ones, in a way, in my life, I don't know whether you have a similar experience, so in a way, they were the easiest ones for me. It's back. So Agnieszka, our time is up, so thank you very much for the movie and for everything, not only for the movies, that we thank you for being able to see you in the streets. I'm a street boy and it means a lot to me. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and see you next year in the Freedom Games.
It's not always easy to recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it. And how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if
Wszystko zaczęło się od króla Jagiełły. Mała Łodzia stała się miastem, które w XIX wieku rozwijało się najszybciej na świecie. W ciągu zaledwie 60 lat od powstania pierwszej manufaktury powstaje przemysłowa, wielonarodowościowa metropolia. Jednak wiatry historii nie zawsze jej sprzyjały. To, co zniszczył los, odbudowują łodzianie. Nasza Łódź. Miasto wielkich szans. Od 600 lat w sercu Polski i Europy.
Jesteśmy Polakami. Jesteśmy niezwykłym społeczeństwem. Zawsze w obliczu wielkiego wyzwania potrafimy się mobilizować. Potrafimy stawić czoła wielkim wyzwaniom. Bo nie potrafimy stać obojętnie. Bo obchodzi nas bezpieczeństwo i przyszłość naszych dzieci. Bo wierzymy, że nadzieja zwycięża apatię, lęk i strach. Bo mimo wszelkich przeciwności nigdy się nie poddajemy. Potrafimy ciężko pracować, wspierać się i działać razem. Bo zależy nam na naszej ojczyźnie, naszym osiedlu, naszej ulicy. Bo chcemy naszych niezbywalnych praw i wolności. Bo nie oddamy naszych marzeń. Nadchodzi punkt zwrotny.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for joining us at this panel. We will be talking about a very timely issue, a very big question, both in Brussels and in the European neighborhoods. It's enlargement. My name is Maria Lesina. I'm from the European Liberal Forum, one of the organizers of the Freedom Games. And today I have with me a very interesting and complementary panel of speakers. Some of them are online. I will present everyone in a few seconds. And first, just to give the overall view on the importance of this topic, enlargement of the European Union for a long time has been considered one of the most successful policies of the EU, the one that brought the most added value, the biggest input, and opened new horizons for the European Union. But then, for a few years, it was considered already a stalemate, a stalled policy, which is not going to go anywhere, which is not going to move forward, because the European Union was said to become too big, too complicated, and new members, despite their own will, were not getting any clarity on the prospects of them joining the EU. And then the war in Ukraine has happened, which gave a completely new boost, a very unfortunate and sad boost to the wake-up call for the European Union. But that's how it usually happens with the EU. The European Union evolves through crisis, and this huge crisis put back on the agenda the question of enlargement, the question of accepting new members and revising, re-envisioning the whole concept of the European Union. And this is something which we'll be talking about today. The practicalities of the enlargement, the political situation around this question, and also all the scope of questions which this issue brings up on the European agenda about how the EU envisions itself and how to move ahead. So as I said, with me today we have already 3 speakers. We might have the fourth one joining, hopefully, if everything goes well with the connection. With me on the stage, I have Dariusz Rosati, a member of the Polish Sejm, a former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Poland, also former member of the European Parliament, and a long-time proponent of the enlargement of the European Union. Also, we have Mira Kaneva from Bulgaria. She's the associate professor of political science from Sofia University and also one of the authors and contributors to the European Liberal Forum's work on the enlargement, and she has many ideas on the practicalities of this very complicated issue. Yes, now I see that we have two Romanian speakers connected online. Very happy to have everyone on board. We have Kira Rudik from Ukraine. She's a Ukrainian politician, member of the Ukrainian parliament and leader of the oppositionary Golos party, and also vice president of the ALDE party, European Alliance of Liberals and Democrats. And finally, we have Goran Buldovsky, the Executive Director of Open Society Europe and Central Asia, a very well-known expert on enlargement. So we have two politicians, two experts. Very much welcome to everyone. And I hope we'll have a very interesting discussion. So first of all, I would like to start with a question to everyone, one after another, because this is a very interesting moment in European discussions on this question, because throughout the past couple of years, we had the candidate countries, the long-standing candidate countries from the Western Balkans, and then recent candidate countries, Ukraine and Moldova, very much pushing for the enlargement on their part. And Brussels and European capitals were seen as resistant to this big change. And what I personally see from Brussels in the past couple of months, I see a very big shift in the narrative inside the Brussels. We see the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, talking about enlargement. We see French President Emmanuel Macron talking about enlargement. We have this very big prominence of this topic inside the EU, and everyone seems to be agreeing that enlargement needs to happen. The question is how and when. And I would like to ask all of you, what is your perception, because we have different countries, different visions. What is the political narrative around this topic inside the countries which you work on and represent, and on the overall level from the center of the EU? I think I can start in the order in which I introduce the speakers. Dariusz, if you...
Yes, good afternoon, and thanks for the invitation, and thank you for the introduction. As you rightly pointed out, I think we've seen a radical change of attitude in Brussels over the last, let's say, over the last year or year and a half, and this has been, of course, influenced largely by the events in the East, that is Russia's aggression against Ukraine. And since then, both the enlargement issue has become one of the top points of the debate, European debate, Euro-strategic debate. But apart from that, we also have, and this is not only because, of course, in the center of this debate was Ukraine's future and Ukraine's chances for membership in the European Union, but because of that, also the discussion about enlargement towards Western Balkans, as you also mentioned, accelerated. Because if we look at this process, then we see that practical integration of the Western Balkans has come to a stalemate over the last several years. There is not so much progress, there is not so much enthusiasm, both on the side of the EU and also on the side of the countries interested. But the Russian aggression, I think, has changed completely the environment, the political environment, and what we have witnessed in Brussels was I must say, a very dramatic, astonishing even, political unity among all EU member states when it comes to the prospects of enlargement. So now almost everybody is in favor. But of course, the question is, as you said, how and when? And I think that it is easy to make political declarations. Of course, we've heard a lot of declarations by European leaders, not all of them, of course, but the most important ones. They, of course, in principle, support the idea of enlargement, including Ukraine and also Western Balkans, and also Moldova, perhaps Georgia also in the near future. But after these, there must be some moment when deeds have to follow the words, of course. And here we see that there may be some difficulties on this process. I would like to simply start with saying that in order for enlargement, especially in the case of Ukraine, but also the other countries, candidate countries, some preconditions have to be met. Preconditions both on the side of candidate countries and on the side of the EU. Because when we look at the current status quo, then we can say that neither Ukraine or other countries, nor the EU is ready for the enlargement. On the part of the candidate countries, the process of reforming their economies, of adjusting their institutional structure to the standards, to the European standards, improving the conditions for competitive market economy, improving the judiciary system, fighting against corruption. This is all, still in the process. And clearly, when we read the reports by the European Commission, where we can read to what extent the countries, they meet the required criteria for membership, the famous Copenhagen criteria, then we see that none of them actually at this point fulfills these criteria, and still there is a lot of work to be done on the part of those countries. The other important issue is that also the economic situation in those countries is not so, I would say, favorable, especially, of course, we have in mind Ukraine, which is in the state of war. And this is, I would say, another important or critical complication in this process, which we have to keep in mind. Never in its history, European Union has, admitted a country as member which was in the state of open war with another country. So here we are on, I would say, uncharted waters, and we have to find a way in which we could help Ukraine and open the door to Ukraine without knowing actually when and with what result the war will finally end. But as I said, there are also obstacles on the side of the EU, because the EU is also not ready to accept new members. And what I have in mind are two areas, actually. The first one is the EU budget. If we agree that we should proceed with quick accession of Ukraine and other countries, then the EU budget has to increase dramatically. Only the reconstruction of Ukraine, according to the studies that have been made, reconstruction of Ukraine would probably require at least 600 or 700 billion euro. And this is, as I said, a tentative figure, because the damages which are done by the Russian aggressor, they are accumulating every day, practically. So this is a huge amount of money, and the question arises to what extent the Western countries can be ready to finance this. Of course, we welcome the declaration by Ursula von der Leyen and by the European Union that a special fund for Ukraine, Ukrainian facility, is going to be created within the next budget, but this will cover only 50 billion euro, which is, of course, largely insufficient to cover all the needs. And remember, we have also other countries that are queuing to get the membership, and they also will require quite substantial financial assistance. So the budget is number one problem. If the member states don't agree on the radical extension of the budget, and if they don't agree that they have to tax their citizens in order to help Ukraine and other members and the other candidate countries, then we cannot proceed forward. And imagine Prime Minister Orban, who wants to tax his citizens, saying that, okay, this money will go for the support of Ukraine. Now, imagine our government. And the Prime Minister who comes on TV and says, okay, look, we have to impose a special tax, we have to support our Ukrainian friends. This may be difficult. And these are just examples. And the second area of problem, of course, is the need to institutional reform in the European Union. We know from the signals that are coming from the capitals that under the present institutional setup, there can be no enlargement. This has been made clear by the French president, by the German chancellor, and by many other leaders. The European Union, if it is to enlarge, to include 7, 8, 9 countries from the Balkans and from the East, so increasing the number of member states to some like 30, 35, then of course we need a new institutional setup and especially a new system of decision-making. And this is made clear by especially Western leaders. They say, we have to, if we want at the same time maintain the cohesion of the Union, we need to shift in many areas from unanimity voting towards qualified majority voting. Because otherwise, if we don't do that, then with the membership of 35, we risk that the decision-making mechanism will be slow and the European Union will be simply unable to take decisions. And if we discuss these projects, right, these proposals to change the voting system, that would mean that the Union should go in the direction of more, I would say, federal type of organization. And we are aware that not all the countries, not all the member states are in favor of that direction. We have countries that are openly against this direction. So the question is how we solve this contradiction. On the one hand, we see encouraging, as I say, encouraging voices coming from Paris and Berlin and other capitals that, okay, we should proceed as fast as possible to give membership to Ukraine and other countries. But there are preconditions, and these preconditions are not accepted by all. So maybe I stop at this moment. I can then, if I have another chance for Europe, then I would develop maybe arguments in favor or against quick enlargement in order to discuss what are the chances, in fact, to make this process really taking place in the horizon that would be, the horizon that would be accepted by both sides, by the Europeans and also by Ukrainian people and other countries that are waiting and that are very much interested in getting to the European Union as soon as possible.
Thank you very much. This is indeed a very good outline of all the dilemmas and contradictions which are brought up by bringing up of the issue of enlargement, and they will indeed need to be solved in a new way, which has never been solved before. And since you talked so much about Ukraine, and Ukraine indeed is a very big factor in this conversation, I think I will give the floor next to Kira. Kira, you are very much involved on both sides. You can be seen as a mediator between Ukrainian side and European side. And what is your perception, maybe some reflections to what Dariusz has said, and what is your understanding of the current political moment?
Hello, thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure and privilege to be speaking to all of you. Behind me, you see the flags of Ukraine, of my party, and flags of NATO and European Union. And it is because it is written in Ukrainian constitution, the will of Ukrainian people, that our direction is towards NATO and towards European Union. And right now, though we are all fighting the terrifying war that Russia started on us, there is a huge hope amongst Ukrainian people that we would have this as a window of opportunity to have this huge stride towards achieving those goals. As a parliamentarian, I can tell you that we are working extremely hard to complete all the requirements that we received. So, for example, from Verkhovna Rada point, for all the 7 points for candidacy that we have received last year, working in secrecy and gathering under the closed doors, we have voted for all the changes that were required from us, all the 7 points of requirements for the candidacy that were needed. So as for the current state, we wouldn't know for sure before we hear the report of European Commission that should come within the next couple of months. However, from what we have heard from Mrs. Ursula von der Leyen on the recent statement, it was that the enlargement and all the candidacy and then the membership should be given based on the results. And we do understand that. And from Ukrainian people's side, we see it as a huge opportunity that our partners in the European Union would keep this pressure on the government, on the ruling party, to make sure that the necessary changes would not only be on the legislation side, which we have basically completed, but also on the execution side, which would take more time, and obviously not all the people in charge are interested in making those changes. And we see that there are some blockers and stoppers which is very hard to overcome. However, given that there are, we call it a sandwich situation, when there is a pressure from our partners to implement the reforms, and there is a pressure from Ukrainian people that really demand the government not to forfeit this chance that we have. So this is why this opportunity for us to get the reforms has very good chances. And every single day we are working towards towards making sure that we have some of the items from our lists to have them completed. Every single time Ukrainian parliament is gathering, we have a list of legislations to harmonize our legislation with the EU. And in our list, it is marked with the small EU flag. And usually those changes, they get the constitutional majority of the votes, because everyone understands that we really have to move forward slowly but steadily. There are two other angles that I would like to discuss, and the first and foremost is the geopolitical one. So I totally understand what Darius was saying about the issues that are in EU itself and the problems and complications that would come with the EU enlargement. But the question that I have here is, what is the alternative? And then, like, what would happen if the enlargement would not be the path that EU takes? Because you see, the countries that are not members of EU right now, and the countries that are candidates or that are aspiring to be candidates, they are the countries where basically the East faces West, and where the fight for democracy, fight against the totalitarian regimes and dominations of Russia and China happen. The key narrative regarding integration to European Union that Russian regime has is they do not want you there. They do not want you in EU. They do not need you in EU. And these narratives we hear in Western Balkans. We heard them in Ukraine before the full-scale invasion. We hear them loud and clear in Moldova, and definitely we hear them as very strong voices in Georgia. Recently, we have heard from President of Turkey that if EU does not want Turkey, then Turkey may give up on EU. And this is exactly what the political changes in the countries that tend to fall under more authoritarian regimes, this is exactly the narratives that would be used, including the countries that are members of the EU. And the question is of what are the exact steps, not only promises, but actually the physical steps that need to be taken to overcome this issue. We have discussed with Maria many times the question of the gradual integration, or like having the exact list of items on the wall that countries need to commit to, and the timelines related to that. Because the main issue that we see right now is that it's kind of both sides agree that it needs to happen. Both sides are keen for things to happen, but nobody knows when. Like, for example, there is still the question of when Ukraine can become potentially a member of European Union. There is no answer for that for Western Balkans. There is no answer for all the other countries as well. And though both sides are saying, oh, the ball is on your court, authoritarian regimes strive on it. And so when we are discussing the issue of EU extension for all the countries that are non-EU members but really want to, I would encourage everyone to rise up a couple of abstractions or a couple of levels up and ask, like, what is the end game? What is the goal that we are pursuing? Because basically the moment the EU turns its face on the country, there are many others to bring up their influence. And we know that it is both Russia and China that are really hoping that the unity that is there right now within the European countries, within the democratic countries of the whole world, that at some point it would break up. And the question, the great geopolitical question of what does EU have to answer to that, aside of the promises of extension, of expansion. I don't think that there was any other time in Ukraine's history when we felt Europe and Europeans, and when we were so grateful and so integrated within EU, both by having so many of refugees and members of the families going back and forth and trying to figure out how to straighten our ties. On a political level, I think it is absolutely possible to do all the things that are required. There is a second topic that I want to raise to respond to Dariush's question on money. As of right now, we understand that it would be over $1 trillion to rebuild Ukraine. And it is obvious that we would not have this amount of money in the nearest future, because even right now we depend on our allies to support us. And for overseeing future, we would depend on everyone right now. So there is a topic that is very painful for our European partners, but it's worth bringing up. It is seizing and using Russian state assets for the sake of Ukraine, or covering for Ukraine's reconstruction. As of right now, there is $500 billion of Russian assets stored in frozen and stored in the countries of EU, in Canada, in the United States, and Japan. These money are right now frozen, and there was a commitment from European Commission to figure out a way of using them for the sake of Ukraine. As of right now, there is not an agreement of a proper legal way of doing that. However, this is the path that I see probably the only path of resolving an issue of Ukraine requiring those tremendous funds. So while we should be, and answering to Dariush, I wonder what's more complicated to do, to come to people of European countries and say, here is the tax that you will have to pay to support Ukraine, or figuring out a legal way of using Russian assets that are frozen and seized, and really making Russia very much frustrated. Those are not easy decisions, but I truly believe that finding a legal way on the proper usage of Russian money is a bit easier than figuring out an additional taxation on people of Europe who are supporting us right now, for which we are incredibly grateful.
Thank you very much, Kira. It was a very passionate, and I cannot resonate more on myself, Ukrainian. It's indeed a view from Ukraine. As you can say, all Ukrainians are fully into the enlargement, into the EU accession state of mind. And here I would like to give the floor to Goran to give us a bit of an overview, if you can summarize how does it look from the Western Balkans, because you work a lot on that region as well, and I know that some of the countries are at this point already very disappointed with how long it took them. What is the mood in that region?
Yeah, thank you very much, and apologies for being on the screen. In a way, I have to prove my feminist credentials by taking care of my kids this weekend. Now, looking from not only from the Balkans perspective, I reside in Berlin and follow these debates in many different levels. The key issue is that we heard the previous speakers speaking about a lot of different issues. My framing about this is that actually the EU accession debate has become the cork of the bottle that contains the genie of the entire future of the EU debate. And in a way, the Russian aggression on Ukraine, or rather the full-scale aggression, has let that genie out of the bottle. So we really have, we have to be very clear that this is first and foremost a debate that actually the EU member states are having about their own future, and where the accession is a litmus test that actually they cannot avoid. Like in the past, before the aggression on Ukraine, as we all witnessed and we heard the earlier speakers, there was a stalemate on the Western Balkan accession, and that could be afforded. There was also a stalemate on the relationships towards Turkey. Now that time is over. And what's interestingly enough is actually the candidate countries, especially some of them, have more choices than what EU does. Because from a geopolitical and geoeconomic perspective, EU at this moment, with everything that's happening in Ukraine, but not only, cannot afford to basically push the business as usual, because actually it will be very much on the losing side. Now, when we come, I just want to make one point to basically reinforce what other speakers said. There is a major challenge around Ukraine. And we heard it not only about the price tag of the reconstruction, but also a lot of unpopular for many voters, and in particular for some politicians, including some in Central and Eastern Europe, measures that will provide the funds. But I think it's absolutely fundamental that the EU thinks of Ukraine holistically, and it builds the reconstruction framework in the future of the mechanisms for the EU accession. And that's why this is important, because it's very unrealistic that it will be able to mainstream Ukraine in all the policies. It will be very difficult to, in parallel, have an accession and then renegotiate with its own members the common agricultural policy or the cohesion funds. And I do believe that part of the solutions will lie in not only using the war as a pretext, but that's actually a very important difference, to have actually negotiations which will be tailored to the conditions on the ground and very much will account for the specificities of the Ukraine. When it comes to the Western Balkans and your specific questions, EU has actually a number of problems, not only with itself and making a decision about that, but actually in a way how to overcome a lot of roadblocks. One of them is not only the stale process and the changing, but as well that EU no longer is trusted in the Balkan capitals. I'm a national of North Macedonia. My country is a great example of delivering on various conditions, or in order just still to be in the waiting room. And then other leaders take it as an example to say, "Oh, look, you delivered on all of this, and still you were, you're not negotiating fully and properly for the EU accession, and new conditions abound." Now, that doesn't mean, North Macedonia committed, and they will have to resolve with the change of the constitution, the agreement that they made after the bilateral dispute with Bulgaria, and probably many other disputes. But we are talking here about some fundamental problems also with the bilateral disputes. First and foremost of those, the dispute between Belgrade and Pristina. And this is not only a bilateral dispute in the Balkans. This has large ramifications as long as 5 EU member states have not recognized Kosovo. And this also will have large ramifications in terms of not only geopolitics, but as well what type of countries EU is ready to allow into accession into its frame. Because, even in the best outcome with Ukraine, with the war that's happening now in Ukraine, or even in the best outcome with Moldova, still we will deal with contested territories and territories that they will need to be sorted out in terms of governance in the years to come. And this is really fundamental. And there we come with one of the other issues where actually, to some extent, let me call it, EU has a clear Serbia problem. This is not to point out Serbia just being critical. Actually, Serbia and its leader, Vucic, have been very pragmatic. But their pragmatism meant balancing the different powers, not putting most of their eggs, and I'm not saying even all, but most of their eggs in the EU basket. And that also shows, in a way, how a relatively small, for Balkan terms actually large, but relatively small in the EU terms, can play this game of a balancing act, which I think is a very, very, not only unfortunate for the region, but it's also a very unfortunate roadblock in the accession process. Now, let me just finish with the how and whens that were mentioned before. And I think it's really important that we have a clarity about this, because if we only talk about the problems, we will really get bogged down. I think the first and important issue, and the first speaker mentioned it, is really not to wait only for crisis to spring into action European Union. Its geopolitics must be proactive and not only reactive. And in the case of EU accession, they have a clear example where they can do that. They have to start the negotiations. They also have to put for themselves and the countries that want to accede in the EU a very ambitious deadline. Many people advocate for 2030, which sounds unrealistic. But I believe that actually putting something which is a concrete deadline would give us a very clear indication of success or failure, with all the criteria and all the measures that were mentioned before. A number of people talked about staged accession. I mean, there's the SEPS proposal. We also heard about other proposals. I think they bring some solutions, and probably they should be used in the coming negotiations, not only the very complicated negotiation model that we have now on the table, but actually try to simplify and as well adjust the negotiation. And here, when I say adjust, this is not to give favors, but it's unrealistic to expect that Ukraine will not need adjustments because of the special situation they are. It's also unrealistic that the countries that are pretty small in the Balkans will not need certain adjustments of the framework. And again, this is not giving favors, this is being practical. Last but not least, I think EU should learn how to play hardball with the toughest players, not only with the weakest. And I think that's yet to come. And this is easier said than done, because when we talk about the European unity, that means also a unity to take maybe even unpopular measures. And that means not only giving the sticks along the carrots, but also that means being very clear about its own economic might. Because eventually, if you look at the economic picture, and we just commissioned at the Open Society Foundation a very telling study about the regional markets, the Open Balkan Initiative, and the Berlin process, in which actually the future of the economic development for the region clearly lies with the European markets, not with its own regional market. And that also gives a lot of incentives. But I stop there. I think we also have to discuss quite a lot of geoeconomics in addition to geopolitics when we talk about accession. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much. And concerning the stage integration template, indeed, it's one of the ways that was discussed quite broadly and is being still discussed in Brussels, in the candidate countries' capitals. And the European Liberal Forum has also done quite a lot of work on this framework. If you would like to know more about it, our stand, we have our publication, which is indeed based on a SEPS template, but we suggested some modifications how to make this process even more tangible, including the deadlines, because deadlines is indeed introducing the notion of temporality, some mutual understanding of how long this process should take and what we can consider indeed failure or success. It's a very big factor on both sides. And at this point, I would like to give the floor to Mira, because you work a lot on the on analyzing the whole process of previous waves of enlargement, and what is your perception on the level of models that can work, lessons that can be taken from previous waves, and do you think the methodology itself needs to change, not only the political narrative, which is already changing from?
Good afternoon, and thank you for the kind invitation on behalf of the EOF. Okay, as far as I see it, first of all, European integration is a process and a constant process, and I see enlargement as something indispensable. But for a year and more, a year now, it has become visibly indispensable, this enlargement, and this is due to the conflict, to the war in Ukraine. What I've seen from the previous experience of the European Union, just comparing the experience of, for example, Central European states and Eastern European states, is that crises somehow make enlargement necessary. They become an impetus for the enlargement. We can see this after the end of the Cold War, and crises also act as a kind of impetus or stimulus for the European Union to reform as well. And this is like two-sided process. I think one of the speakers mentioned it. We can see it in, for example, in the Maastricht Treaty, then in the Lisbon Treaty. But what we see now is not like this succession of crises, because we see these constant crises since 2008, starting from the financial crisis, then in the Eurozone, you know, the Arab Spring, the revolutions, and then the migration crisis and the COVID crisis. They acted in a controversial way to enlargement. Yes, they consolidated support. The European Union became aware of this solidarity principle, but still enlargement was the background. So the enlargement perspective stood over there, especially for the Western Balkans. What we see with the war in Ukraine is that these soft threats have become hard threats. With Russia, China, although the threat from China has been for several years, especially with the Western Balkans, because China also presents a kind of alternative to European enlargement, right? Because China is seen as an investor who doesn't require any conditionality. Yes, I think that enlargement is a kind of indispensable because it grants a civilizational status. I remember when the debate on enlargement happened in the 1990s in Bulgaria. It was presented, there was a big financial crisis that nearly left us to bankruptcy. Yes, this is how, for example, the currency board happened. And then the enlargement and Bulgaria's accession to the EU was presented as a civilizational choice. So I think that both on behalf of Brussels and also on behalf of the political elites, because sometimes there is some split among them, this should be presented as such a civilizational choice. Should all these states become part of the international community or a society of civilized states, in contrast to autocracies, totalitarian states, and the like. As for, yes, and of course, what I'd also would like to emphasize is that integration is a more complex process because it happens on the horizontal plane, so to say, in terms of geography. The accession of new states, but at the same time it happens vertically. For example, joining the Eurozone and the Schengen area and the like, because you asked what is the perspective, the Bulgarian perspective. Right now, Bulgaria is obsessed with the accession to Schengen and Eurozone. I see that this is also debated kind of Poland, maybe. Yes, and also being like a kind of mentor, the leading example. It's a bit controversial for the Western Balkans. Yes, I see the methodology, accession methodology as merit-based, and of course there should be some, it should become more practical, as the previous speakers mentioned, somehow linked to deadlines, because otherwise, as this happens with the Western Balkans, they become discouraged and they can look for alternatives elsewhere. Okay.
Concerning deadlines, we just noticed a very positive sign, which I consider a signal. The Commissioner for Enlargement, Varhelyi, was just a few days ago, he said that he is actually in favor of introducing deadlines, which was not the case before at all, and that's what I mean. There are signs coming from Brussels that there is understanding that this needs to happen, and it doesn't matter how difficult it is, doesn't matter how many questions it brings up, the enlargement needs to happen. So everyone is busy with the trying to come up with a template which would actually work and make this process a bit more tangible. But then indeed, there are so many big questions which you will need to solve, and they are not solvable within a year or two. It will be, it just signifies the whole new stage of the European Union development. And there is no way back, there is only way forward. And I think at this point everyone already agrees. After the first shock of the war on the continent, now this is already sent into motion, and now it's really the moment to push for changes, and the role of the candidate countries will of course be also very strong. I thank very much all the speakers. We still have a few minutes left if there are questions from the audience. I cannot see well from here. If you have questions, please be brief. You can still come to like 1-2 minutes. Other than that, I would probably give all the speakers a chance, like last 20-30 seconds of closure remarks, because you brought up so many questions and you all commented on each other. What are your overall predictions and expectations from the coming year, let's say, especially looking ahead of the Commission's recommendations and decision on Ukraine and Moldova to open the negotiations, not to open, and then either what will be the situation in the Western Balkans also? Will this, if there is a positive signal to Ukraine and Moldova, how is it? What message does it send to the Western Balkans? Will it be perceived as enlargement is full speed ahead, or Ukraine and Moldova are being taken ahead of us? Which, please be brief. I'm very sorry I cannot give you more than 30 minutes each, but yes, Darius, please go ahead. 30 seconds.
I'm very much in favor of the enlargement, but as it has been made clear, it depends on fulfillment of certain preconditions, both on the side of the candidate countries and on the side of the European Union. And given that, I would warn against unrealistic and perhaps naive even expectations. This is going to take time. And this is not because, as I said, there is a general reluctance vis-à-vis the enlargement. No, I think there is a prevailing view in Europe that Ukraine has to be admitted and also Western Balkans finally have to join. But as I say, formidable obstacles are on the way to that final goal, right? I very much agree with Kira, what she said about the Russian assets frozen in the West, right? That may solve the problem of the adjustment of the budget, which is always very negotiation over the budget. This is a nightmare, as you know, in the European Union. So if we could find a legal solution on that, but the Western countries, they are afraid of going shortcuts in this. Of course, we can use the money which is from the incomes from those assets, but to do something with the assets, the Western countries wants to some kind of a legal ground for that. So we see, but when it comes, I know, but when it comes to the decision-making process, decision-making reform, this is even more difficult than the budgetary situation. And there are so many opposing views in the European Union that I must say I'm not pessimistic, but I'm realistic in this sense that it will take time, unfortunately, and to create false expectations that it may be done overnight or within 1 year or 2 years would be probably counterproductive.
Thank you. I think we're given a couple of more minutes of what I can see on the screen. Thank you. Yeah.
To continue, maybe.
I think it was exhaustive for now. Kira, please be brief.
I know that we were talking today about practicalities. We are talking about the reality and that we should be thinking large and strategically. But I'm here also representing Ukrainian people. And I can tell you the main fuel that we are running on is hope. And what we need to give Ukrainian people is a hope and some path on how it would happen. I want to share a very brief story from last year before we get the candidacy to European Union. Many of my friends, volunteers, engineers, workers, they were going to the front and there were 2 flags that they were tying to their backpacks. One was Ukrainian flag and one was a flag of European Union. And when there were negotiations to get to the candidacy status, my main fear was, what would I tell those people who are fighting right now for us? Can I tell them that they were fighting under the wrong flag? So right now, I want to bring you all not only to the big questions and complications and legal issues and the budget nightmare, but also to the reason why we do what we do. Bigger goal of democracy and freedom and truth, overcoming authoritarian regimes and injustice. About people who live in Ukraine, who are thinking about their European path, not as about something that is very practical, but mostly like about the goal and acknowledging of the point that we belong, that we are not Russians and not Russians' brother and not anything like that, that we are Europeans because we share the same values, because we are willing to fight for those values. And every time when we are talking about the challenges and the struggles and impossibilities, I want all of us to keep it here in the heart, in this bigger idea why European Union was created, for what it was created and for whom it was created. With that, thank you so much and glory to Ukraine.
Thank you very much, Kira. Goran, I think we can give you 15 seconds. I'm sorry.
No problem.
You're muted.
Living in, can you hear me? Yeah. Living in Berlin, I have a daily dose of reality. So when I talk about deadlines, actually, I talk about deadlines not only for the accession countries. This is also a deadline for the EU internal debate, because even as the EU is now with 27 member states, it cannot operate and it cannot decide. Macron speaks about multi-speed Europe. Mira Kaneva actually alert to it. We already exist in partial multi-speed Europe. But I just want to alert that actually this debate about accession may soon become a fundamental debate, in particular in Central and Eastern Europe. And you're in Poland. That will be one of the key countries where we'll discuss whether multi-speed Europe means that some existing members will become second or third tier member states. And when I talk about the deadlines, to me, in a way, and talk about the accession as a litmus test, that means that the accession conversation unearths these fundamental questions. And those fundamental questions, even with or without accession, they have to be answered. And the timeline for those is not more generous than 7 years. Probably it's even shorter. I stop there, although I would gladly talk about economy and money, but maybe in some other occasion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mira, if you can put it in 15 seconds so we don't... Yeah.
Okay, because your question, as far as you remember, is whether we're optimistic or rather pessimistic. I'm quite optimistic about the accession of the Western Balkans because I see them as the missing parts of the jigsaw puzzle. I'm also between pragmatic and optimistic about Ukraine and Moldova, and I hope that they can gain from the best practices of accession in packages, as was with the Visegrad group, or having the mentorship, the example, for example, Romania and Moldova, or Poland and Ukraine. They can be the example for them. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all the speakers. Thank you for the audience for staying with us. And I'm not surprised that we had to cross the time limit because it's indeed a very complicated and very timely topic. Thank you for joining us for it, and please come to the European Liberal Forum stand. We have a lot of publication on this issue because we're working quite a lot on this issue. Thank you very much I hope everyone got food for reflection. Thank you.
It's not always easy to recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it. And how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
Ihre Ausreise.
Jestem z zawodu lekarzem, zajmowała się diagnostyką chorób nowotworowych. Białorusi zajmowałam się mikrobiologią i molekularną biologią.
Byłem nauczycielem szkoły podstawowej.
Naszym celem jest budowanie umiejętności, które są ważne na polskim rynku pracy.
Szybko nabierają takiej pewności siebie, bardzo szybko się uczą.
Wszystko możliwe, kiedy starasz się.
Każdy wybór ma swoje konsekwencje.
Dziś na kazaniu o takich jak ty mówili, że to morderczynie.
A wiesz, że ta, która ci pomogła, trafi za kraty?
Trzeba mieć sumienie.
Jak mogłaś to zrobić własnej matce?
Aborcja to najgorsza zbrodnia.
Gdybym ja podjęła taką decyzję, nie byłoby cię tutaj.
Organy państwa nie będą przyglądać się temu obojętnie.
Życie i zdrowie kobiety jest najważniejsze.
Stop kryminalizacji aborcji.
Kobieta decyduje.
Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry. Pan Zbigniew Hołdys.
Zgadza się. Dla znajomych Zbyszek.
Serio? Zbyszek. Nadchodzące wybory są zbyt ważne, żeby zostawić je bez kontroli. Dołącz do obywatelskiej kontroli wyborów. Zróbmy wybory bez picu.
Wszystko zaczęło się od króla Jagiełły. Mała Łodzia stała się miastem, które w XIX wieku rozwijało się najszybciej na świecie. W ciągu zaledwie 60 lat od powstania pierwszej manufaktury powstaje przemysłowa, wielonarodowościowa metropolia. Jednak wiatry historii nie zawsze jej sprzyjały. To, co zniszczył los, odbudowują łodzianie. Nasza Łódź. Miasto wielkich szans. Od 600 lat w sercu Polski i Europy.
Jesteśmy Polakami. Jesteśmy niezwykłym społeczeństwem. Zawsze w obliczu wielkiego wyzwania potrafimy się mobilizować. Potrafimy stawić czoła wielkim wyzwaniom. Bo nie potrafimy stać obojętnie. Bo obchodzi nas bezpieczeństwo i przyszłość naszych dzieci. Bo wierzymy, że nadzieja zwycięża apatię, lęk i strach. Bo mimo wszelkich przeciwności nigdy się nie poddajemy. Potrafimy ciężko pracować, wspierać się i działać razem. Bo zależy nam na naszej ojczyźnie, naszym osiedlu, naszej ulicy. Bo chcemy naszych niezbywalnych praw i wolności. Bo nie oddamy naszych marzeń. Nadchodzi punkt zwrotny.
Dzień dobry Państwu. Dziękujemy za
Good
obecność.
afternoon, ladies
Widzę, że
and
sala się
gentlemen.
powoli
I can see
wypełnia.
more people
Witam
coming
Państwa na dyskusji o
to
tym,
this
jak odpolitycznić
room. Welcome to the
gospodarkę.
discussion on
Ona
how
będzie
to
dotyczyć
depoliticize
trochę szerszego
the
spektrum, nie
economy.
tylko
It's going
czegoś,
to apply
co
to a
było dyskutowane
broader
chyba na jednym z sesji
topic
przed chwilą,
than the
czyli
one
spółek Skarbu Państwa, ale
discussed
szerszej obecności
in
polityków
the
gospodarce.
State
Mamy
Treasury Companies
czwórkę
panel. We've got
osób na scenie. Przedstawię
four
od
panelists.
lewej
Let me
strony.
start
Artur
from the
Dziambor,
left.
wolnościowcy
Artur
i Trzecia Droga.
Dziambor, wolnościowcy and Trzecia Droga.
Katarzyna Lubnauer,
Katarzyna
Nowoczesna i Koalicja
Lubnauer,
Obywatelska.
Nowoczesna and Civic Coalition.
Michał Kobosko.
Michał Kobosko.
2050, Trzecia Droga.
The Third Route, Polska 2050 and Izabela Leszczyna, Civic Platform and Civic Coalition.
Więc mamy dwa takie makro duże obozy, ale
We've got like macro areas with smaller fields within, so we'll see whether there are any differences in the opinions, which is good because this offers valuable choice and more room to maneuver for voters. I would like the audience to think about the questions that you will ask towards the end of our meeting. That's I would like to ask everybody for discipline in your speeches. Let's start with referring to and criticizing what is happening nowadays. That same question goes to each panelist. Let's start from Izabela Leszczyna. In your opinion, the worst examples of extreme politicizing of the economy, and could you please critically highlight the worst managed or the worst operating state treasury company? Good afternoon in Łódź. Thank you for inviting me. I would like to answer the question in the following way. However, we need to start with saying that the most dangerous thing for the economy is that we've got political state institutions and bodies regulating economic processes. This is the core of the bad things happening around. It would be easier to get rid of people who were appointed by their political parties and to give economy into the hands of specialists. The institutions will be pivotal, and cleaning after Law and Justice should start with that. If I were to mention two institutions rather than companies, a kind of institution is the National Recovery Plan. The fact that we don't have it results from politicizing the economy. We need the National Recovery Plan, and the economy needs it as well. The very fact that we do not have the National Recovery Plan is because the ruling party's politicians cannot be punished, and hence we've got politicized courts. So consequently, we have been deprived of 280 billion zlotys. One more institution which affects the economic situation and the financial situation of each of us is the National Bank of Poland. This is the institution that contradicts its constitutional mission, and it does not fulfill its constitutional objective. The interest rates at zero level were kept too long. I don't mean the president's political stand-ups, because they undermine credibility. This is not the way the National Bank should communicate with consumers and with the market. It affects inflation rate expectations and the value of money. The last decision, which actually was Kaczyński's and Glapiński's decision, is like jumping into the swimming pool without water. We can see what happened to the Polish currency, and it will definitely contribute to long-lasting inflation. I will just stop here. And the worst managed company? Is there any company in any state treasury company which is managed well? It is like in communism for party activists. They are managed to the detriment of the Polish raison d'etat, and we have the example of Orlen and its board. There is no need to convince anybody here why. Michał Kobosko, the same question. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Freedom Games, and thank you for inviting me to this debate. This is one of the key components of our democratic opposition's mindset. We represent two alliances. We do not have the new left wing, which could be of a different opinion. However, sitting here discussing and exchanging opinions, we know that would be the first thing to do after the election. Marek, you will ask about our plans in the second part, but actually we have heard all of the answers from Ms. Leszczyna. We are all struck by what the National Bank of Poland does. There is not a single person affected by it. And this is being linked to political party in the purest form. We have had various presidents of the National Bank of Poland. Each of them had their experience, authority, and the person in office now has only the power and manages our life every day. In addition to having stupid performances and stand-ups, they've got the nuclear button they can press and increase or decrease the interest rates. I cannot see. You tried to ask which company is doing worst. I suppose it applies to all companies. It's not only about Mr. Obajtek, but the whole system of considering the whole economy, and not only economy in Poland. The party thinks that since they won the election, they own the whole state, all citizens. and they can secure only their own interests and spend the money on their needs, future, and survival. 2 or more years ago, when Mr. Fogel honestly and openly said 2005, 2007, we tried to employ experts, but experts have competence. And then it turned out they do not accept law and justice program, so they decided not to employ experts in state treasury companies. This is what they do every day. I cannot think of any good example. Just look at the list of the state treasury foundations that decided to participate in the referendum. They all participate in the pre-referendum propaganda, although neither the foundations nor the companies have nothing in common with the topics invented for the referendum. The Polish National Foundation. This is my favorite example of how you can get money from the state treasury companies. They had no choice. They were only asked to spend huge money to do, although the foundation was established to promote Poland abroad. Thank you. Right, we'll come back to ideas, and now I would like to give the floor to Katarzyna Lubnauer. The task for each successive panelist is more difficult. Right, but we'll be speaking shorter. The role of the National Bank of Poland is obvious. But another important area is independent business jurisdiction. It should be secure and just. We know what happened to courts, and the same applies to business people. We should have a stable taxation system, which is not stable in Poland and can change 3 times a year. So somebody who runs their business is not capable of catching up. When it comes to parasites, the most carnivorous one is Orlen, capable of damaging other entities, taking advantage of its monopolistic nature. They can generate higher prices, and the market won't say anything about it because they are monopolists of the retail market and the wholesale market supplying petrol stations. If they need lower prices now, they damage other businesses that cannot buy fuel at the same price. They also damage other businesses, Azoty, that were protected against taking over. Considering the gas prices, we can expect that it will also apply to Azoty and to Lotos, which was sold. The current authorities reach low levels. They have their people in the boards. Whenever a company pays well, their friends work there, which undermines the company's operation. These people often don't work. They've got job contracts and operate remotely. Dariusz Matecki in the state forests. COVID ended and he used to work for Warsaw from Szczecin. So what we can see nowadays is destroying the structure of companies and the structure of state institutions. In many state institutions, when you ask people working for the companies for a long time, they will always say there are like ghost employees whom they have never seen and they don't know what these people do. the whole country, the whole state was looted. There are no rules because it's like political loot, and only our people are right. National Bank of Poland, courts, company management boards, legislation. These are the areas demonstrating how politicized our economy is. And Artur Dziambor, over to you. Let me start with a detail. Janów Podlaski. This is the company which is also managed by Law and Justice. Initially, there was a person from another party, but if you are not interested in a certain area, the party will find you your area. World famous stud farm is horse farm is no longer successful because Law and Justice failed. Whenever I have such an opportunity, I always ask, why did you need it? The privatization was going quite well. Then Law and Justice took over and privatization was progressing. Then the Civic Platform and PSL, and then Law and Justice saying it suffices not to steal. In their case, it was about not doing illegal things, since you can legally put your friends and positions on a highly paid positions in state treasury funds, and this is fully legal. They became the business class of the Law and Justice. Previously, the party did not have its business class. This is now party, media and business machinery, where they have their journalists, their business people who are highly qualified as a result of working for 8 years. The people who work for a position for 8 years have acquired some knowledge, graduated from MBAs, and now they function as top-class specialists. It is not true that all these companies are in a terrible condition. They profit as a result of our efforts. We pay for their games, and they are doing quite well. They've got the tools to get the money from us. Orlen is one of the examples. I also refer to the prices of water, electricity, and so on and so forth. They can make us pay more, and then they will talk about record-breaking profits. So we should think about privatization. I hope that the future government will revive privatization. I have never been able to understand why the state should manage a stud farm. Why does a state need the largest chain of hotels and campsites? Why does the state publish newspapers? Well, that's obvious, because of election. I can understand some people's concern about the power of the Polish state and that strategic companies should be in the state hands. I am not able to understand why a company manages security, a company protecting various entities. It can be outsourced, privatized, and let private business in. I do hope I will have the pleasure of implementing or co-organizing such a project. Thank you very much for this opinion. We talked about plans for the future, because it can be interesting for you. The word starting with a rude word has occurred, and you won't find the answer to a certain question. So I will not ask if you support selling selling state property to foreign companies, because nobody is going to consider it. It's good that sale, the word sale has been used, and I suppose nobody is going to plan it in the future. So let me start asking what to do about it. Can you see any division into strategic and non-strategic companies? You mentioned the chain of hotels. In the group of some absurd solutions, as described by Witold Gadomski, there is the state factory producing production lines for ice cream. Is it really strategic for the Polish state? Most probably not. Can you see any division into strategic and non-strategic? And if so, can we consider depoliticizing the companies? What recommendations do you have, personal and recommendations of the political parties? Let me start with Izabela.
Na pytanie, czy warto dzielić spółki na strategiczne i niestrategiczne, ja odpowiadam warto. Dlaczego? Dlatego, że choćby kryzys finansowy z 2008-2009 roku pokazał, że w takiej naprawdę, ale także pandemia, że w takiej naprawdę bardzo trudnej sytuacji jednak odradzają się pewne protekcjonizmy, czy wręcz gospodarcze nacjonalizmy. Stąd uważam, że na przykład taki kawałek sektora finansowego warto, żeby był nadzorowany przez państwo. To pomogło nam także w 2008 roku, pomogło także w czasie pandemii. Ale oczywiście warunek sine qua non, warunek konieczny, do tego pewnie dojdziemy. No, nie może na czele banku stać osoba, która była posłanką i nigdy w życiu, posłem, posłanką, nieważne, i nigdy w życiu nie zarządzała żadną spółką, żadnym przedsiębiorstwem z zakresu firm finansowych. Tak jak niezrozumiałe, kompletnie niedopuszczalne jest to, żeby na czele spółki notowanej na giełdzie stanęła osoba, o której kompletnie nie wiemy, jak zarządzała spółkami, jakie wyniki miały te spółki, bo nagle okazuje się, że w ogóle nie zarządzała. Więc to są oczywiście patologie. Natomiast uważam, że jeśli chodzi także o firmy, spółki energetyczne, tu też państwo powinno mieć pewien nadzór nad tymi spółkami, ale uwaga, nie po to, żeby zamrozić ten nieszczęsny moloch, jakim stał się Orlen.
This unlucky, we need to demonopolize Orlen. One company cannot sell newspapers, fuels, gas, and do other things. We've heard that now Orlen wants to deal with artificial pesticides. So we do not want to have demonopolization. We cannot pay more money for petrol than other European countries because Orlen was keeping the price to lower the VAT, and now we received the gift. The petrol is cheaper because it's good for the elections. So Orlen can actually suffer some losses, but it has to deliver some party goals. So this division into strategic and not strategic companies is important. So I would like to tell you about an example of a company from Częstochowa. It's a non-strategic one. It's called Regional Economic Fund. And for the past 8 years, this company founded several daughter companies. One of these companies was to construct accommodation plus. It is named Violinowa. So a big fragment of forest was cut. This is the typical action by Law and Justice, and this project failed. But of course, they cut the trees, and nothing positive occurred there. Still, the board, the supervisory board, actually, they had a large grand opening. Morawiecki was making his appearance, and the cost to the taxpayers in spring 2023 was over 1.5 billion zlotys. So the number of the state treasury companies that were established only to maintain the management and the supervisory board has to decrease. Marek has already mentioned this naughty word starting with P. So, well, we know that any word can be used against us in the next commercial published by the ruling party. So, the party colleagues cannot earn money. It's harmful to economy. It's also harmful to the sense of social justice. When I was discussing things with young people, they were asking me, what have you got for us in your agenda? And then I told them, well, each one of you does not have to belong to any party to have the job you dream of. If you want to work for the power sector, you do not have to write to Minister Brodziński, dear uncle, help me to find this job. So if you want to do something, if you have skills, you should take part in the transparent competition, and the best people will win. We've already heard this quotation. It was Marek Suski who said that to work for state treasury companies, you need to know the program by Law and Justice Party. But since we are talking about the agenda and familiarity of the agenda, please tell us about Poland 2050. What are your ideas about the plans, and what about the strategic and non-strategic companies? I am not afraid of this P word. Well, it sounds really bad in Polish. So privatization is P. So when we think of privatization, we think of thefts. When we're talking about compromise, in Polish it has a connotation of being rotten. So everywhere in the world people are striking compromises, but in Poland it has this negative meaning. So Law and Justice Party built the myth according to which nothing should be privatized, everything should be nationalized. So we completely disagree with this. We have the opinion that if the country is too much involved in the economy, this is the pathology. There should be a more private initiative than the public ones. The presence of the state in the economy, it should be an exception. The country can be a regulator, can be a judge for the specific, assessor for the specific sectors of economy. But this division into strategic and non-strategic sectors is justified. The experience of the pandemic, the side effects of the Russian aggression on Ukraine. All these factors have shown that even if somebody is very liberal, they will agree that there is a role for the state and the state institutions, because the times now are very unstable, and we don't know whether in a while we would not face more pandemics, or if Putin will not continue fighting other wars. So there are the strategic sectors. Strategic to the state does not mean that it's for the companies which monopolize the market. So then, at the time, all foreign entities had to leave Poland. In the past, for example, it was for energy sector, they were investing into this sector. There were companies from Sweden, France, Germany, and they withdrew from the Polish market because those were the rules of the game. So also the state is too much involved in the bank sector, which limits competition. So there are several presidents of law and justice banks. And they agree the market and the market rules. Even the great investors from the Netherlands, France or Germany do not have a lot to say. They cannot decide. So when it comes to the power industry, defense industry, bank industry, defense industry, well, we are more far-sighted than Law and Justice Party. They are talking about the equipment they are planning to buy. Minister Błaszczak is talking about the equipment he has not bought yet, but he talks about them as if they were already here. So the Polish defense industry should have 50% share in the new orders for the Polish army. This is one of our postulates. Should the factory of sweet called Pszczółka in Lublin be the strategic state company? Well, no, it is. It sounds like a joke. This company, well, we disagree that such enterprises, such sectors are treated as strategic. Law and Justice loves to perceive all sectors as strategic and perceives them as their ownership, their property. We presented our program during the forum in Karpacz, which is an interesting place where state treasury companies operate. And when I read the report by Forbes, by Forum of Civic Development, together with Liberta, so reading this report, I could see that there is going to be the national register of people who are publicly exposed to make sure that the party knows where such people work, for example, where they are. So we were talking about this specific period. Once you are deputy minister or MP, at least 12 months have to pass before such people could become managers and directors of the state treasury companies. So the rules of appointment of such people have to be changed. These companies have to be depoliticized. So once there is a change, we are fighting for this change to happen. We are waiting for the time when the democratic opposition is responsible for Poland. Then we will have the situation that we don't want the situation that the Kaczyński's companies will become the companies owned by Tusk and other leaders. So we do not want to follow a law and justice pattern because they created the infrastructure that will suit any other government to become the owner, but it wouldn't change Polish economy. Katarzyna Lubnauer, before I allow you to speak, you have mentioned the problem relating to the fact that these companies cooperate and they establish monopolies. So most events are held not in the hotels that are cheapest, but in one of the state-owned hotels in Warsaw to show that such hotels are profitable. And it is quite absurd. Of course, they help one another. So they use the Orlen media or public TV to place ads. So, of course, there have to be strategic and non-strategic companies. Now we have the situation. You have mentioned the hotel holding. Actually, we know that this is where they record you. when we had the beginning of the strong inflation, the lowest interest rate was in the bank which previously were monopolized. Of course, I'm talking about the interest rate of investments, not of credits. So we had nothing. Then Orlen was raising prices. So, as a result, it wasn't good for the citizens. But maybe instead of privatize, we shouldn't allow to establish new state-owned companies. We have a company responsible for reconstruction of Saski Palace. We've got a company that will be involved in Izera production. And now for now it has cost 1.5 billion zlotys. There is no prototype. For now they have fallen the forest. It always starts with falling forests. So the organizers fell the forest. They spent 1.5 billion zlotys, and I don't think they will build anything. The same with the ferry and with similar projects. So maybe first we should stop the attempts of political founding of new companies to make sure that there are more managements, more supervisory boards, and new jobs for their friends and families. We can see it does not work. It's like a well without bottom where we throw the public money and nothing is available from this. So the areas of life, there are such areas of life where the role of the state is quite significant. So, for example, the public health service. The issue of medications, we know that there has to be the common European Union policy on active particles. So if we do not have them, we will be. So if there will be a problem, if there is a problem with transport of these elements from Asia, then we will not have medication. So on the one hand, we have to have this feeling that in some fields, maybe not, it's not the state solutions, but European Union solutions should be available. But we do not have to build everything as the country. We do not. The state does not have to reconstruct the Saski Palace. So we don't need a specific company where there are all these people who have to be paid a lot, but they do not work. I would like to refer to you, Artur. I would like to remind you this, to remind the story when once upon a time Jarosław Kaczyński was complaining that privatization in Poland is going rather slowly. And now he is cheating the society. So what kind of solutions do you perceive for the depoliticized company? Raise your hands. Who of you have heard an event held recently in Poland? It was called the European Games. Okay, some people have heard of them. Who of you have been to these games or watched the games? It cost 1 billion zlotys to organize this event. 1 billion zlotys. So officially the state budget first was promising 400, 500, 600 million, but when the Law and Justice party didn't transfer the money, then Orlen, Poczta Polska companies provided the funding. So, a very expensive event, but not many people have known about this event, have not followed it. So it wasn't very successful in terms of media coverage. And this company has been operating for many years. They had their own building. They employed several dozens of people. Subcontractors were also involved to organize this event. So this is an example how money is wasted. So I think it was much overpriced. So the problem with the state treasury's company also is that the participation of the country, of the state in privatization, we have the situation that instead of privatization, we have nationalization. So it started with the banks. Why do we have the commercial banks with nice logos? And these are the banks with the specific marketing, and we don't even know that it's the bank owned by Poland. And it's like the political loot. The biggest problem will always be that the state, the ruling party, establishes the rules of the game. So it establishes the companies that public companies that compete against private companies. So it's the situation that like cheating. It's like an umpire in the soccer game is in favor of his son, who is the player. Initially, I said that I do not understand why the state manages local dailies. Very soon, they will be bankrupt for these newspapers to be able to survive. They have to be funded by the state treasury companies. So, for example, these companies buy advertisements in these papers. They pay for the advertisements. So that's the key problems. Theoretically, all of them generate income. Well, almost all of them earn income. It will be very hard to show that their management was not sound. So we will have to use different methods to manage this. It will be hard also to evaluate, to establish the value of such companies, because during the privatization process we were operating in a different world. Now, for the past 8 years, this process did not occur. So, if anyone wants to interfere with the process, the ruling party will accuse this person as being a traitor. So they only love these things that are Polish. So what is theirs? It's Polish. So this is the rhetorics we will have to face if we try to interfere with the process, and we have to interfere with this process.
Thank you very much. We've got 15 minutes left. There are two questions. Okay. Piotr Mlewicz from Trade Union Alternative. I would like to ask a question that I asked in the previous panels. I am for transparency in economy. Are you for such a solution to find out who the candidates are, and are you for open competitions to key positions? Will the problem of apolitical candidates be solved? So, transparency of candidates and procedures. Any other opinions? We can see a gentleman over there. I would like to ask about electromobility, Izera and central traffic hub. What ideas do you have? Should we close it down, or perhaps there are other solutions? We spent a lot of money on electromobility. What can we do about it? What is your idea for it? Right, there are two topics related to investments. I suppose nobody is going to backfill the ditch at Mierzeja Wiślana, but the traffic hub is an idea for the future. I suppose the gentleman from the trade union will be satisfied with my answer, knowing that you will expect recipes on how to leave the issue of apolitical, how to deal with apolitical solutions. The state treasury companies should not have the secret of individual earning, especially considering what happened to our country in the last 8 years. This is the main method to depoliticize. We should follow open recruitment, which would be an opportunity for new candidates, for people who are reliable, who have skills and qualifications. The same requirements for specific positions, which is like the job description sheet. They need to be dedicated to specific sectors. We'll have details then, but the job description sheet, meaning what do you need to have to take part in such a competition. We know that the competition often is written for the specific candidate. The law and justice knows who the candidate is, and they ask, what have you graduated from? BA in theology, or whatever, or MA. You understand what I mean. There are specific solutions and requirements concerning education and the obligation for revealing your finance. If these are the money, this is the money of the taxpayer, and we agree that in the strategic areas the supervision should exist, definitely some financial declarations are mandatory, and revealing the employment structure and also the number of positions and yearly income. This way we will be able to remove the bad candidates from state treasury companies. We are not going to backfill the ditch. As for the central traffic hub, 100 proposals of ours promise to take a closer look at it. Will definitely stop the investment, because it should not be based on people who suffer harm. Some illegal things happen there. I would like to see one business proof confirming that it is reasonable from the economic point of view. We can do one thing. Since we have spent so much money, it is worth adding around 100 million and let the local government use the ditch to the harbor. This is the example how the authorities fighting with local authorities damages what they have built. We can only count canoes there. That's one idea. When it comes to central traffic hub and Izera, an audit is required. We need to settle those who spent public money, who wasted public money. If we do not take them accountable, people will keep on asking questions. And I would like to ask, do you have any data on how much the central traffic hub should cost? There has never been any specific data on the financing. As for transparency, Piotr, I have nothing against it, but you need to remember there is a certain danger, a certain risk. We love being we like showing off, even if we don't want to reveal where we have the money from. Some people are excited about money. politicians always need to submit their reports every year. State treasury funds could be another such place, but there is also a danger, another risk. You mentioned you are an advocate of full transparency. I am a teacher, and this is the job which requires full transparency. Every student, every parent knows how much teachers earn. I have heard over and over again, when one of my pupils learned how much I was earning, he asked me, "Do you really feel like coming here for such poor money?" And that was the moment when we will definitely be in such a world, because you build respect through wealth. If you have this halo of being wealthy, you gain respect. And teachers are not respected because the whole Poland knows this is the job where you do not earn good money. We could talk about transparency. However, not everything should be public knowledge when it comes to earnings. Some things related to the ditch are irreversible, and we cannot do more about it. However, if Law and Justice started talking about power plants, they would be halfway through. I live near Choczewo, where the nuclear power plant is supposed to be built. If the process was started back then, perhaps we would have nuclear power plants now in Bełchatów, in Choczewo, if Law and Justice treated this project seriously, but unfortunately it did not. They boast about the hectares they purchased. We know at what conditions they are purchased. The social protest of the people living nearby is really huge. My colleagues mentioned the audit. This is something we should start with. But if I were to express my opinion, I would like to end this project. Nuclear power plants could make us feel less dependent. However, the rest of the world will be faster than us and will be again lagging behind. Okay, so just briefly, if I may. We suppose that people working for the boards in state treasury funds should have transparent conditions and remuneration. This is robbery, a large-scale robbery when it comes to bonus. The managers of state treasury companies pay for the Law and Justice. We know that's the way the system functions. You get the job, but you also declare how much you are going to pay for the party. This is the Banana Republic, but this is a wrong detrimental term for the Republic and for bananas. So definitely transparent remuneration, transparent recruitment. Yes, indeed. We need to show the change for good, that we are looking for specialists. Not that somebody stayed somewhere for 8 years and now they want to come back to the state treasury company. And this is not the main criterion. The 3 large projects we are talking about, you cannot backfill the ditch because maintaining it will cost the money. This is the most costly Elbląg will not become a port, a significant trading port. Izera, it is created. That was supposed to be the Polish electric vehicle. There was the agreement with a Chinese corporation, Geely, and also the huge state investment. If such a factory is going to be opened, it's going to be a Chinese factory in Poland. We do not say stop immediately. I mean, in the form in which it is going on. These are the lies we can hear. We have heard the promise that in 2027 some planes are going to take off from and land in Baranów, and it's not true. Gigantic investment combined with railway investments, and the Polish railway lines proved they were not able to implement investments in Poland. They can only limit investments. We need to consider the development of Łódź, Radom, Modlin and Chopin's airports. Yeah, we know. We'll definitely save Okęcie. We'll be ready to discuss how we should transform Okęcie into urban airport, but that's a different story. The central traffic hub is a Gerex-like project that cannot be created this way. We have heard some ideas and diagnoses, and I do encourage you for discussion informally. The time's nearly up, so I would like to ask the question that is typically asked in Radio Z, meaning yes or no. The question, one of the questions in the referendum announced by Liberté. The last question is, do you think we should depoliticize public media and state treasury companies? Yes. It's a difficult question, but yes. Yes. Sorry, someone's speaking without the microphone. And who is for? Who says yes? And who says no? The optical majority says yes. And this is the voice we should follow. Can I say one thing about the media? You often hear that somebody used to affect public media in the past as they do now. Just a simple exercise. Look what you could see at TVP Info 8 years ago, before election. There were representatives of all political parties. And then try to watch it now. And the future of the public media will be a topic for future debates that the future coalition will deal with. Thank you very much. Izabela Leszczyna, Michał Kobowska, Katarzyna Lubnauer and Artur Dziambor. Thank you.
It's not always easy to recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it and how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but But for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
Ihre Ausreise.
Jestem z zawodu lekarzem, zajmowała się diagnostyką chorób nowotworowych.
W Białorusi zajmowałam się mikrobiologią i molekularną biologią.
Byłem nauczycielem szkoły podstawowej.
Naszym celem jest budowanie umiejętności, które są ważne na polskim rynku pracy.
Szybko nabierają takiej pewności siebie, bardzo szybko się uczą.
Wszystko możliwe, kiedy starasz się.
Każdy wybór ma swoje konsekwencje.
Dziś na kazaniu o takich jak ty mówili, że to morderczynie.
A wiesz, że ta, która ci pomogła, trafi za kraty?
Trzeba mieć sumienie.
Jak mogłaś to zrobić własnej matce?
Aborcja to najgorsza zbrodnia.
Gdybym ja podjęła taką decyzję, nie byłoby cię tutaj.
Organy państwa nie będą przyglądać się temu obojętnie.
Życie i zdrowie kobiety jest najważniejsze.
Stop kryminalizacji aborcji.
Kobieta decyduje.
Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry. Pan Zbigniew Hołdys.
Zgadza się. Dla znajomych Zbyszek.
Serio? Zbyszek. Nadchodzące wybory są zbyt ważne, żeby zostawić je bez kontroli. Dołącz do obywatelskiej kontroli wyborów. Zróbmy wybory bez picu.
Wszystko zaczęło się od króla Jagiełły. Mała Łodzia stała się miastem, które w XIX wieku rozwijało się najszybciej na świecie. W ciągu zaledwie 60 lat od powstania pierwszej manufaktury powstaje przemysłowa, wielonarodowościowa metropolia. Jednak wiatry historii nie zawsze jej sprzyjały. To, co zniszczył los, odbudowują łodzianie. Nasza Łódź. Miasto wielkich szans. Od 600 lat w sercu Polski i Europy.
Jesteśmy Polakami. Jesteśmy niezwykłym społeczeństwem. Zawsze w obliczu wielkiego wyzwania potrafimy się mobilizować. Potrafimy stawić czoła wielkim wyzwaniom. Bo nie potrafimy stać obojętnie. Bo obchodzi nas bezpieczeństwo i przyszłość naszych dzieci. Bo wierzymy, że nadzieja zwycięża apatię, lęk i strach. Bo mimo wszelkich przeciwności nigdy się nie poddajemy. Potrafimy ciężko pracować, wspierać się i działać razem. Bo zależy nam na naszej ojczyźnie, naszym osiedlu, naszej ulicy. Bo chcemy naszych niezbywalnych praw i wolności. Bo nie oddamy naszych marzeń. Nadchodzi punkt zwrotny.
Szanowni Państwo, witam serdecznie.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you after the break. I have a great pleasure to invite a special guest. The guest I do not have to introduce. So, in a moment you will hear a lecture by the father of the Polish economic transition, the person who always stirs emotions, Professor Leszek Balcerowicz. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. I should not comment this kind of introduction, so I would like to start the topic. I will not take more than 15 minutes. This will be the introduction, and the rest of the time, 10 minutes will be for you. Ladies and gentlemen, the most important thing from the practical and theoretical view when we are looking at the social sciences, something which results in huge consequences. This is making a difference between public and private property. And based on this distinction, the difference between capitalism and socialism. One comment in this context. Words stir emotions. Emotions sometimes can lead to mistakes. Capitalism doesn't have good emotional connotation, and socialism has different meanings. Socialism has lots of different meanings. To some people, socialism, in accordance with the original Marxist meaning, is the dominance of the state ownership, and to others it means a huge social expenditure. When we look at the second meaning, all the Western countries are socialist. All of them have expenditure. More than 40% of the budget is spent for social things. But what is protective in most cases? What protects the welfare of the Western states? Well, they didn't introduce socialism in this private meaning. That is the dominance of the state's property, ownership. So this is of key importance. We know that after World War II, as a result of the Russian invasion, Poland received socialism. which ended in 1980, and all the data and comparative analysis on this topic clearly show that this was evil system due to different aspects. Firstly, the standard of life. Of course, initially it was improved, but then the dynamics slowed down, and the dynamics was much slower than in the countries with capitalist market economies. And then all the socialist countries suffered a crisis in 1989 in Poland, and also in the Soviet Union or in Russia. It was not an exception. It is also worth remembering that the dominance of the state ownership eliminates possibility of democracy. There is no case of a country where there would be this kind of property dominating, and at the same time there would be long-term elections in long-term perspective, and there would be the rule of law, so the executive authority that would not dominate the court's authority. I am afraid I cannot hear what they are saying.
Szanowni Państwo, chciałbym powiedzieć jedną rzecz.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to tell you that you are the speakers of this event. You are our guests. The forum is the Freedom Games. We are exchanging ideas. Do you know what the forum of exchange of ideas is about? It's that we allowed you to give your speeches, to have your say, and now there is someone who has different views than you, and you do not understand what the debate is. You are nothing different. You had your space on this stage. You had your say. You are our guests. And you do not allow us to... You were invited. Now you have not been invited. You were on the stage before. They were the speakers.
I świadczycie o sobie.
Mikrofon, okej. Słuchajcie,
So they've ended their demonstration. We do apologize for this inconvenience. This is the debate of the freedom of speech, and this was an example how the freedom of speech should not look like. That was cancelling in action. So they didn't allow to speak people who think differently. So Professor Balcerowicz will be talking about freedom, and maybe he will address this situation.
Znaczy, jakie było, działa czy nie działa? No słyszę, jakie było główne hasło komunistów?
What was the watchword of communists who became the power in the Soviet Russia? Their catchphrases were the same as the catchphrases as these young communists. That the future is common, not private, so they respond to the word private, private being evil. So this kind of reaction, I don't think that it's based on reasoning. These clearly were emotions. So when we have such reactions, if we do not oppose such people using the persuasion, which should be loud and efficient, then hostilities start leading. And it's really done by naive people. Law and Justice Party uses naive people. What is happening during Law and Justice time? So this party is politicizing courts. So the effects, the consequences of the behaviors of these people are like that. They result from the situation. Although I think it's a follow-up. It's an excellent example which shows threats we need to oppose. So I would like to remind the elementary facts. Socialism, in its classical version, meant that the private property of companies was abolished. abolished. And it was published by Marxists who were claiming that they want to make the workers free. Then a different meaning of socialism was used. I mentioned about socialist states, and it means that all the Western states have huge social spending. So, of course, in Poland we have this situation, but there was no disaster in the Western states in comparison to what has happened in the Tsar's Russia. In the Western states, companies, businesses were not nationalized. Why? The private ownership of business is of key importance, and it's not ideology, it's based on facts. You cannot falsify it. Firstly, if you are against private ownership and replace it by the state ownership, then everywhere you are losing the economic distance towards these countries that maintain public property. So capitalism, if you are not afraid of this word, it's not an exception. But if somebody really doesn't like private business but loves democracy, such people should remember that there is no case of a democratic party that would not have private property. So the private property, private ownership is the necessary, it's a precondition. So to have free election, to have the rule of law, you need to have private property. And the state ownership is enough to have socialist system. So you can read in Wikipedia. So these are hard facts. These young people are confused due to their emotions. So they have used my modest name, but they do not know that there are so many people who deem this notion of private ownership as the right value, good value. I took part in the election in Silesia, and I was elected. I was not pretending that I was involved in the economic transformations in Poland. To leave some space, some time, I would like to proceed with the description of the current situation. The recent years in Poland were the years of the moral regression. Not every politician is an example of morality. And the ruling party is really damaging, destroying these values. So they are using so much lies about private ownership after the year 1989. Secondly, we have the so-called systemic regression. So on the one hand, the prosecutor's office depends on the ruling party. So it is used as a tool to attack people who are against the politicians, and Ziobro has to pay for this, and his prosecutors. They have to be made accountable for what they have done. And again, Poland is being taken back to the state of the socialism of ownership. Before the Law and Justice, we had quite a lot of state property. The Law and Justice has increased this share. So the more state property, the more lies are producing. So it affects democracy, because if large businesses sponsors government, this is not just. So there is the systemic worsening of the situation. So this is the situation we need to face. And we have to become mobilized. Financial advantage cannot decide on the continuation of this regression. And I have to say this, and I will always mobilize people to take part in the election. So the attendance, the attendance will have huge importance to the elections. I do hope that all the participants of the Freedom Games will take part in the election, and that you will encourage other people to take part in the election. Once we do it, we will take this moral regression to the stop. This regression has started 8 years ago. And I think that this is our wish. This has been my introduction.
I know it deviates a little bit from what I wanted to say, but I hope it's still up to date and valid. If we have some time left, I mean, if I do have some time, I'm open to your questions. Good afternoon, Małgorzata Chmielewska. I would like to ask you about the way to invent a simple method compared to an internet meme. How to convince the unconvinced people, because those who supported Law and Justice 8 years ago will never admit it. But what about those who have not decided yet? I suggest asking, who of these people would you employ in your company? Nobody. But perhaps you could help share very simple information. How much pensioners lose, something that does not require thinking. Perhaps you and your foundation will succeed. That's the invention for mass, for the mass. We can share it with the organization. Me and Twitter, we in Twitter and Facebook, where I'm every day, I remember the main changes. We have high inflation. Well, Turkey is a European country, but it's not a Eurozone, not a member state, but it has higher inflation rate. After 7-8 years, contrary to Law and Justice policy, we have seen a slowdown in economy. What was it like during Gierek? There were 7 years of growth on the expense of the future. The cost of the future means taking foreign debt. But spoiling the system that the economic growth rate depends on is an attempt to gain popularity at the expense of the future. We need to use figures, but that's room for individual creation. It needs to be brief and always truth. I'm Olga Krzyżanowska, and I've got the following question. I would like to refer to the statements of the young people who stepped onto the stage. Do you have a reflection after over 30 years? What would you do differently during the transition period? Do you regret anything? Would you do some processes in a different way? I have to say it's a standard question. People often ask this question, so I had time to get ready to answer. How can you evaluate your activities? Through skillful comparison. And the comparison here is when you take the initial situation of Poland versus other countries, and you consider indicators since 1990 for the period of the following 20, 30 years. What do we know about it? First and foremost, our situation was the worst among all countries in the region. In 1989, the inflation rate was around 20, 30, 40% a month. We were a country that was bankrupt as a result of debt and loans taken in the 1970s, and our economy was in a disastrous condition. We had never had such a situation before. That's why the first government's task, where I was responsible for economy transition and stabilization, was to prepare in a short time a package of acts to let Poland get away from the situation. Everybody can evaluate it for themselves. I just want to say that I received over 30 honorary doctorates abroad, and some of them in Poland, in relation to my original activity. We had the period of hyperinflation initially. There was no economic crisis. There was no economic increase, but then Poland started developing faster. And I can only say that I was a member of the government 1991-97, but in the meantime, we had Solidarity governing. They continued the reforms. The Law and Justice is the first party which takes Poland back when it comes to major reforms. They are real post-communists because they take us back to communism. In these kinds of comparisons, we can see that against other countries, Poland has been successful. And this is something we should rely on. There are no scientific studies referring to reliable tests, and something that Law and Justice activists claim, that Poland is ruined as a result of acts introduced in 1989. Referring to the performance we have just seen and people who implement major breakthrough reforms. Ms. Thatcher was among of them, a brave, wise woman. After her term of office, I visited the UK and I saw inscriptions, Thatcher, and something in English. I speak English quite well, but I didn't understand it. I asked my English friends what it was all about, and they were ashamed to translate it. And that was in a civilized country. Well, that's no wonder. We deal with various animals. The nature has its variety. The society has its groups. Whenever there is freedom, they want to voice their opinions. This is natural. Although this is not something we should praise. Okay, but I didn't answer. Sorry, I didn't answer your question. Based on the comparisons, I have to say that I have never found a country having the same original conditions as Poland and able to reach better results. Would it be better to extinguish fires slowly? Hyperinflation is like fire, we would burn. Would it be possible to transform the economy towards capitalism? It would definitely delay us, because economic reforms is like shifting from a good engine to a worse engine. In my opinion, it doesn't make sense. No comparative analysis that I am aware of has reached such a conclusion. I would like to ask about social expenditure, 500 plus minors' pensions. We know that the pendulum is swinging and the mechanisms tend to accelerate, strengthen spontaneously. My question is, are you aware of an example of a country where such helix was reversed? Yes, if we mean that using violence results in a revolution, then we don't need it. It can be reversed, but we need to show to people that they do have a choice. Typically, people in Poland are not aware of the choice they have because nobody informs them about it. If we talk about public finance, what choice do we have? On one side, we've got expenditures, and on the other one, taxes. We know that people would rather pay lower taxes. Everybody would definitely understand that it cannot be achieved by reducing expenditure. So, it's good to know the ratios of budget expenditures. Defense, typically between 1 and 2. The Germans less than 1. We live in the interesting times, and we are really concerned that the Germans spent too little on defense. We spent 2. But over 20% on social benefits. 500 plus is definitely much more than we spent on defense. I don't want to claim that we should tell to the people what taxes are spent on. They should participate in a wise discussion. If you accept all expenditures, you accept higher taxes. But then we could discuss whether they say direct taxes, VAT, or any other ones. But the presentation needs to be given in such a way that people can see the choice and they must answer. Typically, people don't like higher taxes, but typically they do not wonder or do not consider where higher expenditure comes from. Law and Justice increased social expenditure in the category of pensions. A half of the increase in the expenditure on pensions resulted from reducing the retirement age. That is, more people retire and the expenditures go up. When we carry out a reasonable discussion, we should show it. that is what professional NGOs should do. I established one of them. It's called Civic Development Forum. But if somebody thinks that 500 plus is extremely important from the humanitarian point of view, should we ask, regardless of revenue, of income, should people who earn more money get it? Typically, there is the criterion key in foreign countries if such benefits are offered. There is one more point I would like to make. It's good to say, all right, if we choose this model of continuing the budget, what will the continuation look like? And what situation will people be in? Considering the conditions in Poland, it will not be a bed of roses. When we maintain the deformed economic model, we'll have to accept many years of slowdown and the risk that having around 70% level of that in Western countries, and we'll have to accept it. In 1989 we started from 30% and we reached 70%, and for Germany it was 60%. It happens. This is not an invented danger. There are two countries that are stable or have been remaining stable in the West, Italy and Greece. They are no longer able to catch up with Germany. It also can be related to higher immigration to richer countries from Poland. Summing up, facts, figures, and forecasts, in my opinion, will make the discussion meaningful, and it will also reveal what the politicians lie about. This is what I love doing. Professor, when 8 years ago Law and Justice was taking over the power, Minister Rostowski, in his statement for television, said there is no money and there will be no money. Over the period of 8 years, we found money for social schemes. The minimum wage has increased. I would like to ask, from your point of view, what happened when the Civic Platform was ruling? There was no money for it, but now the situation has changed. What do you think about it? Yes, Rostowski was right, but he did not put it in the right way. And we can see that he was right. Where's the money? Inflation. You need to remember that since some policies are implemented, some time lapses. And if the external situation allows, the time can be counted in years. Only after some time the results of bad politics can be revealed. In the 1970s, we were the country of prosperity, and then a disaster. I did not announce a disaster, but we were pointing out what effects concerning economic increase could occur if such policy is continued. The fiscal policy and the increase in invalid expenditure and increasing deficit contribute to increasing the public debt, which costs a lot. The second aspect is related to taking Poland back towards socialism. We have a high percentage of state ownership, and this is a regression in the system. State-owned companies typically are affected by political impacts. We can think that competitions are a remedy, but you know, that's not true. That's ridiculous. We used to have competition-based socialism. We can announce competitions and they will manage our goods. I can see a certain regression at the opposition side, and we need to press them. I checked it recently on who was critical towards nationalizing by Law and Justice. I refer to the petrochemical company and no party from the opposition side.
Is this because they thought it was right? Or maybe they thought that if they use the word privatization, they will not be perceived positively. But they didn't have to use the word. They could just say we've got an increase of politicization of economy through the extension of state property. And then they would lead to appropriate associations. So I think with the part of the opposition, we can face the regression when they are talking about the system. So we will not have to do a lot to reverse the achievements of Law and Justice. So it will be very important that the citizens should push the opposition to start doing it after the election. So the opposition is the same as the citizens are. So if the citizens complain too much and they do nothing, the opposition will be exactly like this. So they will not implement any reforms. I hope I have not affected the agenda. It's a great pleasure for me to speak. I have a question on combating inflation. So let's assume optimistically that the post-democratic opposition will win the election. They will gain power. However, there are the limitations. So the presidents will be from the Law and Justice Party. Or at least 18 months, the National Bank of Poland is also in the hands of the Law and Justice. So what would you recommend to the new government? How to combat the inflation and stagnation? So you have to depoliticize the economy. We need to restore competition. We need to extend the scope of private property. And you can do it if you have majority in the parliament. And I don't think that the current president would veto such proposals. So when we are talking about the fight against inflation, the main inflation maker, President Glapiński, if the Law and Justice Party loses, he will become a hawk. So So there must be some pressure. Media have to generate this pressure. Maybe the press conferences will last shorter time. We will not see Glapiński and his poor jokes. Jan Stefaniak. A lot of emotions are stirred when we are talking about healthcare, and when the election is approaching, these emotions are really high. So I would like you, Professor, to tell us about the existence of two sectors, the public one and the private one. Health medical services are not the market-based services. This is the product that is guaranteed by the Constitution, so there should be equal access to healthcare. Healthcare shouldn't be state or private. It just should be consolidated. It's like a semi-joke from me. So the question whether we should maintain these two sectors operating in parallel, because we cannot afford to pay for the actual needs for medical services, and we will have to ration access to physicians. So I would like to hear your opinion on this. To be honest, I cannot see the problem where you see the problem. What do you mean consolidated? Why shouldn't they compete? Why these two different forms of ownership should not compete? I cannot see any argument against this. So what? Should we either nationalize the private ones, or we should privatize the public sector? The most important is the choice for citizens, even if medical services are paid from taxes. And we reach the second part of financing. In general, there are two alternative forms, even three. Private, direct payment, health insurance and transport insurance, or taxes. Some people say if people who think taxes are too high, they have to consider whether they would like the taxes to be even higher. When such services are rendered, what is most important is the choice. Just like with the rating agencies, there are rating agencies that define whether the specific country incurs credits in the right way. Maybe there should be some rating agencies that would assess health service providers.
Wera Modzelewska.
Tak, Wera Modzelewska. I would like to remind the time when Professor, soon after we regained freedom, Professor proposed that this poverty should be turned into the 13% tax payable by everyone. Can you remember this, Professor? Political bloc that would hamper the consecutive transformations. So if we have a huge state-owned sector, Poland could become Belarus. Because in Belarus you can develop private companies, but privatization is not popular. One of the aberrations that are quite popular, quite common, and disseminated by some politicians, disseminated by Law and Justice Party. So it's about ownership-based transformations. These people do not understand the weight of such transformations. They do not want to use the word privatization because they are afraid that this word will stir up emotions. I was talking about the ownership transformations. Language is very important. It stirs some specific emotions. So let's get back to your question. In Poland, privatization was not too fast. It was too slow in comparison to the Czech or former Czechoslovakia. When it comes to Łódź, it's not a problem of privatization that Łódź had to change the economic profile. It's an issue of competitiveness, protectionism. In the current Łódź has completely different and much better economic structures. Where the products made in Łódź factories were exported to the economic area. Apart from the traditional industries in Łódź. So these changes, I think, should rather cause pride, not complaints. Wiktor Szczepański, good evening. I would like to ask you a question. During the previous panel, politicians were talking how to depoliticize economy, and they were also talking about strategic sector and strategic enterprises. And I would like you to address the issue of strategic companies, strategic to the country, and whether they are really strategic, and whether the privatization, nationalization of such enterprises is necessary. It's a very good question. But this is this word that causes so many emotions. Strategic. First, they have to clarify what it means to be strategic. They are raising some emotions by using specific words. So when they say strategic, they mean very important. This is my assumption. So this is an argument that they should be supervised by the politicians, by the officials, and it will be poor supervision, or whether they should be under the competent supervision of the private owners who have interest to make sure that these companies are prosperous. So, if we assume that the word strategic means what I have just said, the conclusion is different. The opposition is most afraid of the Law and Justice Party. They are afraid that the Law and Justice Party will be complaining that they are not patriotic enough because there is not enough nationalization. Another question. I would like to refer to the question of the previous speaker, because I feel that you have not quite answered this question, because we asked you to give also some examples of countries, states that delivered bad politics and they followed the wrong direction. But at the end, there were not huge problems. So I heard of a negative example of Greece. So I would like to hear some positive examples. I would like to see that there is some hope. I'm sorry, are you asking me about this transformation after 1989, or are you asking me about the current scenarios? Because I don't quite know what you mean. I'm asking you about examples of the past, when there was, let's say, a state, a country that followed the wrong direction by delivering wrong policies. But this country has overcome the problems, and it wasn't a revolutionary process. Okay, let's look at this situation. Well, the economy always depends on the competence of the ruling politicians. We are not always sentenced to the long-term stagnation or the inflation problems. So forecasts, I know, prepared by OECD, they state that the long-term growth in Poland can reach 2 to 3. It's less than we had in the past, but it's still not stagnation. It's slightly faster than the forecasts for OECD countries. I don't know whether these forecasts are right or wrong. It's a matter for another discussion. I would like to add that what's very important for the future economic scenarios depends on the quality of the economic know-how by the future ruling party, whether they will follow the Law and Justice model or not. So, whether they will stop, they will depoliticize the economy, and they will be more focused on private ownership, and this is the reserve that is needed. Secondly, if the current opposition becomes the ruling party, there's quite a chance that we will receive the funds from the Union for the National Recovery Plan. So, from the economic perspective, not just political perspective, it is meaningful. It is important. Who will win the election? I will repeat something again. Law and Justice is the first party that has taken over courts, including prosecutor's office, and this is against democracy. And I think that if the current opposition wins, they will restore and strengthen independence and professionality of the courts and prosecutor's office. Of course, the politicians, the ruling party, the current ruling party, and the prosecutors and judges will have to be held accountable for this. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for the questions. We would like to invite you to follow social media of the professor and the Civil Development Forum. In the lobby you can actually purchase books by Professor Balcerowicz. Thank you.
To recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person, and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it, and how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
z zawodu lekarzem. Zajmowała się diagnostyką chorób nowotworowych.
W Białorusi zajmowałam się mikrobiologią i molekularną biologią.
Byłem nauczycielem szkoły podstawowej.
Naszym celem jest budowanie umiejętności, które są ważne na polskim rynku pracy.
Szybko nabierają takiej pewności siebie, bardzo szybko się uczą.
Wszystko możliwe, kiedy starasz się.
Każdy wybór ma swoje konsekwencje.
Dziś na kazaniu o takich jak ty mówili, że to morderczynie.
A wiesz, że ta, która ci pomogła, trafi za kraty?
Trzeba mieć sumienie.
Jak mogłaś to zrobić własnej matce?
Aborcja to najgorsza zbrodnia.
Gdybym ja podjęła taką decyzję, nie byłoby cię tutaj.
Organy państwa nie będą przyglądać się temu obojętnie.
Życie i zdrowie kobiety jest najważniejsze.
Stop kryminalizacji aborcji.
Kobieta decyduje.
Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry. Pan Zbigniew Hołdys.
Zgadza się. Dla znajomych Zbyszek.
Serio? Zbyszek. Nadchodzące wybory są zbyt ważne, żeby zostawić je bez kontroli. Dołącz do obywatelskiej kontroli wyborów. Zróbmy wybory bez picu.
Wszystko zaczęło się od króla Jagiełły. Mała Łodzia stała się miastem, które w XIX wieku rozwijało się najszybciej na świecie. W ciągu zaledwie 60 lat od powstania pierwszej manufaktury powstaje przemysłowa, wielonarodowościowa metropolia. Jednak wiatry historii nie zawsze jej sprzyjały. To, co zniszczył los, odbudowują łodzianie. Nasza Łódź. Miasto wielkich szans. Od 600 lat w sercu Polski i Europy.
Jesteśmy Polakami. Jesteśmy niezwykłym społeczeństwem. Zawsze w obliczu wielkiego wyzwania potrafimy się mobilizować. Potrafimy stawić czoła wielkim wyzwaniom. Bo nie potrafimy stać obojętnie. Bo obchodzi nas bezpieczeństwo i przyszłość naszych dzieci. Bo wierzymy, że nadzieja zwycięża apatię, lęk i strach. Bo mimo wszelkich przeciwności nigdy się nie poddajemy. Potrafimy ciężko pracować, wspierać się i działać razem. Bo zależy nam na naszej ojczyźnie, naszym osiedlu, naszej ulicy. Bo chcemy naszych niezbywalnych praw i wolności. Bo nie oddamy naszych marzeń. Nadchodzi punkt zwrotny.
Dzień dobry. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to welcome you all to the meeting I have been looking forward to for a long time, the meeting with Rebecca Mackay.
It's a pleasure to have you here. Rebecca, ja myślę, że nie muszę Państwu...
I don't need to introduce Rebecca Mackay to you. However, we need to be formal, so I will read a short biography of our protagonist. Rebecca Mackay is the author of the novel many of you know, The Great Believers, The 100-Year House, and Music for Wartime collection. The Great Believers, the book which was published in Poland during the peak of the pandemic, and it impressed us a lot, and not only us, as it was in the finals of the Pulitzer Award and National Book Award, and it received a number of awards and literary distinctions, including a LA Carnegie Medal and LA Times Book Prize. Rebecca works at the Faculty of Fine Arts in Sierra Nevada College at the Northwestern University. She is also the art director of the Foundation Story Studio in Chicago. Her books have been translated into a number of languages. A very popular author. We are very happy to have her with us, and it's great to have this book as the pretext of our conversation. I have some questions for you. That's its title. Published not a long time ago. I encourage you to ask questions to the author. I cannot see you, unfortunately, but during our conversation, I will be talking to you, dear audience. Should you have any questions or would like to comment on what we are talking about or ask any questions, I do encourage you to do so. Freedom Games are for you. And I know you love Rebecca Mackay's writing, so let's enjoy this meeting. Initially, for the very beginning, referring to the questions, I would like to ask you the following thing. Can we still ask questions? Do we know how to do it nowadays? That's a skill that's has been disappearing. The world is constructed in such a way that we shouldn't doubt, we shouldn't ask questions, but without this skill, most likely we won't be able to develop and to grow. What do you think about it?
I think especially authors worry, and I teach a lot of young authors who believe that they need to go into a novel knowing already what they think. Right? They need to have a point to prove, they need to have a thesis statement, and then the book needs to serve that. And it's a recipe for disaster, just as a writer, because you're not going to tell a good story when you do that. It's going to feel very controlled, not real, right? But when an author can allow questioning into their work, which I always try to do, that's what fiction specifically is for, whether that's on the page or on film. You know, a nonfiction, I need to come in and tell you what I think happened. Fiction, I can contradict myself. Different characters can believe different things. A character can change her mind. And my job as an author, I think, is not to answer any questions. It's to ask better questions, to find the questions I already have and that you might have too, and then to get in there and complicate them further rather than try to make them more simple than they are. But I do think you're right. I think as a society, you know, we need to put something out in very few words on the internet and here's what I think, and that's not good for anyone.
Dużo o tym rozmawiamy na Igrzyskach
We've been
Wolności.
talking about it during the Freedom Games. We talk about the social media responsibility for the skills that we as the society lose. And this is all reverberated in a super valid context. The new novel, I have some questions for you, is a story that is a great pleasure for the reader, the pure pleasure of reading. I really regretted coming to the end, which does not happen very often. I really didn't want it to end, as I found great reader's joy immersing in the story you create. Bodhi Kane, a female who resonates with me. She is a similar age, a maturing woman who grew up in the 1990s, and after some years she comes back to Granby School. She is a graduate of the school, and she comes back as the visiting professor, and she's going to teach children how to make podcasts for 2 weeks. She specializes in it. She is a famous podcast creator. And I'm not going to spoil the story to the audience, but one of her students decides to come back in her podcast that she's going to prepare to a story from as many years as when Bodhi Kane attended the school. It was a story of a murder that took place at the university campus. Digging into the history often ends in trouble, and it's not going to be different in this case. You call this book the literary feminist boarding school murder mystery. You can translate it into Polish, and owing to this definition, you are going to find many threads in the book. However, we can talk for hours about it because it includes plenty of histories. There are 2 time levels, 2 time planes, and the book as such touches upon valid stories such as the pandemic or hearing of Kavanaugh. I don't know if you remember the American history. What was it like to write the book, which is so close to our reality, to the reality we live in? And I would like to appreciate that it is something more than, talking about current issues. What is it like to write about something in which we are still immersed and we cannot keep distance to it?
Yeah, I think that, this is my second book translated into Polish, but it's my 5th book overall. And it's really the first time that I've written so immediately about the present moment. So I've set things in the present before, but really digging into what does it mean to be alive now? What does it mean to be a woman right now? What does it mean to be a thinker right now? Essentially, I was not writing about someone exactly like myself, but I was writing about someone demographically like me. She's a woman, she's my age, she has children like me. And so, although we have very different life stories, I allowed the air that I was breathing as I wrote this book from 2018 until whenever I handed in my edits. It was during, COVID happened in there, but also Me Too was happening. All of us were looking back on our own pasts with very different eyesight. I was thinking about, many different things coming up in the news. I was thinking about violence against women. I was thinking about wrongful incarceration in the US. And I let all of those things just come into the book. Partly because it happened organically, and partly because I set out this time to write a very realist novel. I don't always do that, but this and my other novel that's translated into Polish, they're both very realist. And realism is going to lead you into those issues. It's only in a sort of surreal world, a stylized world, that you can avoid the realities of politics and gender and race and all of that. When you actually write about a real world, those are there. So I start to write basically a murder mystery, which is often a very stylized kind of, fun thing, but then I look at it realistically, and I need to look at the prison system, and I need to look at race, and I need to look at gender, and those things are all lying in wait already in that story.
Wspomniała Pani to sformułowanie high school mystery.
You mentioned high school mystery concept. Yes, indeed, but it is really very well constructed high school mystery. The book is also about our human fascination with violence. Why are true crime podcasts so popular, in your opinion? When we look at the top of the most frequently listened to stories, they are true crime stories. This is the fascination with violence, but violence against women. We need to remember. Your book deconstructs in a certain way this type of writing about violence. Taking the opportunity, I would like to say that deliberation on how thrillers, crime stories are constructed, both films and videos, should be at the back of our heads, because typically females are victims, are subjects of violence, having no will to contradict. I do remember Bridget Lawless proposed a literary award. I haven't followed what happened afterwards, but a special literary award for thrillers and crime stories that do not see females only in such a role. They do not doom half of the humankind to being subjects of violence. I'm wondering what you think about it.
Yeah, that's a great idea for an award. In the US also, I think part of it, in the US, the first podcast that anyone really listened to was a very famous true crime podcast. And it sort of set the stage for this being almost what that media was for. But our fascination with true crime is, as old as humankind. And, I try to look for, I try to examine my own interest in that, right? If there's a story that I can't look away from, why is that? I think there's probably something evolutionary. Most of human history, we're wandering in small groups of people, and if your friend is dead, you probably should figure out why. Was it those berries he ate, or did this other person murder him, and you need to kick them out of the group really fast? It's in your best interest to know and to talk about it, to gossip about it, to ask people what they know. And it's very hard to turn off something that maybe is there for our survival. And maybe there are other reasons too, but that doesn't answer the question of why is it dead women that beautiful, young, dead women. And what I did in the book, it's funny, this is of course by definition, not true crime. This is fictional crime. But I took true crime as a subject within the book. The idea in the book is that this case that happened when my narrator was in high school has become very famous. It is one of those cases that you've already heard of, and I list a bunch of others so you feel like maybe it exists in this context. And I did choose very deliberately to make her young woman, wealthy, beautiful, essentially to say, let's look at the kind of case that does get fetishized, that does get talked about. Let's look at it with a realist lens. Let's look at it directly. And let's look at what that attention, that global attention does to a case like that, to the investigation, to the victim's family, to the accused, to the police. And that, that led me in directions I didn't expect, as I said, with, these heavier themes. But it was a little bit of me saying, okay, I too am fascinated with this and I don't want to be. So I think that the best thing I can do is look directly at it for an extended period of time and try to figure out why.
Na chwilę zboczę, odejdę od
Let me deviate from the book for a moment, because the very fact that we are in Łódź, which is so close to Budapest, requires asking a question about the past of your family. I know that your family left Hungary to the United States. I would like to ask about your grandmother, who was a Hungarian writer. I would like to ask you whether is this a kind of burden for you or quite to the contrary? Is it something that facilitated your thinking about yourself as a writer and something that oriented you towards this path? For you, what does remembrance of the distant European past mean? The European heritage, what does it mean for you?
Yeah, it's a great question and it's complicated. My father left Hungary in 1956, this failed revolution. He was a poet, actually, and a literary translator. And he lived in the US for a lot of his life, but then moved back to Budapest, where he passed away a few years ago. His mother was a very well-known Hungarian author. And actually, I have to tell, because there's a Polish connection. So I'm like 1/32 Polish. I'm a tiny bit Polish. So my grandmother had an ancestor whose name was it was Ignac Ostrowski.
Classic Polish.
Yes, left in
100.
Left during the November uprising and ended up. And in Hungary, it goes last name, first name. And so he somehow ended up with Ignaz as his last name instead. So my grandmother was Róża Ignác, or in Hungarian, Ignác Róża. So it's a Polish first name that became her last name that she was known under. But so she met me once when I was a baby, before she died. She died in an accident very suddenly. And so I did not know her. And I have been working on my Hungarian for a very long time, but you might know it's one of the, if not, it's basically the hardest language in the world to learn as an outsider. I have a little bit of a head start, having heard it so much, a little bit of baby talk, but I am nowhere near yet being able to read her books. So she wrote 40 books, and I have most of them sitting on a shelf in my home, and I can't read them, which is a bizarre situation, right? So there's a couple of ways in which she has, there has not been that influence. One is that if I grew up in Hungary, everyone would have, as I start to publish, they would absolutely already know who I was, and I would be considered, the part of this family. And I guess I would wonder then, did I make my own name? Whereas in the US, no one's ever heard of, any Hungarian writers, let alone her. The other thing is that because I haven't been able to read her work, there's no influence there. There's no, right? But I certainly grew up with the idea that being an author was a viable career path, which not a lot of people do. You might not even know a writer, let alone come from a family of writers. And even that feeling of like, oh, maybe I have something, you know, genetically that I can use. I don't think that's probably true, but maybe that storytelling kind of mind. I will say, you know, I think that I probably have a lot in common with her. I've been told that I have mannerisms that are the same as hers. So maybe there's something there, and depending what you believe about ancestors being involved from beyond the grave in your life, maybe. But I do think that I have a context for thinking about the role of the author in the world as being, whether you want to or not, a political role. She was very often throughout her career, she was in hiding from both the left and the right at various points. She was censored. She had to have a couple of her manuscripts smuggled out of the country and only published after her death. That perspective, it's very different than I think a lot of American authors in particular, this idea of like, I want to write this book and get famous, I want to write this book and make money, I want to write this book. Those are lovely things to want, but I think I have always seen my writing, even when I don't set out to write a political book, I'm always very aware that this is, I am putting my voice out there, I'm risking something of myself, and that literature, there is a reason that oppressive regimes come after books and authors first. Because of the power of what's contained in there. And so that's always in my work, even when it's something like a murder mystery in the woods, it's still going to be in my work.
To jest bardzo polityczna książka. Nie wierzcie państwo w to, co mówi autorka. Tam jest mnóstwo...
It's a very political book. Do not trust her.
Mówię, że jest tam rzeczywiście bardzo, bardzo politycznie w tej książce.
This book is very political.
Tak. Polityka wybrzmiewa
politics is heard in the book all the time, in one way or another. So if you have read the book, I hope you will agree with me. So we have changed the topic, so I would like to ask you whether any one of you would like to ask a question or contribute with a comment. Please don't hesitate, there are mics. If there are no questions, I would like to encourage you to prepare some questions, and we will continue our discussion. Be brave to ask your questions. This is a special occasion. This book is also about the return to the place where we have grown up, and this is often used in literature, in art. We go back to the places we remember as completely different places, and the big river we remember from our childhood, it's just a small stream. Huge trees turn out to be just very thin, small trees. So the past looks completely different when we confront it with the present. So the main character goes back to school, and now she looks at the school with the eyes of a mature woman. She observes the school with the eyes of the person who knows the mechanisms of violence that can be used in such places, including sexual abuse. So I wanted to ask you about this figure of return, because nowadays we had this huge revolution of Me Too movement. So how do we look at our past? Because I think that most of us, all of us, when we are looking at our schools, how they operated, how the institutions in which grew up, how they function now, we also look at our families, and sometimes we are really horrified. So how to cope with looking back with the eyes of the person who used to perceive it in certain ways?
Yeah, it's funny. There's some old school American author who had some huge statement that I think is very silly, that just that all stories are one of two things: either someone sets out on a journey or a stranger comes to town. And many stories are like that, but it's certainly not all stories. And I think another big category there, if we're going to talk about going and coming, would be someone returns home, right? And there are, for one thing, there are a lot of classic stories out there with that setup. Also, that's a big theme in most people's actual lives. Like I think about my father, returned to Budapest after 50 years living in the US. Whether it's just going back to your childhood bedroom or a city you haven't seen in a long time, and you measure yourself against the person you were when you were there last. You also have that changing perspective of age, but also of history, right? That things that were acceptable maybe at one point in time are not now, or they never were, but you thought you had to pretend that you were okay with them. That I'm always interested in time in my work and in the layers of time. I made a decision with this book. I have done books that jump around in time. And The Great Believers, my previous book, moves back and forth between the 1980s and 2015. Since I had just done that, I did not want to do that with this book. And I did not want to write a book just about an adolescent from her point of view. So I decided I want this to be an adult looking back. And that meant a couple of different things. One was, it meant that this had to become a book about memory and memory's failures, the inconsistencies of memory. I couldn't pretend that she can summon up a whole scene in detail, 5 pages of here's what happened, and then I turned left, and then he said this, and this is years before. So I had to represent memory as it really is, which is fractured and inconsistent. It also meant that I was, really taking on this idea of how things change in our estimation, how times change, how morals change, how customs change, how people change. And that's, of course, that was something that was on my own mind as well. Thinking back with Me Too, I did not give my character my exact experiences, but these similar revelations of, oh my God, we all stayed quiet about this and we should have said something. Or, I laughed this off because everyone else seemed to be okay with it, but I wasn't. And now that we're all talking about it, it turns out nobody was okay with this. That had to come in there too. So every book that I've written essentially takes some very specific approach to time. I had a book that's not translated into Polish that moves backwards throughout the 20th century, for instance. But this one, it was really, what happens if we are locked into the present? We don't get flashbacks. We don't get to jump back there. We're stuck here, which is true to real life, right? Everything you know about who you are and how you got here today, it's all a memory. And what if I represent that as accurately as I can on the page?
Kiedy czytałam pani książkę, myślałam też
I was reading your book. I was also thinking of another author, Emi Srinivasan, and her book, The Right to Sex, which was published this year in Poland. Me Too, you have mentioned as an important element of the events that are described in the book. Very often this movement is referred to as the plot against men. Srinivasan in her book states that there is something in it. This is the plot in America. This is a plot of white men against black ones. So I'm paraphrasing her words. So your book is also about this topic. You're writing about how the people who have power, they use their prejudices, they use violence, and they accuse the weaker ones. In your book, well, I'm not spoiling the book because you find out about it at the beginning, so it's not the white male who is accused of the murder, who is not
jest takim bardzo wygodnym sprawcą.
who's not a teacher. He's a perpetrator. He fits the category of perpetrators. Then the students who are preparing the podcast, they are making an investigation and they are considering whether maybe it's a matter of prejudice when he was accused of the murder. So I wanted to ask you about the reactions to this plot in the United States, because I think that these reactions can be quite interesting. So I'm very interested in this.
This was something that, you know, as I'm talking about having this kind of, you know, this realist approach to this, I was going to choose between, is this an unsolved case or is it a wrongly solved case? And I thought it was more interesting to have a wrongly solved case, something that people thought had been put to rest, but that maybe is still, you know, is unsolved. Again, with the realism, a disproportionately large number of wrongfully incarcerated men, especially in the US, who are later exonerated, are Black men. And so it felt like, you know, I should go down this road. It's scary to do that, because what if you get it wrong? What if people are upset? But it also felt wrong to have a white man in that role. Of course, it's possible, but it felt like I should do this, right? Yes. And, you know, then that means that I need to be writing about race. And I will say, I think something I strongly believe, and that a number of other authors in the US have talked about, is that writing about race should not be left only to people of color. White people need to be writing about race and examining race and examining the construction of whiteness, which, you know, in the US is deeply complicated. I mean, everywhere, but, you know, examining what does that mean to be able to look away from things? What does it mean to be presumed innocent in a certain situation? So that was something I wanted to look at directly. It's not the very center of the book, right? Yes. It's something that is in the book that I wanted to give its due, but it's not the topic. You know, and then even that, I have that balance of, well, I don't want to push that off into the margins and make it, you know, only this little subplot, because then I'm doing the very thing that I'm criticizing. So I had to find a balance there. How do I fully represent the experience this man is having in prison at the same time that his voice is silenced? Yes. And that's a big part of the book. But no, the reactions have been really good. Of course, it's important for me when I'm writing about people other than myself, or, you know, demographically very different from myself, it's very important that a number of them read the book before it goes to press. So with The Great Believers, I needed, you know, a number of gay men, people who had been intimately involved in 1980s gay Chicago, to read the book. And readers, yes? Yeah. Before it ever went to my editor, and tell me any little thing. And so the same was the case here. You know, a couple of, you know, Black men or about that age, you know, to read the book, very intelligent, you know, writers who could speak to not just did this sound right, but, you know, what is the craft issue, what's the structural issue. It was incredibly helpful, and it's an important part of my process anytime I'm writing about something that I can't write about from personal experience.
To może ja Państwu przeczytam tylko fragment książki.
I will read a fragment of this book. Omar, it's his name. Brit is asking whether Omar is blaming the school for what has happened. And there is silence. Omar says they didn't try to use me, but the director was pressing police to resolve this case and not to look at the teachers and students too much. So Granby has so many lawyers. Granby is so rich. I understand that no specific human being will say, okay, let's blame Omar. But when you press someone hard enough, you will get what you want. And they wanted someone like me. So just to illustrate this fascinating plot.
Ta książka jest też
This
książką o
book is
relacjach
also the book about relations
władzy i o
between
czymś, co
the
nazywamy
power, authority
consentem,
and the
takim zwoleniem, zgodą.
consentment.
Mamy tam motyw
Consent.
intymnej relacji
There's a
uczennicy z
moment of the
nauczycielem.
intimate
Być
relation
może
between
była
a
to
student and a
relacja
teacher. Maybe it
konsensualna,
was
taka, na którą
consensual
ona
relationship.
pozwoliła.
She gave
Mimo wszystko
permission.
była to relacja
Anyway,
niezmiernie
that was the relationship
niesymetryczna, no bo
that was
ona
very
była
asymmetrical because she was a
uczennicą,
pupil and he was her
Ale z drugiej
teacher.
strony, to jest
But on the
nieprawdopodobnie
other hand,
przewrotna
and this
pani
is
książce,
incredible
mamy
in your
wątek
book,
męża
there is the
głównej
plot of the
bohaterki,
husband of the main
który
character
zostaje skancelowany
who
za coś
is cancelled
podobnego przed
for
laty.
something similar
Czym
many
tam w
years
grę
ago,
wchodzi romans
but it was
z
about a love affair with a 22-year-old
którą on w
artist
jakimś sensie reprezentuje jako
whom he
kurator,
presents
pracujący
as the
z
curator, somebody who works for an art gallery. So I wanted to ask you,
stąpać po tak grząskim gruncie.
this is very
jakim są właśnie te
difficult,
tematy,
these are very difficult
żeby
topics.
samemu nie wpaść w to zagrożenie.
So how to proceed
sformułować to
not
pytanie.
to become entangled in it?
Right. I mean, and the way that it was translated for me was to become entangled in it, and my job is to become entangled in it, I think, right? This is what I meant earlier about, one of the benefits of fiction is that I can contradict myself. I can give these two cases that, one to most people would seem absolutely unacceptable. And, 99.9% of people are going to say this is a bad case. And another one where some people would say this was fine. There was a big age gap, but they were both adults. There was no coercion. She wasn't his student, but that some people are very upset about. And I can put those side by side in the same book, and I can really trap my narrator between those two, that she is saying, no, this one was wrong, but I'm okay with this one. And why? And is it a spectrum, or is there a line?
Where's the line?
Right. And I can ask those questions, the book can ask those questions, and my narrator might have one reaction, the reader might have a very different reaction. I deliberately made the details of that case with her husband ones, I did not make him as guilty as I could have, and I did not make him as innocent as I could have, so that it is a little bit marginal. And, you might, a book club might argue over this, I don't know. And certainly, my narrator, Bodhi, comes to his defense, and then people are very mad at her. It was, I think that a book that only comes out and says, look, you know what, all of these men are bad, all of these men are predators, we need to put all of them in their place, we need to look back and hold everyone accountable, all the women are right, all the men are wrong. It would be a very flat book. I need to have counterbalance there. I need to punch holes a little bit in that, even as that's part of the book. These cases where that, we do need to hold someone accountable, I need something on the other side of the scale too. I need to mess it up. I can't just, my life would be a lot easier if I could just write one thing.
Proszę Państwa, czy może już teraz...
Ladies and gentlemen, maybe now anyone would like to ask a question. I know that the first question is always the most difficult to ask. Well, no questions? Not yet.
I always say the same thing whenever I'm interviewing anyone. I always tell the audience that you just we need one person.
Exactly.
There is one. Yeah.
O, przepraszam, czy mogę poprosić o podejście z mikrofonem?
Yeah. Okay, let's have a mic.
Także pisarka będzie pytać, z tego co widzę.
And I can see that the author is going to give you this question.
My question is about your process, because I just really love listening about different writers' processes. Please tell us, how do you start writing a book? How the idea comes to you? How does the progression work? I would be really grateful.
Yeah, I'm delighted to. So I actually have this, I need to think about a book for about a year to a year and a half before I do much typing. And I do consider it writing, what I'm doing. And I'm always...
Oh, that's super cool idea. I love it.
Yeah.
So that's just like typing and writing.
Yeah, that's it.
So I do work even though I'm not writing.
Yes.
No, I'm writing even though I'm not typing.
Not typing.
I love it.
Yes.
I'm taking this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right, so going on a walk and thinking about the book, that's writing. Making an outline, that's writing. Research is writing. And I have students who will be working on a novel, and I'll say, okay, how much progress have you made since 2 weeks ago? And they'll say, oh my God, I got no writing done. I went on this research trip and I interviewed this person, and then I thought a lot about it, and then I made notes, but I didn't get any writing done. Like, you did a lot of writing. So for me, I need it's usually about a year and a half of turning the story around in my mind. And what's wonderful about that phase is I can make big changes in that time without having to go into my manuscript and undo anything. So, for instance, in this book, Bodhi, just what her occupation would be changed so many times for me, right? So, like, is she a doctor? No. She's a ballet dancer? No. And I can't even remember now what the things were, but I finally settled, okay, she's a film history professor. She has this podcast. If I had been typing all those other things, I would have either felt like I had to stick with them. Or
job is done.
Right, or I'd have to go in and delete all this stuff. So that's the first part. By the time I start typing, it's usually pretty fast because I've done all this work mentally. And I usually go so far in my thinking as to plan out scenes, to think of dialogue, to know my characters very well. But of course, it's not like it's all a smooth road from there. There's a lot of undoing still. There's a lot of outlining it all on note cards. But I work on my laptop. I take it to the coffee shop. Sometimes I get to go to an artist's retreat for a couple of weeks. It's not the most romantic picture of a writer sitting with your laptop in Starbucks, but that is the reality. And then many rounds of revision and retroactive outlining and printing it all out and moving pieces around on the floor. At least half of the process is revision, which is hard, I think, for beginning writers to understand, and for readers, it's probably not what you'd guess, just the amount of revision that we do. But that's where it is. And I'll say, like, right now, the novel I'm working on next, I've just kind of come out of that year and a half of thinking and researching, and I'm actually writing. And on the train from Gdańsk to here yesterday, I wrote quite a lot. I was very happy.
Good to hear that. Czy ktoś z Państwa ośmielony tym pierwszym?
Anybody who has become brave after the first volunteer? Okay, we've got some more questions.
Do you have any book in a drawer?
Yeah, that's a good question. Do I have like the book that I wrote and abandoned in the drawer? Yes and no. So, okay. Many years ago, in my previous life, I taught Montessori elementary school. And I did that for 12 years. I loved it. I loved those kids. And just really for fun, I wrote 2 children's novels for them and with them. Like I'd read them a chapter and I'd ask them for suggestions, or they would illustrate, or they'd research something for me. And the first one I liked well enough that I thought maybe one day I'd send it out, but I don't think I would like it anymore. So the second one is lost forever. I think it died with an old computer. The first one exists somewhere in the world. But in terms of adult novels that I really sat down and went, okay, this is it, I don't. I have a couple false starts, just like a first chapter that but my mindset personally is that anything is fixable. I don't think there's such a thing as a bad idea for a novel unless it's deeply offensive. You know, if you describe the plot of any novel and say, is that a good idea for a novel? Well, I don't know. Like, you describe the plot of Frankenstein to someone who's never read it. Is that a good idea for a novel that this guy stitches together dead body? No, but it works because she made it work, right? So I think I also actually have very few abandoned short stories. Most of them I've finished and published. I just feel like, and the only reason I would abandon something is if I just really did not care about it anymore. If I still care about it, maybe I put it aside and come back to it, but I just need to unlock what is the problem. What is this book missing, or what is there too much of, or what is not connecting for me or with a reader. Yes and no. These mysterious children's novels that no one will ever see, but not of my adult work.
Czy ktoś jest tam jeszcze z ręką do góry?
Any other questions?
Yes.
Jest pytanie, proszę.
I would like to know if your books were read by sensitivity readers, and what do you think about this, I don't know, institution?
Right, so this is a bit of what I was talking about in terms of readers looking for, you know, in this book, just the black male perspective, talking about prison culture, and also my gay male readers with The Great Believers. I think that within reason, it's a great thing. With these, almost all of these were people I personally found myself. One of the readers on this new book was someone that the editor hired for me to read it. But for other elements, like I had a lawyer from New Hampshire look at the legal things. And these are just friends. These are people I could call on for a favor. Someone could certainly make suggestions that go too far. Someone could take this, to the extreme and try to water down what you're saying, or you could disagree with the person. But in every case that I've had someone look at my work from an identity perspective or an experience perspective, their notes have made the work stronger. So I am in favor of it as a general concept. Someone could be, overzealous in that job, but it has been a good thing in my life, in my writing life, whether that's, something informal that I've done, or in this just one instance, a more formal arrangement.
Okay, to teraz ja.
Okay, so me now again, but you're still encouraged to ask questions. 9.5 minutes left to the end of the meeting, so it means we still have time for questions. I would like to ask you about the dynamics of on the internet, meaning arguments, quarrels, I don't know what elderly people over 40 call it, but this is the motive you find in the novel. Somebody gets drunk and posts something on Twitter. Generally, we do discourage you from such activities. Better not try doing that. But I would like to ask you, but I'm not asking whether you drank a glass of wine and published something on the internet. That's not my point. But have you ever participated in such an argument on the internet, and has it ever struck you personally? Because it's really suggestively described in the book what happens to the person who experiences such a thing.
Right. I mean, I wanted that internet culture to be very much a part of the book, of that present day. We're in this moment right now. And I'll say, just as a side note, I see a lot of writers, they're afraid to put details of modern life, of technology, into a story because they think it will make that story seem dated in a few years. And first of all, you're very lucky if someone's reading your work in a few years, right? Secondly, they'll understand, right? I read books from the past and I like the details of that time, right? But I have friends who teach younger students, high school, university age students, who'll say they, even their students want to, not put internet stuff in, so they're all setting their stories in the 1990s, which of course they weren't alive for, so they get it very wrong. And why are they doing this? Anyway, no, of course I've gotten into arguments, of course, nothing terribly juicy, but sometimes you kind of you jump into the fray. More often what's happened is I have said something pretty benign and boring, and someone gets very offended. And I had a bunch of very right-wing Americans very mad at me for a while. I tweeted a joke because people. Oh no, it's the worst. Well, yeah, Donald Trump supporters were wearing these red hats. Right, say "Make America Great Again," and I just tweeted. I said, I wish that other people would stop wearing red hats because I see one from a distance and I don't know if I should be worried. And these people flipped out. It was on the right-wing news station. Really? It was, yeah. And just this and the good thing for me is that these aren't my readers. These are not. It's not like being scolded by sort of your people, and you go, oh my God, I did something wrong. I'm just going, this is hilarious that you guys are offended by this. But it was also scary. They were talking about where I lived, and there was some scary stuff there. So I'm incapable of really censoring myself, especially politically. I know I'm sticking my neck out there when I post my opinions online. What I've definitely tried to step away from, I won't argue with anyone about religion anymore, ever again, just don't get involved. And I'm gonna try to see the best version of what someone posted, right? They post something that you could take the wrong way, or you could give them the benefit of the doubt. And I've been taken the wrong way enough that I'm just going to always err on the side of the benefit of the doubt. They probably meant, maybe they meant well, so I'll stay out of it.
Może to jest jakiś sposób?
Perhaps that's the way to deal with it.
Chyba nie słychać, to ja mogę służyć moim mikrofonem.
I can share my microphone if you cannot hear me.
Ten nie działa, to zapraszam tutaj.
It doesn't work.
I have a more theoretical question for you. How important is for you rich vocabulary and sophisticated grammar in your books? Ooh. And how far do you agree with the statement that high linguistic skills are they elevate your level of experiencing of I don't know the world? Just thinking about it.
I love that. I've never been asked that question before. I love that question. I will say, both of my parents were linguistics professors, and both of them spoke. Well, my mother's still alive. She, probably speaks 10 languages. My father spoke about 16.
Oh my God!
So I grew up did not grow up bilingual. That would have been great, and I would have known my Hungarian already. But definitely rich, vocabulary in my home. Also, English has a much bigger vocabulary than a lot of languages. Our dictionaries are big compared to other languages, because there are just so many sources, right? There are German words, there are Latinate words, there are, just all these different cultures, all these different influences. And so it's something, to take advantage of. It also means that I'm in English, as well read as I am, I'm constantly hearing a new word that I didn't know. I think that, I would shy away as a writer from using a word that I think the average reader won't know, because it's going to kick you out of the book a little bit, right? You have to stop and Google it, or you feel dumb. Maybe I can make it clear from context. And by the average reader, I mean the average very intelligent reader, because that's who reads, is very intelligent people. But I'm also definitely going to take advantage of the breadth of the English language and that unusual word that maybe people know, but it's not the first word you'd think of. We have so many words, there's so many concepts, in English where there are, 17 synonyms from different sources, and you could choose any one of them. And I will, I'm always looking for, especially in editing, it might not come out this way when I'm first writing, but looking for what is the most resonant word, what is the juiciest word, what word have I not already used on this page, because I don't want to repeat myself. It's something, I think that there are writers who talk, especially poets, will talk about like being in it for the beauty of the language. And despite growing up in that kind of household, that's not my main, I want to tell a story. The language, the beauty of the language is not my main focus. But in the editing, I do, that is my instrument. And I want to have that instrument in tune. And so I am going to think about it musically. I'm going to think about the shape of the sentence. I'm going to think about, how does it feel in the mouth? I need to read it aloud. And then, part of that is, the weight of each word. Is this a word that just sits there? Or is this a word that evokes other things that are useful? And it helps. The more words you know, the more choices you have.
Została nam minuta. Bardzo mi
There is a minute left. I'm really sorry. We need to wrap up our meeting, but first of all, I would like to say that the book was translated into Polish by Rafał Lisowski. Well done. It's important to emphasize who translates the books from other languages, who the ambassador of the authors is. That's very important. These are translators, and we need to emphasize their ingenious role. And Rafał Lisowski provided us with this great translation. And I've got a notice. Rebecca Mackay will be signing her books at the bookshop. Can you nod if I'm telling the truth? Yes, at the bookshop. I'm right. So if you feel like getting a signature and a short conversation with the author, I hope we can invite everybody to join us. Rebecca Mackay, thank you very much.
It's not always easy to recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it and how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
Ihrer Ausreise.
Jestem z zawodu lekarzem. Zajmowała się diagnostyką chorób nowotworowych.
W Białorusi zajmowałam się mikrobiologią i molekularną biologią.
byłem nauczycielem szkoły podstawowej.
Naszym celem jest budowanie umiejętności, które są ważne na polskim rynku pracy.
Szybko nabierają takiej pewności siebie, bardzo szybko się uczą.
Wszystko możliwe, kiedy starasz się.
areas. So, journalists of TV and station, the offer we, the trans people, and the offer of the documentary on children and parents of transsexual children, as somebody who has done a lot in terms of this topic. I will start with the following plot, which is very important to me. Recently, the Museum of Modern Art in New York purchased a flag, rainbow flag, dating back to 1978 by Gilbert Baker, and it is exposed in the exhibition. There's also a video you can watch in internet, so it tells you about the history of this artifact, and it also gives information on the idea and the history of the movement connected with this flag. It's important when such an artifact is exhibited in the museum because people will be talking about it for many, many years, and the title of our panel is "Don't be afraid to talk." I would like to ask you about the turning moments in your lives, private moments, when you start considering your identity, your sexuality of your children. So what, and once you thought about it, what to do to start speaking about it to other people? It's even more afraid. I think we are afraid. Okay, I'll start. I didn't start with fear when I was considering that we should share our story, Victoria's story. I had no fear to talk about this, although there was a fear. I was worried about Victoria. It's a paradox. I wanted to protect Victoria, and I showed her story, so I took her out of the wardrobe. I know about it now, but I didn't know it. It is a method which usually often works well, because when we leave the cupboard on our own terms, we are lords and ladies of our lives. We do not have to be worried that somebody is passing the wardrobe, the cupboard, the door is opening slightly, maybe somebody will look into the cupboard, or maybe somebody will open the door rapidly and will take us out. So we didn't do this. We did it on our own terms. We had no calculations. And it was probably good, because if we started calculating, we wouldn't be able to open this cupboard so quickly. And later on, actually the coming out took place 3 years ago, so yes, we can make a table showing gains and losses, and there are many bullet points on both sides, but maybe later on I will tell you about this.
Proszę się nie bać.
Please don't be afraid. My turn. I think that this fear is something that has been with me since my childhood. And the turning point, in my case, well, actually, there were several turning points, but one of the first ones, when I was a student, I was just about to graduate from the university, PhD studies, the Academy of Fine Arts in Kraków. So I
Wszystko zaczęło się od Króla Jagiełły. Mała Łodzia stała się miastem, które w XIX wieku rozwijało się najszybciej na świecie. W ciągu zaledwie 60 lat od powstania pierwszej manufaktury powstaje przemysłowa, wielonarodowościowa metropolia. Jednak wiatry historii nie zawsze jej sprzyjały. To, co zniszczył los, odbudowują łodzianie. Nasza Łódź. Miasto wielkich szans. Od 600 lat w sercu Polski i Europy.
Jesteśmy Polakami. Jesteśmy niezwykłym społeczeństwem. Zawsze w obliczu wielkiego wyzwania potrafimy się mobilizować. Potrafimy stawić czoła wielkim wyzwaniom. Bo nie potrafimy stać obojętnie. Bo obchodzi nas bezpieczeństwo i przyszłość naszych dzieci. Bo wierzymy, że nadzieja zwycięża apatię, lęk i strach. Bo mimo wszelkich przeciwności nigdy się nie poddajemy. Potrafimy ciężko pracować, wspierać się i działać razem. Bo zależy nam na naszej ojczyźnie, naszym osiedlu, naszej ulicy. Bo chcemy naszych niezbywalnych praw i wolności. Bo nie oddamy naszych marzeń. Nadchodzi punkt zwrotny.
Zapaliły się światła, to znaczy, że możemy...
The lights are on, this means we can discuss. Agata Buzek.
Dobry wieczór.
Good evening.
I Helena, która
And
jest
Helena,
prelegentem.
who is the other
W imieniu Heleny dobry
panelist.
wieczór.
Good evening on behalf of
Ja się nazywam
Helena.
Kuba Karyś, jestem przewodniczącym
I'm Jakub
Komitetu
Karaś.
Obrony
I'm the
Zwiedliśmy ten
Democracy Defense Committee. We are not going to talk about animal animals' choices, but our own choices. Bogusław Stanisławski said we should move the world by 1 millimeter to make it better. And this is what we share, what we have in common. The very fact we are here means we want to move the world 1 millimeter. And why we should do it, we would like to talk about it. We have more in common because we love democracy and we love animals. It's a lot.
Ja też mam taką Helenę w domu, tylko się
I've
nazywa
got
Sabina.
Helena at home, but she's
I też jest
called
uratowana
Sabina,
końcówka.
and
A
she
jaka jest
was
historia
rescued
Heleny?
from a
Poproszę,
chain,
żeby
and I
Agata
would
trochę
like
opowiedziała
Agata
coś
to
niesamowitego.
tell Helena's story, which is amazing. Helena used to live on a chain. She ended up in a shelter with her puppy and with a chain on her neck. We met
do kalendarza Wielce Małym.
during shooting, during a photo shoot for Wielce Małym, and that was love at first sight. And that's why I've been belonging to Helena for 5 years.
My należymy do naszych zwierząt. Ja mam w tej chwili 2 psy i 2 koty, a Agata
We
ma
belong
też
to our animals. I've got dogs and cats, and Agata has other animals as well.
Bo to jest początek tej historii.
That's the beginning of the story we would like to tell.
Rocky ma w tej chwili pół roku.
What about Rocky? Rocky is 6 months
3 miesiące temu
old. Together with Józef, I brought 2 boys from Albania.
Józefa znalazłam w lesie.
I found Józef in the forest, and then I went to pick him. And then they showed Rocky, the puppy, who was 3 months old with a broken backbone.
W wyniku, jak to zawsze bywa, strasznego postępowania.
As a result of human cruelty.
I Rocky jest w tej chwili w Warszawie.
Rocky is now in Warsaw. Most probably will be able to operate on his backbone. He is 6 months old. This is a Belgian Shepherd from... So he has lots of energy, growing fast, and for 3 weeks now, meaning in the 5th month of his life, he started walking and running and even swimming in the river. So we are now waiting for the decision whether he can be operated on and what will happen to him. That's Rocky's story.
Idziemy dalej. Dlaczego
Let's move on. Why did you bring 2 dogs, including one very ill from Albania?
Bo stanęły na mojej drodze.
Because they were on my way. They appeared on my way. I was driving through the roads of Albania, and in the field I saw Józek in a terrible condition.
I nie było dla mnie możliwe, żeby
It was impossible for me to share my sandwiches with him and then continue sightseeing the country with the car. So I took him to my car. I found a vet's clinic, and everything that happened afterwards was the result of the decision that I may not leave him. Since I stopped there where he appeared, it means I am the one to take care of him. When I took him to the vet's clinic, according to what the Little Prince said and what you can read in idealistic films, if you tame somebody, you are responsible for them. If you have rescued someone's life, you are responsible for it. And that's why I decided to take Józef. He's with my mom, with Rocky and
Tak
Józef.
właśnie wygląda świat przesunięty o parę
And
milimetrów do
that's
przodu, żeby
what
był
the world
lepszy.
moved several millimeters forward looks like. It has become a better place.
I każdy z nas ma
Each
takiego
of
Józka,
us
którego spotyka po
has
drodze. I każdy
its
z nas
own
ma takiego
Józek
Józka, którego ma koło siebie.
you meet
Wystarczy
and
tylko
Józek
dobrze
next to you.
rozglądać.
You
Czasem
just
to
need
jest
to
Józek,
take a look. Sometimes
czasem
it's
to są
Józek,
wybory, czasem jest to demokracja.
sometimes
Bo
these
mamy
are
taką koszulkę
elections,
wybory
sometimes
bez
it's
licu.
democracy.
Agata jak dzisiaj nie ubrała, ale
I've
ubrała ją
got
całkiem niedawno temu,
the t-shirt
kiedy na naszej drodze wspólnej stanęła demokracja.
related to election.
Chciałbym zapytać, jak to jest i dlaczego się to
I would
robi?
like to say, what is it like
że
and
takiej jednej jakiejś tam
why
aktywności, czy przechodzi się w drugą.
do you
następną,
do that?
kolejną.
You enter another
To
and
jest takie
another
uzależnienie od tego przesuwania świata.
experience. Have you become addicted
chyba
to
nie jest uzależnienie,
moving the
bo
world?
wydaje mi się, że ja
This
miałabym
is not an
taką
addiction.
możliwość,
It
żeby
seems
się
I
cofać i schować i
could
zamknąć
have the
pod sobą.
possibility to withdraw, to deal with myself.
To by mnie też
But
bardzo
this
po prostu zubożyło.
but it seems it would
Tak
impoverish
jak
me.
przywiezienie Józka, tak odpowiedź na wasze
Both
zapytanie,
bringing
czy
Józek
czy wezmę
and
udział
responding to your question whether I'm going to
to powoduje, że
to participate
ja
in this
nagrywać spot.
slogan of the
W pełni się zgadzam.
Z Heleną,
Democracy Defense
Heleną, tak.
Committee that I would
Z którym w pełni się
participate
zgadzam
in this spot.
Właściwie jestem wdzięczna za
And
możliwość udziału w
I'm
tym,
really
wypowiedzenia się w
grateful
takim
for
kwestii. No,
talking
a potem
about it
Kuba do mnie dzwoni chwilę
and for
później,
participating
że
in
można
it.
przyjechać tutaj do Państwa i
And then
porozmawiać o tym,
I
co się robi i dlaczego. I o tym
realized I could
przesuwaniu
come
chociażby
here and talk about
tego
it,
świata
how to move the
w dobrym
world
kierunku, w pięknym
around
kierunku.
us in a beautiful
To po prostu jedno
direction.
pociąga drugie i
One
wydaje się, że
entails
spotykanie kolejnych ludzi,
another.
którzy też przesuwają świat.
You meet people who move the world 1 millimeter forward.
W poczuciu, że się nie jest samemu z niezgodą na to, co się dzieje wokół,
It is
że się nie
about
jest samemu
not being alone,
z trudnymi wyborami,
about not
z załamaniami czasami.
getting over difficult decisions, breakdowns. I suppose that's
Że jesteśmy zwierzętami
who we are.
stadnymi.
We are herd
To
animals,
bycie w stadzie,
and
to
being a part of the
spotykanie się
herd,
i odzwierciedlanie siebie
meeting
nawzajem,
and
swoich
reflecting
pragnień,
one another, our
pomaganie sobie w tym,
longings,
po
and
prostu stanowi o nas.
helping is
I
what
teraz
defines
popatrzcie każdy na
us.
swojego sąsiada.
Look at
Wszyscy
the
tutaj
person
przesuwacie
sitting
ten
next to
świat
you.
milimetrów.
You push,
Popatrzcie
you
na
move the
swojego
world
sąsiada i
forward
przesuńcie
1
razem
millimeter.
ten świat.
When you
Będą
move
2
the
milimetry.
world
wszyscy
together,
razem
it will be 2
poprzesuwamy
millimeters.
świat.
If we move the world forward, it will become a
Przed nami
better
wielkie
place.
wybory, ważne wybory,
Important
najważniejsze
election
wybory,
ahead of
które
us,
będzie
the most
9
important since 1989.
I teraz jest czas, żeby pokazać,
Now it's the
my
time
to wiemy,
to
bo my
show
jesteśmy
what we
przesuwani świata,
already
wiadomo.
know.
Ale to jest czas, żeby pokazać,
It's the time to
że
show
my jesteśmy wszyscy razem. i
that
chcemy wszyscy
we
razem
stand
się przesuwać.
together and we want to move the world forward hand in hand. There is a stand here where people distribute leaflets and talk about great Polish civic action of controlling the election. There are 20,000, there used to be 20,000 of us, now 22,000, and we are going to have over 30,000 polling stations, and we need to have somebody in each of them. Join us, support this action, tell about it to the people who do not share the same opinion as you, who can be different. But it's worth
żeby go móc przesunąć o ten 1 milimetr.
making an effort to move the world 1 millimeter forward. I can see the clock. It means we've got 10 minutes left. So, if you do have any questions, I'll be very happy to take them. I've got a feeling
że to zmienianie świata
that changing the world
trzeba sobie znaleźć taką małą rzecz.
means that you need to find a place, a thing you love, like we love animals.
I się nią zająć.
And you should take care of it, but this can be a minor thing.
I tą jedną rzecz zmienić,
And you can change one thing, you can improve it
komuś pomóc,
to make the world a better place, to give something.
dać. Dokładnie. Co sądzisz?
Tak, tak sądzę.
What do you
Myślę,
think?
że te rzeczy są nienazywalne i nikt
These things cannot
za
be
człowieka nie
called,
jest w stanie ich nazwać.
and
Nie
nobody
jest w stanie ich
can
znaleźć, tylko
find
każdy z
them,
nas
can define them.
widzi je
Each
osobiście
of
wokół
us
siebie i to jest to, co mamy do
notices
dyspozycji.
them
Ten
personally.
mały
This is
kawałek
what
wokół
we
siebie.
have as just the area around ourselves. I read many articles about you. In addition to the fact that Agata finds objects she helps, she's also an excellent actress. The articles mention you being an excellent actress. You do what you can do, people adore you. I haven't found anything about Józek, about Rocky. I found a long article about Helena. She's afraid, she's still afraid of...
Co przypomina kij, boi się do tej pory, nawet po tych 5 latach.
She's still afraid of a violent stick.
Zastanawiam się, czy to jest tak, że,
Isn't it so?
że ten świat, to, że wiesz, że ty grasz w tych filmach, że to jest takie fajne, że ty jesteś znana, sławna i tak dalej, i przesłania tego wszystkiego, co
To
ty
niekoniecznie jest fajne, żeby było jasne.
It's not always that fun, and it's not always great, just to make it clear. No, it is.
tego wszystkiego, co robisz tak na co dzień.
It does not cast a shadow on what you do. You live near the Belarusian border. Do you want to talk about
Dzisiaj
it?
był rano wzruszający, przepiękny panel.
Today in the morning we had a great panel chaired by Mirek Michalski, my friend,
Gościem specjalnym była
with
oczywiście
special guests, special guests Andrzej Saramonowicz, Maciej Sztur, and
gościnią specjalną prosto z
Agnieszka
Toronto,
Holland, straight from Toronto,
mówiliśmy o
online.
zielonej granicy.
We were talking about the green border, and now we have a person who lives there,
Trochę opowiedzieć.
and you can tell us about it.
To jest trudny temat, żeby o nim opowiedzieć
That's
za
a
chwilę.
topic that cannot be discussed within a few
To
minutes.
też jest takie miejsce, w które
This is also
już od
a
prawie 2
place
lat jestem zaangażowana i nie dlatego,
where
że
I have
teraz próbuję się
engaged
przenieść,
for
ale
a few years.
dlatego, żeby
Not because I try to move there,
jeździłam
but simply because I used to visit
kiedy zaczął się cały problem
this place. I visited this place
zaczęli tam być ludzie, którzy
already at the
pomagają
very
pomocy.
beginning of the process to help people.
Trudno coś w tej chwili mówić, tak naprawdę. Proszę iść na film Zielona Granica.
What can I
proszę
tell?
zapytać ludzi,
We
którzy
can
niewiele o
say
tym wiedzą
watch the
na
Green
Zielonej
Border.
Granicy.
Tell people who don't know much about it to see the Green Border film.
Nie do końca
I
dotarło,
suppose
co
this
tam się
is
dzieje na naszych
something that we do not realize what
Ktoś powinien
is happening there.
zostać pociągnięty do
Somebody should be held liable for it.
A żeby ta granica była przyjazna,
But in order to make
Nadal
this
będzie
border
zielona,
friendly, it
żeby ona
will
była
still be
przyjazna,
green,
to
but
musimy
in order to make it friendly,
wybory, które są
we
przed nami,
need to make the major
były prawdziwe.
election
One nie będą
true.
uczciwe pewnie, ale one
It
będą
might not
prawdziwe,
be
bo my je
fair, but they will be true because we are going to control them and will not let anybody falsify them, together with Agata and with everybody. And we could say,
bo ja obserwuję.
vote because
Dlatego
I'm
bardzo was
watching.
proszę, jeżeli chcecie zmienić troszeczkę
If you
świat,
want to change the world,
który
next to you,
za miesiąc.
Tak, dokładnie.
if you want to change the world
Dokładnie
in a
za miesiąc,
month's
bez
time,
jednego dnia, to weźcie ulotkę stamtąd i
take the
podajcie ją swoim
leaflet
sąsiadom.
and
Poproście,
give it to your
żeby
neighbor.
rozdali ją dalej.
Ask them
Podajcie,
to pass it
nasze,
on.
media społecznościowe dalej.
You can
Podajcie
share
media
our
społecznościowe
social
dalej.
media,
Pomożecie w ten sposób
Agata's
Rockiemu,
social media. You will help
który zbiera
Rocky,
pieniądze na
who
operację.
is still collecting
Ja
money
już to
for
zrobiłem.
his
Pomożecie w ten
surgery.
sposób
I have
Polsce,
already done it. You will also help
Pomożecie nam
Poland,
wszystkim te
and you
wybory
will help
skontrolować.
us
To jest
all
bardzo
control the
fajny
election.
system, bardzo prosty.
That's a great and simple system. You enter the website, tick boxes, very important thing.
Okręg, zakres kilometrów, w którym możecie być
You
obserwatorami
need to
wyborczymi. A
mark
już system
the
przydziela was
area
do komisji, tam
where
się
you can
udajecie. Jest
work.
wcześniej
You go
również
to
szkolenie, które
the
mówi wam,
polling
co wam wolno,
station.
czego wam nie wolno, na co trzeba
complete the
zwrócić
training
uwagę.
telling you
A
what
my
to do, what you
postaramy
can
się,
do, what you cannot
żeby
do,
jak najszybciej w dniu
and
wyborów,
we'll try
z
to do our
1024 reprezentatywnych komisji otrzymamy od
when
takich
we
obserwatorów jak
get
wy
information
wyniki,
from
podać
the
je
observers
z jak
to
najwyższą dokładnością.
share it,
Będziemy
to
pierwsi.
share the results with as high
Chciałam wam
accuracy
powiedzieć,
as
że to jest w
possible,
ogóle
and we'll
bardzo
be the first ones.
interesujące.
It's very
Dowiedzieć się
interesting
tego,
to
jak to funkcjonuje
learn how it
i,
functions
tak z bliska przyjrzeć się
and to see
temu świętu tak naprawdę,
this holiday,
jakim są wybory.
the holiday of
Pomóc temu świętu, żeby ono było,
election. We
ono
can
było prawdziwe. Bo to jest
make
święto, to jest
this
duży dar.
holiday
Niektórzy tu na
real.
sali
This
pewnie
is a great
pamiętają,
gift.
a
Some
niektórzy
of
nie
you
pamiętają,
might
że to
remember,
jest dar,
some
który
might
mamy
not.
stosunkowo
That this is the
niedawno,
gift
że
we have been
możemy wyjść na
enjoying for
wybory i
not
wybierać,
such a long
mieć jakiś
time that
wpływ.
we can go
Więc
vote
szanujmy to
and
i
impact.
pomóżmy
Let's
temu.
respect it and let's help
15
it.
września ponad 30 tysięcy ludzi
On the
w tym kraju
15th of
przesunie ten świat
October,
milimetrów w dobrą stronę i bądźcie jednymi z nich.
many people in this country
To
will
jest naprawdę bardzo
move
proste. To jest
this
tylko jeden
world
dzień.
1 millimeter forward.
Zobaczycie,
It's
jak
only
to
one
wygląda
day,
od
and
środka
you will
i
see
będziecie mogli
what it is
pomóc
like from the
temu.
inside,
O to
and you'll
was
be
bardzo
able
serdecznie
to
dziękuję.
help this country. This
Weźcie
is
sobie
my
jakąś
request for
małą
you.
rzecz, którą kochacie.
Take
Weźcie
something
sobie
you
taką
love,
najmniejszą
a
i
tiny
weźcie też
thing
kawałek Polski,
you love,
którą na pewno
and
kochacie.
take a piece of Poland which you definitely love,
15 października
and help it on
patrzę na
the
zegar.
15th October.
No i powiedziałeś, czy są jakieś pytania?
Are there any
pytań nie było.
questions?
O, jest
And you
pytanie,
keep on
pani ma
talking.
pytanie.
There is a question.
Proszę podejść tutaj.
No, dziecko Heleny było w schronisku. Chciałaś ty się wypowiedzieć?
Dzisiaj przeczytałem, że jak są brawa, to Helena
Today
szczeka.
I read
Tak,
that
Helena szczeka, jak
whenever
są
there is a
brawa.
round of applause, Helena barks.
Dziecko Heleny zostało bardzo szybko
Helena's
adoptowane ze schroniska.
puppy
Nawet
was
ostatnio
quickly adopted from the
pani
shelter.
dyrektorka
Even
schroniska
recently,
przysłała mi jego
the
zdjęcie,
director
jak się teraz ma i ma się
sent
świetnie.
a photo of her, and the boy is doing
Tak,
really
podobno.
great.
Tak samo nisko podłogowo.
Yes, they are low-level animals.
Agata, bardzo Ci dziękuję.
Agata,
To było
thank
wielki
you
zaszczyt, że mogłem
very
tutaj być
much.
na
It was
Igrzyskach
an
Wolności
honor to
10.
be
jubileuszowych.
here in the
I
Freedom
zaszczyt
Games.
z tobą
It was an honor to talk to you.
Wzajemnie.
I z Heleną, oczywiście.
Oczywiście.
Likewise.
Jeszcze mamy 2 minuty, może ktoś
We've got
jeszcze
2
ma jakieś
minutes
pytania?
left. Are there any questions?
2
Nie ma
minuty.
żadnych. Oni
Bo my
wszyscy,
możemy też
nie,
po
oni
prostu-
wszyscy czekają,
They are
żeby
all
się rzucić do drzwi
waiting
i
to
szybko
leave
zabrać
this
ulotki
room,
i
take the
rozdawać
leaflets and
znajomym.
distribute them
Dlatego tak nie
among
ma
your
pytań,
friends.
bo
That's
rozumiem,
why there
że
are
czas
no
się liczy.
questions,
w takim
because
razie
it's a matter of
zapraszamy.
time. So we are looking
Bardzo
forward to
serdecznie.
meeting you.
Bardzo dziękujemy.
Thank you
Bardzo
very
serdecznie
much.
dziękujemy. Weźcie kawałek świata, który
Take
kochacie
the piece of
i
world you
przesuńcie go
love and
do
move
przodu i on
it
na pewno wtedy będzie lepszy. Zobaczycie. Wielkie dzięki.
to,
Do
Dziękujemy, że tu
zobaczenia.
to find
jesteście.
out whether it becomes a better place. Thank you for being here.
Always easy to recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it and how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
Heute Ihre Ausreise
studiując zawodu lekarzem, zajmowała się diagnostyką chorób nowotworowych.
W Białorusi zajmowałam się mikrobiologią i molekularną biologią.
Byłem nauczycielem szkoły podstawowej.
Naszym celem jest budowanie umiejętności, które są ważne na polskim rynku pracy.
Szybko nabierają takiej pewności siebie, bardzo szybko się uczą.
Wszystko możliwe, kiedy starasz się.
Każdy wybór ma swoje konsekwencje.
Dziś na kazaniu o takich jak ty mówili, że to morderczynie.
A wiesz, że ta, która ci pomogła, trafi za kraty?
Trzeba mieć sumienie.
Jak mogłaś to zrobić własnej matce?
Aborcja to najgorsza zbrodnia.
Gdybym ja podjęła taką decyzję, nie byłoby cię tutaj.
Organy państwa nie będą przyglądać się temu obojętnie.
Życie i zdrowie kobiety jest najważniejsze.
Stop kryminalizacji aborcji.
Kobieta decyduje.
Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry. Pan Zbigniew Hołdys.
Zgadza się. Dla znajomych Zbyszek.
Serio? Zbyszek. Nadchodzące wybory są zbyt ważne, żeby zostawić je bez kontroli. Dołącz do obywatelskiej kontroli wyborów. Zróbmy wybory bez picu.
Wszystko zaczęło się od króla Jagiełły. Mała Łodzia stała się miastem, które w XIX wieku rozwijało się najszybciej na świecie. W ciągu zaledwie 60 lat od powstania pierwszej manufaktury powstaje przemysłowa, wielonarodowościowa metropolia. Jednak wiatry historii nie zawsze jej sprzyjały. To, co zniszczył los, odbudowują łodzianie. Nasza Łódź. Miasto wielkich szans. Od 600 lat w sercu Polski i Europy.
Jesteśmy Polakami. Jesteśmy niezwykłym społeczeństwem. Zawsze w obliczu wielkiego wyzwania potrafimy się mobilizować. Potrafimy stawić czoła wielkim wyzwaniom. Bo nie potrafimy stać obojętnie. Bo obchodzi nas bezpieczeństwo i przyszłość naszych dzieci. Bo wierzymy, że nadzieja zwycięża apatię, lęk i strach. Bo mimo wszelkich przeciwności nigdy się nie poddajemy. Potrafimy ciężko pracować, wspierać się i działać razem. Bo zależy nam na naszej ojczyźnie, naszym osiedlu, naszej ulicy. Bo chcemy naszych niezbywalnych praw i wolności. Bo nie oddamy naszych marzeń. Nadchodzi punkt zwrotny.
Dobry wieczór Państwu.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Magda Mołek and I have a great pleasure to accompany you and to facilitate the last meeting. I would like to say that I would like to open the closure of this year's Freedom Games, the turning point. It's a several-day-long meeting, so thanks for the invitation. We are coming to the end. The Freedom Games 2023 will be completed by the debate on the rule of law. The catchphrase is j'accuse, that means I accuse you. So the speakers on the right represent the Free Courts Association, and on the left-hand side there are the members of the opposition. So these are the people who are defending the rule of law. So this is the meeting during which we will try to see what the opposition looks like, what's their attitude towards democracy and freedom. So we would like to have a declaration what to do to fix the rule of law. Our meeting will be subdivided into two rounds. During the first one, politicians and lawyers will receive some time to give the answer to the questions. In the first round, there will be questions on what has been devastated and who do you accuse for violating the rule of law. During the second round, together, we will try to consider how to fix this mess. This is what's in my text. Are you ready? So I'll try to measure the time. On your monitors in red you can see the time. Oh, somebody cannot see it. So please don't go back because there's no space behind us. So please, the opposition, do not go back. Stay in your places and go forward. So I'm going to measure the time because this main time is not of interest, so some technical issues. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I am speaking to the people on the left. You've got 1.5 minutes to answer my question. I know. So you will have a power speech to deliver. You're quite used to them. You've got your iPhones and watches. So I'll be keeping time. So I will say exactly who is going to speak to answer the question. So I will try
Po zadaniu pytania
to manage technology. So I will ask the question and then I will start the timer. So on it is reporting this event. So just some more rules. Of course, I introduced myself, but I didn't introduce the speakers, the presenters. So if you just stay in a small office, you have a channel on YouTube, you just introduce yourselves and one guest or two guests, so it's much easier. Anyway, on the left-hand side, an activist and Polska 2050, Michał Kobosko, MP of the Civic Coalition, Kamila Gasiuk-Pichowicz. You have some fans here. Deputy spokesman of PSL, Piotr Zgorzelski from the Peasants Party, Magdalena Biejat, an MP of the Together.
No i teraz moja prawica.
And my right-hand side, Sylwia Gregorczyk-Abram, Paulina Kieszkowska, Maria Eichhardt, Michał Wawrykiewicz. That is the Wolność under the Free Courts Initiative.
Rozpoczynamy rundę pierwszą.
So we are starting round number 1. Let's get ready.
Do startu. Pierwsze
The
pytanie
first question to the first person I will indicate. You have 1.5 minutes and the other party they always receive 1.5 minutes. The first question to Michał Kobosko.
Jeśli chodzi o Trybunał
When it
Konstytucyjny,
comes to the High Court, Constitutional Court, what has been broken? Who do you accuse? Everything was devastated in general when it comes to the Constitutional High Court of Justice. We are talking about the court of Julia Przyłębska. This is the right name for this court, but the board, the board on the building says that it's the Constitutional High Court. What has happened during the past 8 years is the tragic comedy. So the tragedy was what Loyal Justice Party did to the court in Poland. The comedy, it's not the lunches, catering, in the fashion that wouldn't be accepted by Magda Gessler. The comedy is what was happening this year, rapid attempts to save the situation, attempts to find a way, to find a quorum, to make sure that the pseudo court could operate and give rulings. So this court became the entity of the government, delivers politicians' objectives. It should watch the politicians, but it's the politicians who watch the court. And through the non-constitutional court of the fake judges took control of the court, so it's no longer impartial, it's not apolitical, so it all has taken us to the situation that for the first time in the history of Europe, actually there is the proceeding against Poland in the mode of Article 5. So everything has been broken and everything has to be fixed in the Constitutional High Court. Three courts. Comment?
To może ja.
Maybe me. Good evening.
Wspaniale się zgadzać z trzecią drogą.
It's great to agree with the trzecia droga. I agree. Maybe I would like to add that choosing these fake judges, actually they were appointed to the positions of judges during the night time. So the appointment was by President Duda. It's good information to us that there's already the first judgment, the first ruling of the European Court of Human Rights. It's about a company that has filed a constitutional complaint. The fake judge received this case. So if you go to the court and somebody is sitting there, of course wearing specific clothes, but actually you mentioned this article which talks talks about impartial treatment of the court. I would like to add the choice of Julia Przyłębska. It was faulty too. It was the faulty procedure under which she was selected, and the term of Julia Przyłębska has just come to the end, and she should not continue to do this office. Actually, it came to the end in December last year. Thank you. Michał, you've got 15 seconds to answer the question, because who do you accuse? You didn't say who you accuse. I accuse Jarosław Kaczyński for this situation, Zbigniew Ziobro. I accuse all the people who were helping them in this process, and some of them have become judges of the so-called Constitutional High Court, the court of Julia Przyłębska. Thank you very much. We will proceed with the area of the national courts, disciplinary procedure, what has been devastated, and who do you accuse? Magdalena Biejat. The time is running. Double control. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation in the court, actually Zbigniew Ziobro is guilty, and the people who have supported him, Prime Minister Morawiecki and Jarosław Kaczyński, who support the so-called Zbigniew Ziobro's reform that was not to fix the functioning of the courts. Anyone who has been to the court in Poland, we know that a lot has to be fixed, but the reforms were to adapt the courts to make sure that they should follow the orders of the government. What is happening in the courts today? When we go to the courts, actually today I accuse the government that the proceedings take long time. If you want to get divorce, any child that is the subject of violence, any mother who would like to get maintenance for the children, actually people do not want to go to the court because they do not want to take part in this procedure. So there is not enough administrative support. The work in the courts is it's no good. The salaries are very low. People are not paid overtime. So it is all translated in the situation in the courts. Then there is the lack of appropriate access to the defenders. People cannot be exempted from paying charges, and there are no real charges. And the course of work, it's not possible to reach these courts. The procedures are taking long time. So things that are very important to people are not working properly. Free courts. I would like to add that systematically independence of the National Judiciary Council has been devastated. It's like the backbone, according to the Polish constitution. It's the backbone of the judiciary system. This entity should be independent on the government, so it should be responsible, it should take care of the independence of courts and judges. The council consists of 25 people and 15 members of this council have to be selected by the judges based on the constitution. The government changed in 2018 and they selected the council, and the 15 judges were appointed by the ordinary majority in Sejm. It's not compliant with the constitution, with the European standards. So we've got a lot of rulings by, for example, the European High Court of Justice. There was a judgment in November 2019. We were responsible for this case on behalf of the Supreme Administrative Court. For the first time, the European Court of Justice has identified some standards and decided that the Council is not the independent body and it cannot appoint or promote judges. And now the fact this Council is the factory of pseudo judges that have not been selected in the right way. You have exceeded the time by 9 seconds. It's not a lot. So we will take it away from you in the next round. The next question to politicians. The prosecutor's office, combining the positions of the Minister of Justice and the Prosecutor Generals. Who do you accuse? Piotr Zgorzelski. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. During the protest in 2017, Polish people understood one thing, that the rule of law is the rule where the courts can guarantee personal safety. Towards the courts, the citizen is defenseless in the individual dimension, but when we're looking at the general social and economic dimension, it provided the sense of safety to those who are involved in business activities and who could be certain that no authority voluntarily will not be able to take their assets from them. In Poland now we have the following situation, combining these two functions of Prosecutor General and the Ministry of Justice provided one man, the man who is a leader of a party which decides about the parliamentary majority, because this term is still lasting. So this man received huge power and he started to use this power for political reasons. So nowadays this is the main problem in this system. We cannot talk about any reform of the judicial system because, as the colleague has already mentioned, any indicators show that in every the system's operations are worse and worse. But I accuse not Zbigniew Ziobro, who is just an instrument. I would like to accuse Jarosław Kaczyński, who is fully liable, accountable for this. Comment from the Wolny Sąd.
Thank you. Now I'll take the floor. I would like to come back to accusing Zbigniew Ziobro, who owned not only the institution, the office of the Prosecutor General, but the whole prosecutor's institution, and he created a fully political institution where the prosecutor is not a lawyer, the prosecutor does not go to court. In every fifth case, the judge reads the act, and this is like the super police person. He created the most expensive and the most extended structure. We've got over 7,000 prosecutors, 2.5 in Poland, and nearly 7,000 in Poland. The last thing, which is very important, the Prosecutor General and the Minister of Justice has granted the right to undermine every lawful sentence in Polish court. He can also affect every court procedure in this country, especially when it ends not according to his will. He can renew it owing to the instrument he created. Thank you. And the last thematic scope, our relationships with the European Union, Council of Europe, and violating the European Convention on Human Rights. What has been devastated, and whom do you accuse? Kamila Gasiuk-Pihowicz. First and foremost, I think Jarosław Kaczyński, because he is the architect and perpetrator of the war between the Polish state and European institutions. Andrzej Duda is another one to accuse because he appointed neo-judges for judges' positions. He appointed Julia Przyłębska. He signed acts which contradicted the Polish Constitution and European acts, for instance, the neo High Court Act. Violating the rights. I would like to accuse Mateusz Mazowiecki's government and ministers, and because of him being so obstinate, Poland lost money from the National Recovery Plan. We need to pay 2.5 billion zlotys for the disciplinary chamber.
Reforma polskiego, ta pseudoreforma polskiego
The
wymiaru sprawiedliwości
pseudo
była
reform of the
bezprawna i
Polish
niezgodna z
judiciary
prawem.
system
Oskarżam
contradicted
także Beatę Szydło za
the
niepublikowanie wyroku
European
Trybunału
system. I
Konstytucyjnego w
accuse
sprawie
Beata
właśnie
Szydło for
sędziów
not
za
publishing
bagatelizowanie rekomendacji
the
Komisji Weneckiej.
sentence.
Oskarżam także Zbigniewa Ziobrę, bo
The
jest on
sentence, and
osobiście
I
odpowiedzialny
accuse
za
Zbigniew
niszczenie wymiaru
Ziobro as he is
sprawiedliwości. Polska jest po
responsible
prostu
for damaging the
z jego
judiciary
zakładnikiem
system in
i
Poland.
niechęci
Poland is
do sprawnie
his
działającego wymiaru
hostage, the hostage of
i
his
przez to nie ma
bad
żadnych szans
will.
na kompromis z
And
Unią
there is no
Europejską,
chance for
bo on
compromise
na
with
tym
the
zbija
European
swój
Union
osobisty
because
kapitał
this is where he derives his political capital from. Free courts. I would like to add that we entered the EU based on the referendum, where the greater majority accepted such a solution. We decided together to be a member state, and we undertook efforts towards this purpose according to the dreams of our ancestors who wanted Poland to be the country belonging to the Western community. Now there are 20-something sentences of the tribunal in Luxembourg and sentences. The sentences result from the treaties that Poland had signed and undertook to observe them. To everybody accusing European Union of interfering into Polish affairs, these European treaties are supreme to Polish acts. This is the only legal platform under which we can defend our freedom and liberties, not only in the case of jurisdiction, but in other areas related to environmental protection and protection of our subjective rights. We decided to join the EU. We are still the beneficiaries of the member states. Polish farmers get subsidies. Polish roads are reconstructed due to European money, and we should respect the membership. Thank you very much. That's nearly the end of the first round. There is an extra question to you. We heard examples and accusations, but now a question. Do these people you mentioned as the ones to blame for the situation should be held liable? And if after the 15th of October you will be able to participate in the new authorities of the new Poland, will you represent the groups that will hold these people liable? Will there be the punishment for what they did? Short answer, 30 seconds. Yes, that's the short answer. Definitely so. We must not leave it behind, and we must not let them get away with what they did. Violating the rules of law and violating the jurisdiction cannot be left alone. And punishment should be they should be punished. It's like a warning that it's not possible to do certain things in a democratic country in the 21st century. Hot water, the policy of love. Should we punish for it? We will definitely hold them liable. There is no democratic state, the state of the rule of law. If politicians do not feel they are responsible for violating the constitution, there are many ways to reach it from the Tribunal of State, but many crimes are simply common crimes. It will be done by independent courts and independent prosecutor's office. We can guarantee the efficiency of their operation, but the penal responsibility of the politicians whose names we know is the responsibility they should reveal in the face of independent courts. Thank you. Marshall, you've got 30 seconds.
Polskie Stronnictwo Ludowe ma pomysł i to jest pomysł programowy.
There is an idea that if democratic parties win the election, a commission for law and justice should be appointed. There have been so many violations and breaches of the law done by the ruling party for 8 years. Such a commission will have a lot of work. This is a political idea, whether they should be accused in the Tribunal of State. I do agree with Kamila that many people who manage the jurisdiction system should be sued in court. And last but not least, Magdalena Biejat. That's the proof that in the area of the rule of law we fully agree. Krzysztof Śmiszek is responsible for this area in the left-wing party. This is the indictment in which we collected all the accusations, and there is an idea to appoint a commission of justice and law, just to make it different from law and justice. And we would like the committee to carry out an audit for 6 months. It's not going to replace the prosecutor's office and the courts. It's their role to ensure jurisdiction. I can ensure that none of us will will get stuck in the left when somebody will have to be accused against the Tribunal of State. Please do remember it's broadcasted online. It will be recorded, so we'll have the tapes of truth. Michał Wawrykiewicz starts the second round. This is the round in which we are going to wonder how the politicians are going to remedy for the mess we have heard about. The operation of free media, free courts, and legal institutions and lawyers who understand what is happening in Poland with the rule of law. We are fully aware of the fact that the legal jargon finds it different to reach citizens with a clear message formulating the statements we are talking about. It is harmful not to know the law, and combining law with politics is even more detrimental. Let's consider your ideas on how to improve the situation. What you can see here in front of me, this is the memorandum for the rule of law signed in December 2021, signed by social organizations and representatives of the largest parties. This is the proof that democratic opposition is going to fight for restoring the rule of law. We'll see what it's going to be like. We've got the tapes of truth, and we'll also reveal one more idea later. In the second round, you've got 2.5 minutes to answer my question. It's 1 minute more than previously. The question is simple, namely, once or if you start ruling in Poland, how do you want to restore the rule of justice and our position in the European Union? 2.5 minutes for your speeches and comments of the free courts. Let's start with the Constitutional Tribunal. What should we do to restore independence and prestige? What ideas do you have? Magdalena Biejat.
Oczywiście Trybunał musi zostać
The tribunal needs to be depoliticized. We need to restore the belief that the tribunal will not be political, but it will act according to the best interest of citizens. But it won't happen within a month, or it will take more time. We, the left wing, support the Batory Foundation's draft act, which is meant to improve the situation in the Constitutional Tribunal. The greatest advantage of this idea is that independent judges restore order in the tribunal. We should include disciplinary assessment of the judges, even judges emeritus. They should decide and sue people who sit in the Constitutional Tribunal without the right to do so. I would like to remind you that soon, and most probably this year, correct me if I'm wrong, the terms of office of the first judges appointed by the Law and Justice will expire. It means a huge challenge to appoint people who will represent the interests of our citizens, not interests of specific parties, but who will be sensitive to human harm and who will issue sentences according to social solidarity and access to the rights we have guaranteed in our Constitution. We would like to implement all these changes according to the spirit of the rule of law. We shouldn't take advantage of some open gates. There will be a temptation to go shortcuts among politicians. We must not go shortcuts, and we don't have to go shortcuts. There are good solutions, good ideas. We can do it according to the law, according to constitutions, and in such a way that there is finally order in this area. 7 seconds. I will comment. Okay, let me elaborate on it. First and foremost, these double judges need to be removed. We've got the sentence of the European Court of Human Rights that need to be executed straight away. What the MP mentioned is the project developed by the Batory Foundation, consulted with us and with other milieux, and we also support it. It assumes solving the issue with the double judges. What if the person had not been the judge? What about the sentences? 14 sentences had been issued this way. We suppose they should be invalidated, except for the cases when it applied to citizens' rights and granting some rights. The draft act takes a broader perspective, namely how to make the Constitutional Court more efficient. It contains a number of good practices and recommendations. The 3/5, not 2/3, will appoint the judges to choose people who are competent, experienced, and not only related to one side of the political stage. It also assumes legitimizing NGOs for submitting applications to the Constitutional Tribunal. And this is your representation that you don't have. And it also assumes appointing the new president of the Constitutional Tribunal. We can see what happens with Ms. Przyłębska when she is the only person managing the court. Thank you.
Neo Council and the courts and the disciplinary proceedings. What should you do with the council and with the neo judges? Also the young judges who have completed the school. What about their rulings? Should we provide the supervision of the courts to the National Judiciary Council. Are there any ideas to this? Kamila Gasiuk-Pichowicz. First of all, immediately all the judgments have to be implemented. I mean, the judgments of the European Court of Justice and European Court of Human Rights, and the judgments of the Supreme Court and the chambers of this court. And the basis to rebuild the rule of order is agreement for the rule of law, which has been signed by all the all the parties of the democratic opposition. So we always follow the rule to elaborate this in consensus based on good experience of NGOs or associations of prosecutors, judges that have elaborated the best solutions in the key areas. I believe that we are able to convince all the political forces to this agreement, because semi-means will not be sufficient. We need hard actions because there is no legality here. So people have to know that once they go to the court, they are observed by the judge, not somebody who has dressed up as a judge. So this agreement for the rule of law is based on the judgments of the European tribunals. It's not a political solution. This is the content-based solution. The ruling by neo-judges causes chaos. Poland has to pay a lot of money, bigger, increasing amounts of money, because it does not meet the standards of, for example, the Convention for the Protection of Human Rights. So we have to stop this. And there is a draft on the table, and it assumes that the National Judiciary Council should be appointed based on the Constitution. It should be the judges who should choose the members. And according to this proposal, the neo-judges who were selected in the inappropriate manner, they have to get back to their previous jobs. This is also a solution that foresees that there are salaries that are higher than the salaries from the previous jobs should be considered to be as the salaries that were not due to them, because they cannot be awarded for destroying the rule of law. So we cannot allow these illegal deals. The assessors, so the people for the neo-council had a symbolical role to play. They will maintain their jobs, and the citizens cannot be liable for the errors by the state. Free courts? This is true. The lawyers who go to the courts on a daily basis, they know that there was a lot of chaos caused by the changes introduced by the Law and Justice, and in the system of 10,000 judges, now we've got over 3,000 neo-judges. Every day we meet with them at our work. This means that there is the lack of independence. They are not impartial because they were selected in the faulty competitions, and the politicians were supporting them. So they have to be grateful to the politicians now. And there were the rulings they passed were faulty. So all the citizens, all the parties which received the specific rulings, they cannot be calm that these rulings will not be changed. They all can be changed. Now in the Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg, there have been several hundreds cases filed by NGOs, by foundations, and the parties request compensations from the Republic of Poland, and these compensations are actually sentenced by the European Court institutions. So we have to fix it on the systemic basis. We cannot deal with this one by one, because it would take many years.
do ich zweryfikowania. Trzeba ich
So
cofnąć, tak jak pani
we
posłanka
need to
powiedziała,
get them
wcześniej
back to
zaległego
their
na wieś.
previous
Będą
positions
stanąć
if they
po uczciwych,
would like to take part in the transparent, fair competitions in the rightful council. It won't be a vendetta, it won't be a revenge. This will be a systemic repair of our system. Thank you very much. It was a strong speech. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we will proceed with the prosecutor's office, how to restore the independence of this entity. This question is from Michał Koboska, 2.5 minutes. We have already said about the prosecutor's office, how it functions, which system they are using for the work. Nowadays, Polish prosecutors hate the system that has been developed in which they have to operate. It's important that they hate it, but it's not most important. Politicians of democratic parties do not like it either. It's not still most important. What's most important is that citizens of Poland cannot have this feeling that the prosecutors are working in the right way, that the prosecutors are doing what they have been prepared and educated for, which they used to do previously. If in Poland there is no prosecutor who should deal with Jarosław Kaczyński during the two towers affair. It showed to the citizens that it's a pathology in Poland. The standard has to be that we have to create independent prosecutor's office. This job cannot be done by people who are afraid of criminals, and they cannot be also afraid of politicians, including the Minister of Justice. So we will have to separate the function of the Minister of Justice from the function of the Prosecutor General. So we have to restore the system which has been functioning before in Poland. Of course, we will have to improve it, but these functions have to be separated. This is a postulate of all democratic parties when it comes to the Prosecutor General. He should be selected by the two chambers of the Parliament. The Minister of Justice cannot control Prosecutor General. So the collective entity should be appointed, the Supreme Council of Prosecutors. It will be composed of prosecutors and representatives of the General Prosecutors of Parliament, judges, representatives of the President of Poland, Minister of Justice. So without all these elements, we won't be able to improve the situation, and the citizens will not feel that they can receive appropriate support from the prosecutors. Comment from the three courts. The prosecutor's office is of key importance, has always been of key importance. Poland didn't have much luck with the independent prosecutor's office because in 1989 the prosecutor's office was not reformed. It functioned until 2016 based on the act dating back to 1985. In the year 2016, Minister Zbigniew Ziobro reformed the prosecutor's office, and he developed an entity that is totally dependent on him. I think that we deserve the Polish prosecutor's office, which will be the true European prosecutor's office, which will be trusted by other prosecutors' offices from other countries. I would like to see that this is the independent prosecutor's office, also in the internal and external dimension. So, if a prosecutor receives a case, and let's say if we think that a crime has been made, this is the prosecutor who will be dealing with this case until the very end. This is somebody who will be developing the act of accusation and completes the process. So this will be the prosecutor who will be supervising the implementation of the judgment. He will be responsible for the entire case. I would like this prosecutor's office to be empathic, which sees citizens, that wants to address the harm made to the citizens. I would like to see this prosecutor's office being the entity that is subject of the social control, that feels responsible and accountable to the citizens. I would like it to be transparent internally, where each prosecutor knows where and how he will be delegated, when he will be promoted or she will be promoted, and when he or she will be moved to another prosecutor's office. So this prosecutor's office must be a kind of flat. The structure has to be flattened. Now it's a multi-layer prosecutors, and at the very top there is the super policeman, the Minister of Justice. The prosecutor's office should be flattened. There are no reasons for having so many layers. Nowadays this office is like a concrete structure, cemented structure. Even the address is in the law. It's located at the Postępu Street. The national prosecutor, several weeks ago, he received huge competences. Why? Because the Minister of Justice, Zbigniew Ziobro, knows that these are the last weeks of him being the prosecutor. So it will not be so easy. So we have to cement this, including the Postępu Street. I will sum up the flattened but empathetic prosecutor's office. This is a good term.
And the last topic, we're going to deal with our relationships with the European Union and with the Council of Europe and violating the acts. Should we implement all acts related to the rule of law? And additionally, since one of the milestones of the National Recovery Plan is to implement transparent legislative process, what should we do to repair it? The question to Piotr Zgorzelski. 2.5 minutes. Our country's system is like in an abyss, like the rift between authoritarian regime and democracy. There are two features which characterize this hybrid system, namely the primate of authorities over the law and personification of institutions, Ziobro's prosecutor's office and Przyłębska's constitutional tribunal. The recipe to stop this process and come back to the track of liberal democracy is to implement the rule of law. I would like to come back to my experience. I organized a roundtable around the judiciary system, having representatives from all parties. You do not have to, but for one, we had representatives of legal corporations from Ordo Juris through to Justitia and Temis. And there was a strong voice of associations that felt harmed by the judiciary system. When these people who over the years were fighting for justice and lost their health, lost their money, said that the rule of law rather than the rule of lawyers should come back. I do understand that this is not an accusation of those who fight for the rule of law, but this is what you should take into consideration. We heard an argument of democratization or democratization of
których reprezentują ławnicy ludowi.
sentences. So
To
to
także,
have
myślę, jest warte do zastanowienia się, aby
traditional
ten,
juries.
taki duży balon
This is to
niezadowolenia
give food for
społecznego
thought.
z
The
funkcjonowania
huge
wymiaru
bubble of
sprawiedliwości
social
znów mocno nie
dissatisfaction
urósł.
with the
I
functioning
oczywiście
of the judiciary system
jeśli chodzi
has
o
not
Krajowy Plan
grown too
Odbudowy,
much. As for the
zgadzam się, że
National
jednym z
Recovery
istotnych
Plan,
kamieni milowych
I
jest
do agree
naprawa
that one of the
parlamentaryzmu.
milestones
Na sali siedział jeden z współautorów
is to
tego
repair
świetnego dokumentu Otwarty Parlamentaryzm, bowiem w
the
Senacie,
parliamentary
jednej z
system.
tak naprawdę z dwóch
In the
instytucji
Senate,
wolnych
in
powstał dokument
two,
Otwarty Parlamentaryzm, który jest
The
panaceum na
document
wszystkie
Open
kamienie milowe
Parliamentarism
związane z
was
parlamentaryzmem.
Czas minął, panie
created. Your
marszałku.
time is up.
Odpowiedział pan na moje pytanie o wykonaniu i
You
wdrożeniu
answered my
wymogów
question
swojej
about
PPP.
implementing
To jest oczywiste. Myślę, że wszyscy się zgadzamy, że
sentences
powinno to
of
być natychmiast.
the European
Dziękuję
Union's
bardzo. To mamy tę
Court
część
of
za sobą. Poproszę
Justice.
jeszcze o komentarz wolnych
It should be done
sądów.
immediately. A
My
comment
oczywiście
from
też uważamy, że powinny
free
być wykonane,
courts.
tym bardziej, że
We
niektóre z nich
do
zostały
agree,
wywalczone przez wolne sądy. W
especially
związku z tym
because some of
mam
them
tutaj
have
osobiste zaangażowanie, ale chciałabym
in
też
some of them we
powiedzieć,
have been personally
że od tego,
involved.
czy
I would like to
te
say
wyroki zostaną wykonane,
that whether
jak będzie
these
zachowywać się nowa władza,
sentences
zależy nie
are
tylko od
executed
stanu
and
sędziów,
how the new
ale zależy w ogóle nasza przyszłość.
authorities will
Też i
behave
finansowa,
will determine
KPO,
our
finanse
future,
są
National Recovery
dopłaty
Plan
dla
money
rolników, te
from
wszystkie
the
benefity, które mamy
EU
z tego,
and
że jesteśmy w
subsidies
Schengen,
for
że
farmers,
powinniśmy
all the
państwo
benefits
być,
of
które nie oszukuje
being
sąsiadów,
a
nie
member
wydają
of
fałszywych wiz za
Schengen, the fact that we do
To
not
też
cheat
jest
our
element
neighbors, that we
bycia
do not
Unii.
issue
Szacunek dla prawa,
false
szacunek dla
visas,
obywatela,
respecting the
szacunek
law,
dla
respecting the
partnerów europejskich.
citizens
Chciałam też powiedzieć, że
and
mamy
respecting
jeszcze spory
other
zasób
European
zaufania
citizens.
naszych
We
partnerów
still
europejskich dzięki
have
polskim sędziom.
some
Bardzo chciałabym
pool of
państwa
trust
poprosić o to,
owing to Polish
abyście podziękowali
judges.
polskim
I
sędziom
would
za
like
ich
you
postawę
to
przez
thank
ostatnie
Polish
lata,
judges
bo
for
tylko dzięki nim
their
tak naprawdę możemy
attitude
tutaj jeszcze się
throughout the
spotkać
last years.
i o
Owing
tym
to them,
wszystkim
we can
rozmawiać.
sit
Aplauz
here
dla
and
polskich
discuss it.
sędziów.
And a round of applause for Polish judges.
Dziękuję, to też koniec komentarza.
That's the end of my comment. Thank you.
To co, możemy powoli przechodzić do konkluzji. Widzę
So
zadowolone
I suppose
twarze
we
państwa
can
z wolnych sądów.
wrap up.
Państwo
I can
politycy szepnęli
see
do mnie przed chwilą
our
ostatnim
lawyers are
momentem, że trzeba ich
satisfied
trzymać krótko.
and
No, widocznie udało się. Będziemy was trzymać dalej
politicians
krótko. Po
said
15
we should keep
października,
them
najkrócej jak się da.
short. We
Obiecaliśmy
should
jeszcze
keep an
trzeci
eye on
dowód,
them. We
na
promised the
państwa
third
wspólne stanowisko
proof
w sprawie
of your
tego, że
shared
praworządność w Polsce wymaga ogromnej zmiany, przywrócenia wszelkich zasad.
shared
I że
opinion
państwo
on
się
how
pod
to
tym podpisują,
restore
ale może spróbujmy
the rule of law.
podsumować, że
Let's
chcą państwo
wrap
oddzielenia
up, let's
sądownictwa,
summarize. You want to
prokuratury od
separate
polityki.
prosecutor's
Zgoda?
office and the judicial process
Wykonanie
from
wyroków
politics.
Trybunału
Agreed.
Europejskiego. Nie słychać mnie?
Executing
Zgoda. Powołanie
sentences
zgodnej
of
z
the European
konstytucją
courts.
KRS.
Agreed.
Zgoda.
The
Trochę jak
agreement
wiecie,
according to the
przesiadam
National
rękę.
Justice Board.
Ślubuję.
Agreed,
Oddzielenie funkcji
agreed.
ministra sprawiedliwości
Separating
od
the function of the
prokuratora
Minister of Justice from the function of the Prosecutor General.
Ślubuję, właśnie.
Agreed.
I podjęcie skutecznych działań w
And
odblokowaniu środków z KPO. Mój Boże, ile to
releasing
pieniędzy.
funds from the
Obiecuję,
National
ślubuję, przysięgam.
Recovery
Oczywiście,
Plan.
dziękuję bardzo.
We do promise.
Dobrze.
Right.
Na koniec
Just to
wolne sądy
finish,
chcą powiedzieć coś
free
szalenie
courts
istotnego,
would like
zanim
to say
rozwiniemy
something pivotal before we
Ja
show
bym
the
chciał tylko
banner.
dodać, że
I would like to
cały
add
pakiet, mówiliśmy już trochę
that
dzisiaj o
we have mentioned
projektach ustaw. Ten cały
some
pakiet
draft
gotowych
acts.
projektów ustaw już istnieje, został
There is the
przygotowany,
package
szeroko
of
konsultowany
acts that has
społecznie.
been
Mówiliśmy o projekcie
consulted
Fundacji
and
Batorego
prepared. We
Zespołu
mentioned the
Ekspertów
Batory
Prawnych,
Foundation
na temat Trybunału Konstytucyjnego
group
i przepisów
working
przejściowych.
on the transition
o ustawie w ramach porozumienia dla praworządności,
acts. We talked
która mówi
about
o
understanding
likwidacji
for the
neo-KRS-u
rule of law,
i powołaniu zgodnej z Konstytucją Krajowej Rady Sądownictwa. Jest w końcu
abolition of the
cała nowa
neo-National
ustawa,
Justice
prawo ustroju
Board.
sądów powszechnych,
There is the
przygotowana
whole
przez
act
Stowarzyszenie
on
Sędziów
courts
Polskich
prepared
Justicja.
by the
Ogromne
Polish judges
podziękowania
from
dla pana
Justitia.
profesora
We'd like to
Krystiana
thank
Markiewicza za
Professor
ogromny
Krystian
wkład
Markiewicz
pracy. No i w
for
końcu
his
ustawa o
contribution.
prokuraturze,
And finally, the act
przygotowana
on
przez
Prosecutor's Office,
stowarzyszenie, to niezależne stowarzyszenie
prepared by the
prokuratorów
independent
Lex Super Omnia. Gotowy projekt
association Lex
pomysłów
Super
i rozwiązań
Omnia.
legislacyjnych do
Legislative
wprowadzenia w następnym parlamencie.
acts to be implemented
A
in the
następny
next
parlament
parliament.
jest
And the
nowy
next
parlament,
parliament, the
możliwy za
new
niecały miesiąc,
parliament,
15 października
is
spotykamy się
possible
na
to be
wyborach. Apeluję
elected
zawsze
on the
tam, gdzie
15th
mogę,
of
o to,
October.
aby nie tylko
I ask
mieć świadomość, że
everybody
macie głos,
to
ale przede wszystkim,
be
żeby
aware that we
tego
do
głosu
have the
użyć.
voice
Czekamy
and to
więc na
use the
co będzie.
voice.
Będziemy
So
patrzeć
we are
wam
looking
na
forward
ręce.
to what the future
Natomiast
brings. We'll
wolne
keep an
sądy
eye on it.
rozwijają teraz
And
bardzo baner o
Now,
haśle, którego nie znam jeszcze. Proszę odczytać.
Wspólnie odbudujemy praworządność i
We are
zapraszamy
going to
Państwa.
rebuild the rule of law together.
To będzie właśnie ten kolejny dowód w
This is
sprawie.
going to be the next proof in our case.
Kwestia praworządności łączy czy dzieli polityków z demokratycznej opozycji. Zdaje się, że
So whether
łączy. Czy łączy?
to bring
Poproszę tylko
together,
o
whether
ruch ciała
separate, yes,
głową w
it
dół.
brings us
Nie
all
w prawo, nie w lewo,
together.
może
Yes,
być góra, dół.
please move your
Bardzo
heads
dziękuję, mamy
vertically.
to, mamy też ten
Thank you
dowód.
very much. We've got the proof now. We've got the confirmation.
To co, pozostaje mi podziękować. Nie wiem, czy, proszę uważać na tyły. Nie wiem, czy mamy od organizatorów
I don't
prawo
know if
oddania
we
państwu
have the
głosu,
right to
ale na
give the
pewno
floor
czas
to
naszej
the
debaty
audience, but
za chwilę
definitely
minie, bo
the time
mamy
of
jeszcze
our
10
debate
minut.
is nearly up. We've got 3
Lepsi
minutes
są ode mnie w liczeniu. Czy ktoś z
left.
Państwa chciałby zadać
Would
pytanie?
anybody
Bardzo proszę,
like to
prawo
ask a
pierwszeństwa,
question?
można do nas podejść.
You can
Czy
approach
ktoś
us
ma mikrofon
and
dla
ask a
pana?
question.
O,
We
dziękuję
also need a microphone.
Pytanie do... Już?
Nie działa, proszę jeszcze raz spróbować.
Teraz?
Proszę jeszcze raz spróbować. Nasi dźwiękowcy
Raz,
walczą
dwa.
o prawo głosu dla pana.
Okay, so we're waiting for the right
Pytanie
of
dotyczy
speech for you. The question is about Constitutional Tribunal. We have heard that it has not existed for some time, but there is the citizens' right to submit a claim to the Constitutional Tribunal. Since it has not existed, our citizens were deprived of that. If the Constitutional Tribunal is restored and it's not a culinary but constitutional one, would the people who did not manage to submit constitutional claims have the right to do so after it has been restored?
Czy ktoś z Państwa polityków chce odpowiedzieć na to pytanie?
Would
czy
any of
wolne
the
sądy biorą
politicians
was
or
do siebie?
free courts?
Państwo politycy mówią, że Państwa. Wolne sądy. Proszę bardzo.
okay.
Polityka, bardzo proszę.
Politicians,
ewentualnie rządzić po 15
you are going to rule potentially after the 15th of October. You surprised me because I thought that nobody would like to submit any applications to the culinary tribunal. It works like that, no wonder. But if in a situation when the institution has not been made ridiculous, such applications could be submitted. That's the role to deal with citizens' applications. Any other questions from the audience, or could we start closing the Freedom
Jest
Games?
jeszcze ktoś z tyłu, tak? Poprosimy
There is
o
one more
podejście może do
question
nas
at the
bliżej,
back.
bo trudno
Could you
będzie tam
please
do
approach
Państwa powiedzieć,
us?
co Pani do nas zmierza takim dziarskim krokiem. Zapraszamy, chwileczkę. Poprosimy na prawo. Dobry wieczór.
Good evening. Dagmara Poszepczyńska-Sobieraj. I've got the question whether the solutions you presented in the draft acts, I may not understood it well. Do they include solutions that will protect us for the future? Or perhaps in 4, 8 or 12 years will be at the starting points when it all turns upside down. Although okay, and yet again, each of these acts moves forward. The act assuming rebuilding the rule of law and dealing with the National Justice Board assumes that will appoint a social board representing lawyers. There are some solutions that assume appointing judges for the National Justice Board by a greater majority. Each of these acts assumes certain solutions that are supposed to protect the authority of the institution and its correct operation in the future. The Act on the Constitutional Tribunal assumes that everybody who violated the law can be sued to court, and it's also about adding the judges that do not work for the time being. This is the method to deal with manipulated sentences. I'm of a different opinion. Three courts would like to comment on it.
I have to tell you one thing. Goodwill is of key importance. However, this will, sooner or later, as we have found out in the recent years, had to take this barbarian shape towards the constitution. I spoke to Józef Zich, the same spokesman. I asked him, why didn't you define how the judges for the National Justice Board should be selected? We wouldn't have thought before that it would be interpreted in such a political manner as it had been done by the Law and Justice. So the victory of democratic parties will guarantee that we will sort it out. And the last sentence, you cannot do this. It doesn't matter how many locks we will install on the doors, how many securities we will add in the act. If somebody comes and kicks the door will fall out. So, how to secure ourselves that the new things will not be damaged? It's our culture, it's our legal culture, trust in institution, and it's up to us. It doesn't mean, of course, when we draft the acts, they have to be very precise, and we have to learn our lessons of the past. Would you like to add anything? Very briefly, because we have to close the panel. Good question you have asked. I agree. Every act can be amended and can be put to the dustbin. Any security can be violated, and we have witnessed it. And I agree that the democratic and legal culture is very important. It's important who is the ruling party. But it's up to the citizens who decide which parties are the ruling ones. So the citizens agreed that the ruling party will be the Law and Justice. So they felt before they were not listened, they were not heard. So this is a huge political accountability also for us, because we need to encourage people, convince people that we can provide social security and freedom, that they do not have to give up, they do not have to give the rule of law, the democracy and freedom away, and they can feel safe. And this is a huge channel for the next term, for the next years to come. We cannot allow the situation that some of the people, a majority of the people, as we can see in Poland, they should feel that next choices will be easier, that they won't have to choose a smaller evil. And hopefully on the 15th of October, the Parliament will be developing drafting laws by experts. So be very careful when you're voting. So thank you very much. Thank you Free Courts, thank you politicians. We haven't still heard it, but I would like to thank the organizers of Freedom Games 2023, the Turning Point. Many of us are keeping our fingers crossed that it's the turning point in Poland. So let's not sleep on the 15th, because they will take our votes away. So maybe we will meet with you next year. Good night. Ladies and gentlemen, the Freedom Games have come to the end.
Mamy wielką nadzieję, że Was zapłodniliśmy intelektualnie i zainspirowaliśmy do działania i że 15 października dojdzie do punktu zwrotnego. Natomiast chciałbym, żebyście jeszcze chwilkę z nami zostali, ponieważ igrzyska nie odbyłyby się, gdyby nie praca ogromnej ilości wspaniałych osób, naszych współpracowników i wolontariuszy, których chciałem tutaj gorąco zaprosić przed scenę. Warto docenić ich brawami. Chodźcie tutaj wszyscy. Bardzo Was zapraszam. Wspaniałe grono młodych ludzi. Bez szaleńczego wysiłku tej grupy, która tutaj pracowała dzień i noc, przygotowywała igrzyska, ta impreza nie mogłaby się odbyć. Zapraszam również cały mój zespół Liberté, bo widzę, że tam pod ścianą jeszcze parę osób stoi. Chodźcie tutaj na środek. Zapraszamy absolutnie wszystkich. O, Olga Łabędowicz, bez której absolutnie to forum nie byłoby możliwe. Wielkie, wielkie brawa dla Was wszystkich. Jestem naprawdę dumny, że mogę pracować z tak kapitalną grupą osób, która nie zawodzi, zawsze walczy do końca. Asia Głodek to jest kolejna osoba, którą muszą Państwo znać. Bardzo, bardzo Wam dziękuję. Widzimy się za rok. Mam nadzieję, że w trochę innej Polsce w połowie października. A teraz wielka mobilizacja na najbliższe 30 dni i do zobaczenia.
It's not always easy to recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it and how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
Ihre Ausreise.
Jestem z zawodu lekarzem, zajmowała się diagnostyką chorób nowotworowych.
W Białorusi zajmowałam się mikrobiologią i molekularną biologią.
Byłem nauczycielem szkoły podstawowej.
Naszym celem jest budowanie umiejętności, które są ważne na polskim rynku pracy.
Szybko nabierają takiej pewności siebie, bardzo szybko się uczą.
Wszystko możliwe, kiedy starasz się.
Każdy wybór ma swoje konsekwencje.
Dziś na kazaniu o takich jak ty mówili, że to morderczynie.
A wiesz, że ta, która ci pomogła, trafi za kraty?
Trzeba mieć sumienie.
Jak mogłaś to zrobić własnej matce?
Aborcja to najgorsza zbrodnia.
Gdybym ja podjęła taką decyzję, nie byłoby cię tutaj.
Organy państwa nie będą przyglądać się temu obojętnie.
Życie i zdrowie kobiety jest najważniejsze.
Stop kryminalizacji aborcji.
Kobieta decyduje.
Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry. Pan Zbigniew Hołdys.
Zgadza się. Dla znajomych Zbyszek.
Serio? Zbyszek. Nadchodzące wybory są zbyt ważne, żeby zostawić je bez kontroli. Dołącz do obywatelskiej kontroli wyborów. Zróbmy wybory bez picu.